sun splashed Orlando, Florida on a Friday morning. What better setting for the 2022 PPA Hertz National Championships at the USTA National Campus. Going to be a fantastic day as day 2 of Tennis Channel's coverage continues from the Sunshine State. Look at what we have coming up for you today. It is going to be all mixed doubles all day long. The pro mixed doubles should be a whole lot of fun, including the #1 ranked team in the world. To get things started with our coverage here this morning, Dave Benz alongside Clark Benassi inside the USTA National Campus. And Clark, we saw some pretty exciting matches last night. Our final match of the night last night, a bit of an upset, is Ryan Sherry, who is a Florida native, took out the #2 seed Tyson McGuffin in men's singles. And then Ryan Sherry was very boisterous afterwards in his post-match interview. I had a chance to speak with him in the locker room after the match last night, and he just a fantastic and charismatic guy. And we're going to see him on Championship Sunday. But we're just excited to see what today has in store.
Yeah, no doubt. Any of the viewers that weren't here yesterday, didn't see that match, that's one to go back and look at, Dave. It was fantastic. The play all day was phenomenal. All these athletes bringing it all weekend long. Not surprising in the slightest, but man, we've got a fun one for you all today. Pro mixed doubles. It's going to be super entertaining and a stacked field, Dave.
And we've got our coverage coming your way from Orlando after this quick timeout on Tennis Channel.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Back here in Orlando, Florida, and you see Jessie, Irvin, and Davillier out there warming up along with Ben Johns and Leigh Waters. And that's not quite a match we're going to see just yet because that would come later in the day. We're very early in the draw and the pro doubles. They're just getting a feel for championship court. Here's a look at the singles bracket that we saw yesterday. We talked about Ryan Sherry and Tyson McGuffin briefly, Clark Benassi, but I did have a chance to talk to Jay Davillier just a short time ago when I got here this morning and asked him about his match yesterday. And he said that it was really about which side of the court that he and Ben Johns were on, which makes complete sense because Ben got out to a huge lead in game one.
Yep.
And then Jay dominated in game two. And then Ben got out to a huge lead in game three. And in each player that was on that far side of the court, they were the one that dominated in the match. And I said to Jay, I said, well, we thought maybe it was the sun, but by the time Ben and Jay were playing,
Sure.
the sun was pretty much done.
Yes.
And Jay said, no, it was more about the wind. And you were right when you came on the air yesterday with me. You were saying, hey, that wind is a little bit more of a factor than maybe it looks like on TV.
Sure, yeah. For personal playing experience, I think any viewers out there that play pickleball, they know how much the wind affects the ball, and they know that there's generally one side being more advantageous than the other. You're either playing into the wind or playing against it. Or with the wind behind your back, or you're playing into the wind. And I think most players that I've talked to on the pro circuit prefer playing into the wind because they can smack the ball a little bit harder and it's not going to fly out. Whereas yesterday, the wind at my back, that ball flies, Dave. So I definitely understand why it was such a factor. Definitely not as windy today as it was yesterday, and I'm sure the players are happy about that.
Here's a look at what happened in the women's draw yesterday. Chalk pretty much carried the day. The only upset, you can't really call it an upset. I mean, Salome Davidze and Catherine Parenteau, they went 3 games for gold in Newport Beach just 2 weeks ago. So you knew either one of those ladies was capable of winning that match. But there is a buzzsaw in the top half of that bracket, and her name is Leigh Waters, and she is going to be poised to win another gold on Sunday when she'll take on Salome Davidze.
Yeah, super impressive play from AL all day long yesterday. As you mentioned, Salome Davidze taking down Catherine Parenteau in what was a tension-filled match. Lots of referee appeals, lots of iffy line calls and out calls, but Salome got it done. Not surprised to see her in the finals taking on AL on Sunday. We're just looking for a day when AL or Ben maybe slip up, but they've yet to do so. Not surprised about that. They're as consistent as it gets.
Our weather conditions here in Orlando, Florida, already 75 degrees. Going to get up to just a touch below 80 on this sunny afternoon. No precipitation in the forecast, so we are excited about having a full day of coverage for you here on Tennis Channel at the Hertz PPA National Championships, and our coverage from Orlando, Florida will continue after this quick timeout. Stay with us from sunny Florida.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any .1 means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grit for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, buddy. I guess I'm sort of unique in how I was introduced to the sport because I was sort of watching from the sidelines for years as my brother was ascending to the top of the sport.
Pickleball was kind of funny in that it crept up on me in terms of what it was to me. So I started playing in early 2016, and in that time there were a couple professional tournaments. I didn't have any plans with it. I just thought it was fun. I played the US Open for the heck of it.
Ben and I are both competitive. We like to win all the time. And of course, in a gold medal match, there's more on the line, so you want to win those.
Ben Johns having a moment. It was all Johns brothers in control from the start. They had their foot on the gas pedal and did not let up.
If you're the target, that means you're in a good position when it's where other people want to be. So I definitely don't underestimate or undervalue that. Really, it's about trying to stay on top. You know, I mean, people say you don't have upwards to go, and that's never exactly true. It's a constant fight still, and that's really what it's more about, is the grinding, the fight.
My number one reason and why I continue to play pickleball is the fact that I get to spend time on court with my little brother. It's just really cool that we found a sport that we can compete in and play together, let alone actually be at the top of the sport. So pickleball really did, in many ways, come out of nowhere. It's very sociable, so when you go to play, you might have a billionaire, a janitor, and just your average housewife on the same court and wanting to win, wanting to play well, and enjoying themselves. Out of nowhere might be the title right now, but years from now it's going to be something very different.
Back here in sunny Florida, Dave Benz, Clark Benassi, and our Tennis Channel crew along with you. Happy to have you along on this Friday morning. And we are going to be having very shortly our first match of the day. It'll be the 2 seed, Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman in the Pro Mixed Doubles, taking on Courtney Zielinski and Heartland Jones, the 31st seed. They were victorious in their first match of the day, and they're hoping to pull off what would be an absolutely major upset here, as Parenteau and Newman had a first round bye, got to sleep in a little bit more, and they're going to be ready to go. And you would expect that Catherine and Riley might be on center court here a couple of times today in our coverage.
I'd say so, Dave. Certainly Catherine and Riley are the favorite. That being said, Courtney Zielinski and Heartland Jones are not an easy nut to crack. I actually had the pleasure of calling one of their matches against Ben Johnson and Leigh Waters in DC at the PPA Open, and they play really well together. They play together quite frequently, almost exclusively rather, and they're going to bring it. That's one thing that Heartland Jones especially shows out on the court. He's known for diving around, getting some bloody knees every once in a while. He's a singles player as well, so he leaves it all out on the court. Certainly an entertainer and a fun player to watch, and these two are going to give it their all against Catherine and Riley.
Courtney Zielinski did have a cup of coffee on the WTA. 5 career matches for her, as you get a good look at Riley Newman, and we'll see Riley for the first time in our coverage this week. No doubt not our last. Riley just such a fantastic player, fantastic ambassador for the sport, and I don't know if you saw the point that he had in Newport Beach. It was probably the best pickleball point I've ever seen in my life. It was I'm drawing a blank right now who he paired with in Newport Beach, because it wasn't Catherine, but they played fantastic. I'm going to pull it up in the draw, but it was oh yeah, he played with his sister Lindsay. It was he and Lindsay, and it was, they ended up losing the point, but it was perhaps the greatest point in pickleball.
I'd agree, a nutty point, and I've watched it on social media about 20-30 times now. I've had so many of my friends send it to me, so that's what you get from a guy like Riley, who arguably has the fastest hands in pickleball. Certainly that's up for debate, but he is a rock and not someone I'd ever want to attack or hit the ball towards. That being said, what makes them so lethal is you've got another rock, another solid, consistent player in Catherine right alongside him. So this is a team that's expected to make it to Championship Sunday, and they've dealt with that pressure tremendously thus far. See if they can do it again today.
By the way, shout out to our man Jordan, who is producing all of our coverage, and he was full day yesterday, full day again just getting started for him back in the Santa Monica studios out on the West Coast. So I'm guessing Jordan got up this morning probably sometime with a number that began with 4 on his alarm clock to make it to the studios and beat that LA traffic. So appreciate him. And he was on my ear right away. He was playing with his sister Lindsay. I love the fact Jordan is so dialed in, such a big help to us on so many levels in bringing this coverage your way from Orlando, Florida. So obviously you got Newman and Parenteau are on the right side of your screen or in the far court. And Heartland Jones and Courtney Zielinski are in the near court.
Sneaky little lob there.
Side out.
And the side out will get it over to Zielinski and Jones.
Yeah, Dave, Zielinski and Jones are going to have to take advantage of any and all side outs they get against a team of Newman and Parenteau's caliber.
And how about that? Nicely placed shot there by Jones. And Newman, you talked about, he's got the fastest hands in pickleball. They weren't fast enough that time.
No, and a great single shot there from Heartland.
At that time, Heartland unable to get it up over the net, so that'll move us to the second server at 1-0-2.
1-0-2.
Going to be a fantastic day here. It's going to get capped tonight with a celebrity pro-am event featuring the Gronk brothers. By the way, if you are in the Orlando area and happen to be catching this coverage, or if you're not in the Orlando area and you say, you know what, I got some frequent flyer miles that I need to burn, and why not get out of the cold, and you want to get down here in time because it's still early in the day, the Celebrity Pro-Am tonight is going to feature the Gronk brothers. For $150, you get a chance to be part of it. You can play along with a PPA Pro against the Gronk brothers, and half the money is going to go to benefit the Boys and Girls Clubs. So why not? Probably a little bit more likely you can get out here if you're in the Orlando area. But, you know, if you really want to hop on a plane, come on down. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Ooh, Newman goes to put that away and instead puts it into the net. Rare mistake by Riley. This is one of those things where, you know, Clark, Parenteau and Newman, they're the 2 seed. They're expected to come out and dominate this, but this is their first match of the day. So you're playing against a team that has already won 1 match in consecutive games. They're feeling good. They got a little bit of confidence. They're feeling loose. And, you know, so maybe you can take advantage of that if you're the
3-1-2
underdog here.
Sure.
And you can maybe steal game 1 and see what happens.
Yeah, no doubt.
3-1-2. They'll try to get the side out instead. That is going to be long by Jones.
Dave, yeah, we talked about yesterday how advantageous it is to get a match under your belt. You know, we had a couple singles players yesterday that hadn't played a first-round matchup, so they're playing against someone that's already played. I think we've got that case here. As you mentioned, Heartland and Courtney Zielinski already played a match. Riley and Catherine, this is their first, and sometimes from personal experience, even playing against some of these top-level pros, can take them a while to warm up. It takes anybody a while to warm up in their first match. So I think Heartland and Courtney have that going for them. They've got to continue to bring the firepower and keep their foot on the gas as much as possible here.
Going to be an interesting situation, though, to see them coming out of this timeout, to see if they can try and take advantage of the stoppage to try to slow the early momentum. By the way, Heartland Jones, just kind of checking out his profile. It's the first time that I have seen him play. And he's from Raleigh, North Carolina, went to Catawba College on a lacrosse scholarship, and he's been playing tennis for nearly 20 years. Also, get this, Team USA handball player for 4 years. So obviously great hand-eye coordination, great athleticism for that man right there, Heartland Jones. And he'd love to show that all that translates to pickleball success. Parenteau and Jones going back and forth. Jones, though, unfortunately for him, into the net. And the lead now grows to 5-1. Firefight. Nice reset, but unfortunately for Jones, again, just into the net. And Newman and Parenteau, the last thing they want to do is make this thing interesting. They just want to get this over with in 2 because they expect to play a lot of matches today.
Of course. It's another good ball from Riley.
7-1-2.
Yeah, it's just such a tough team to play in your second round match, Dave.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about, hey, taking advantage of the fact that they weren't warmed up quite yet, but I think that we've moved past that now. They're feeling just fine.
8-1-2.
8-1 here in game 1. And make it 9-1.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you cannot do against a team like Riley and Catherine is miss shots like that you should make. You know, we talk about unforced errors all the time. They've got to be as tight and consistent as possible here to give themselves a shot.
Unable to handle that backhand from Riley.
Yeah, and that's what Catherine and Riley are going to look to do all day long. It's Catherine being the solid rock, just a lot of consistency and really setting up her partner Riley to come into the middle of the court and just take over.
Game point number 1, and it is game in favor of Newman and Parenteau. They didn't get out of the blocks super smoothly, but they got things going pretty quickly after that. They cruise 11-1. Game 2 coming your way after this timeout.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Oh, it is fantastic. Chamber of Commerce weather in Orlando, Florida. And it's expected to be that way all week long. Clark, I'm not at all upset about being in Florida right now on the 2nd day of December.
No, I'm not either. Happy to share my state with you, Dave. Welcome.
Well, it was once home to me. I lived in Miami for about 3 years, back about 20 years ago. Seems like a lifetime ago. Nice backhand there by Heartland Jones to get game number 2 started. So the serve will go over to Zielinski and Jones. See if they can strike first here in game 2. Firefight, but Jones hits it deep. Riley, nice reflexes to get out of the way.
Yeah, Heartland and Courtney have to step it up here in the second game. Catherine and Riley are so good, they've got to match that level, which is, again, near impossible in my opinion. Only a few can do it.
And Heartland kind of got caught leaning the wrong way there. That defensive shot was not going to work.
That's too good from Catherine.
And then Hartland tries to go and put it away, and instead it's going into the net for the first point of this game.
Yeah, Catherine picked out a great spot on that previous point, going to the dominant shoulder of Hartland Jones. That's a great spot to attack your opponent at.
They'll move us to the second serve. Yeah, you played enough, Clark. How difficult is it for, Catherine played yesterday in that semifinal against Salome Davidze. Salome ends up winning it in consecutive games, but don't let that fool you. It was nip and tuck, and either lady could have won it.
Sure.
Then you got to reset, 12 hours later, you're back on the court, and you're, okay, I got to play doubles. It's a little bit of a different strategy.
Yep.
And how do you change gears like that?
Well, it's crazy, Dave, and, in the case of a lot of these pros, they play against each other, then the next day they play together. So, I mean, it just impresses me tremendously how quick these players can mentally reset themselves, as you said, and focus on what's ahead versus thinking about what's behind or what already happened. As you mentioned, Catherine with a tough exit yesterday in pro singles, and now she's back out the very next morning playing pro mixed, and it's all about, looking ahead. Being a goldfish, as I always say, and having very little or no memory.
How about Zielinski and Jones here? They've got a lead, although the second serve is going to now be in effect after Jones' backhand hits the net.
2-1-2.
Couple of nice defensive shots there to keep it going. And finally, Parenteau puts it away. But how about Zielinski and Jones? They well defended some of those shots by Riley Newman. Problem is you got Catherine also firing them at you.
Yeah, it was great defense from Hartland and Courtney, but Riley and Catherine just a little too much there.
Oh, that's a tough angle. Parenteau just absolutely slicing it.
2-2-1.
Yeah, sneaky spot there from Catherine, and knotted up here at 2.
And into the net, so Parenteau and Newman now forge ahead.
3-2-1.
The all mixed doubles all day long here in Orlando. Men's and women's doubles will be tomorrow, and then championship Sunday coming up on Sunday, obviously. And how about Jones right there? A little bit of an Ernie as he skies and shows some of that lacrosse athleticism.
Yeah, big overhead from Hartland.
That'll be wide. 35 total teams began the day in this division.
Timeout called by the serving team. Score is 2-3.
Timeout is going to be taken here at 2-3 as Zielinski and Jones are getting the serve back, and they're feeling like, hey, we need to take advantage of this opportunity. So we'll step aside for a quick moment as well. More to come from Orlando. Here we go, back in Orlando. Out of the timeout, Zielinski and Jones going to try to see if they can capitalize on this service opportunity, and you hate to see it start off like that out of the timeout.
Yeah, again, this very tough second round matchup for Heartland Jones and Courtney Zielinski, but they've got to try and fight here, see if they can't string together a few points.
Newman goes up top and puts it 5-hole for the finish. And how about that? He did it with the left hand. And Clark, that's the great thing with Riley, right? Riley probably keeps both hands on the paddle more than any other player in the PPA. So it's so easy for him to switch hands because he's got the paddle in both hands to begin with.
Sure.
And then how about Jones trying to put it away and into the net? And you see the frustration from him. He knows he lost an opportunity there.
Yeah, the ball's so high up in the sun like that. I'd like to have seen him let that bounce and then put it away. But as you mentioned, Dave, Riley Newman is so talented and such a unique player in the sense that he hits almost every single shot he can with a two-handed backhand. Even on his forehand side, he'll still hold that second hand on the paddle.
5, 2, 1.
Creates a lot of options for him. He can use that second hand to really snap his paddle through and over the ball, generating a lot of top spin and a lot of snap and pace. It's another great spot down the line.
And the lead grows to 6-2 here. You know, you get those high balls like that, though, and you know, my friends and I, we have a name for those when they're just kind of hanging there. Somebody hits a shot, they hit it too high, it's going to be right in your wheelhouse. You're standing right at that kitchen line, and you're ready to just put that thing away. We call it the 99%er because 99% of the time you should absolutely hammer that shot, and 99% of the time you find a way to mess it up.
Yeah. Sometimes the easiest shots are the hardest to make.
7, 2, 2.
Catherine and Riley on the cusp here of finishing this in 2.
Riley tried a little deception on that one, and how about that? Zielinski hangs with it for the finish.
Yeah, great concentration from Heartland and Courtney Zielinski.
7, 1.
If you're Heartland and Courtney, I mean, you kind of know what you're up against here in this match, and not that you're taking the court thinking, hey, we're likely not going to be victorious, because everybody, you got to be confident and think you're going to win.
Sure.
But at the very least, you're also like, hey, you know what? Let's go out there, see what happens, and just represent. We got a chance to be on the court with the #2 ranked team in this tournament. You get a real chance to see where you're at. And by the way, Riley Newman, you give him a 99%er, and he's going to 99% of the time he is going to hit the right shot.
Yeah, you don't want to give Riley an overhead. I mean, heck, you don't want to give him anything, Dave, but it's kind of hard when you're playing against him not to give him anything. Traditionally, the game has really sped up recently. I think it favors a player like Riley Newman, who loves speeding the ball up and knocking the ball into their opponent's grill. So that's what he's doing here. They're having a lot of success.
Timeout in Orlando. We'll be right back.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on.
Back in beautiful Orlando, Florida. First match of the day, full day of coverage here on Tennis Channel as well as on our live streams, wherever you're catching us. Thanks for tuning in. And be sure to tell a friend
7, 2,
as We are excited to continue to grow the sport of pickleball, and I mean, having this event at the USTA National Campus is just yet another sign of how this sport is absolutely exploding. And the names of the corporate sponsors continue to get bigger and more recognizable. It's just been so great to see the growth of this sport, Clark.
Yeah, it's been tremendous, and what a beautiful facility we've got to host this insanely large and competitive tournament. I mean, so many tough first-round matchups for some of these players because these fields in the pro mix, pro singles, and pro doubles draws are just stacked.
Parenteau with a little misfire there to give Zielinski and Jones a little bit of a shot here to try and climb back in. Can they capitalize? Jones tries to catch up to that shot from Newman, and Newman played the angle perfectly.
Yeah, not only does Riley use a two-handed backhand on almost every single one of his shots, he also plays with a very Western grip. Unlike a lot of players in pickleball, it's not a common grip to use, but advantageous for him, generates a ton of topspin because of how far over his hand is on that grip, on that handle.
8-2-1.
Zielinski and Jones unable to capitalize on their two service opportunities, so now Newman and Parenteau just 3 points away from advancing to the round of 16.
Yeah, at this point in the match, I'd like to just see Courtney and Hartland build their confidence a little bit, kind of go for some shots and just stay loose.
Side out.
That'll get the side out.
Maybe saved Hartland a little bit there. It looked like that ball was going slightly wide.
By the way, that's the first roar of a jet engine overhead, I think, that I've heard in this match. So maybe the flight patterns aren't taking them right over the national campus yet today. That's likely to change. Jones doing a great job keeping this thing alive. He tried to split the middle, but it's a little deep. It was a great thought.
Yeah, great defense. That's the fight I'm talking about with a guy like Hartland Jones. Not going to go away easily, and he's going to get nearly any single ball back.
And Newman puts another one away. So side out back again to Parenteau and Newman, still 3 points away.
8-2.
Catherine going back to get that one off the baseline, then able to get back up to the kitchen. And the misfire there will make it 9-2.
Yeah, it's too good from Catherine. I mean, great get on that lob, and then to knock it down the line of Hartland Jones and open up the middle of the court.
Well, and the other thing you notice too here with Catherine and Riley in this matchup is, you know, how easy they can get from the baseline to the kitchen line. It's, you know, it's a skill to be able to keep your opponent back on that baseline. And, you know, Zielinski and Jones, as well as they've played, you know, that's going to be tough to keep the #2 seed on that baseline. They're able to get wherever they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many strengths, not a lot of weaknesses to their games, as you mentioned. Turning defense into offense is one of their biggest strengths. And their aggression is another one. They are so good at speeding the ball up and continuing to just kind of keep their foot on the gas pedal.
And here we go on match point. And Jones loses the firefight. Zielinski and Jones, their trip to the PPA center court is complete with an 11-1, 11-2 loss to the #2 seed, as Newman and Parenteau do what they're expected to do. There's a 2 seed against the 31 seed. You would expect it to be over pretty quickly in dominant fashion, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, Riley and Catherine just too much. I think they'd be too much for most of the teams in this draw. I mean, that's just how good they are, despite how good everybody else is. You know, I'd say replicating a level of theirs is near impossible. Only a few teams in the draw, I think, can do it. But Riley and Catherine expected to, of course, make it to the finals, and off to a good start here.
They'll take on Salome Davidze and Anderson Scarpa in their next match. Our coverage will continue after this timeout.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Hertz, let's go.
The Hertz PPA National Championships are brought to you, of course, by Hertz. Let's go. By our friends at Chase Bank. By Baird, your place for wealth management. By DraftKings, Daily Fantasy. By Engage, the official paddle of the PPA National Championships. By Guaranteed Rate. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Dave Benz, along with Clark Benassi, coming to you from the USTA National Campus. And our continuing coverage of the Pro Mixed Doubles continues with the #1 seed, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, both of whom advanced in their singles brackets to Championship Sunday yesterday, and they are going to take on the 33 seed in this tournament. And you know, it's going to be another one of those where, hey, can you maybe catch Ben and Leigh a little bit, maybe not firing on all cylinders because it's their first match of the day, Clark. It's going to be an uphill battle, though.
Yeah, Leigh and Ben Johns will take on Cass Hogue and Zach Parks, two newer names to the pro scene. That being said, they both have a ton of talent, otherwise they wouldn't be here. And as you said, they're going to have to catch Leigh and Ben Johns on a bad day, which rarely happens. So they're going to have to replicate the level that Ben Johnson and Leigh bring to the court. It's going to be very tough to do, Dave, but all they can do is play their best, tighten up, and commit as few unforced errors as possible. That's what you've got to do against a team of Leigh and Ben's caliber. As we mentioned, talking about players resetting, having played in one event one day, then playing in a different event the next morning. Talk about the two that do it best. Leigh and Ben Johns both made it to Championship Sunday in their respective pro singles draws yesterday. Now they're back out on the court the next morning playing together in pro mixed doubles. Talk about what I would call a dynasty too, Dave. Ben Johnson and Leigh Waters seemingly unbeatable. They are so solid, so consistent. They bring the firepower and aggression when it's needed, and then they'll slow the game up and soften it up when they do need to as well. But what makes them so lethal is Leigh playing on the right side, Ben on the left side, and Allyce sliding over almost off the court at times to sit on that two-handed backhand, leaving Ben Johns kind of free reign to roam about the middle of the court and sit on his forehand, his backhand, whatever he wants to do. So they have a lot of unspoken chemistry. They move together. I always say that the best mixed doubles teams almost act like there's a string attached between the two of them. They shadow each other's movement. Nobody does it better than Ben and Allyce. So tough task for Cass and Zach Parris.
Well, they're excited to have the challenge. You know, I mean, that's we talked about it in the last match. You get an opportunity to take on a dominant and well-known team. Let's go out there and see what happens.
Sure. Have some fun, build some confidence early on, and say take it to them from the start.
So Hogan Parks in the far quarter on the right side, and Parks tries that backhand. It's a little bit deep, so that'll give the serve over to Waters and Johns. Ben unable to catch up with that one. How about the reaction out of the crowd?
She said, look, Mom, I got a point against Ben Johns and Leigh Waters.
Well, no point for them, unfortunately, but they did win the exchange. They forced at least it to a second server.
Right, they won the point, but no score.
Yeah.
1-0-2.
Cass Hogue, who is out of the University of Florida Pickleball Club. She's from Ponte Vedra, Florida.
2-0-2.
Played in a couple of PPA events, has Cass Hogue.
Point.
And Waters and Johns doing what they're expected to do, getting out of the gate quickly.
3-0-2.
Oh, man, that is just filthy. Not much Zach Parks could do about that.
No. Great spot from Ben. Sped it up into the grill, into the chest area of Cass Hogue. Used that as a shake and bake for himself to put it away on the second shot.
Point.
And yet another point.
5-0-2.
Parks able to put one 5-hole through Ben Johns there.
Allyce and Ben Johns having a bit of a laugh. They're having a good time here early on. I'd love to see that.
Second serve.
And
Parks.
Zach read it.
Yeah.
0-5-2.
I think it's cool to see, too. Ben usually plays on the left, Allyce on the right. They've switched it up here, maybe to just kind of get used to a different look, give themselves a little bit of practice on opposite sides. That being said, they do switch it up every once in a while, but usually it's Ben on the left.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that Ben and Allyce really don't care.
I think they could play I formation and still beat a lot of teams.
Yeah, exactly.
5-1-1.
But the other thing is, too, here's the thing. If you're Ben and Allyce, right, and you know this is a kind of a match where you're probably, let's face it, not to throw shade at Parks and Hogue here, but Ben and Allyce are probably going to win this match. They're probably going to win this match pretty easily. So this is the kind of match where almost you know, is it like an NFL exhibition game? Let's go out and try some things. Let's try maybe being on the opposite side and see if there's different things that maybe we can use strategy-wise that we might be able to pull out when we are in a match against a team like a Newman and Parenteau, when we are going to need something to pull out of the bag.
No, it's a great point.
The Ernie attempt there by Parks. Oh, you can't hit it twice on one side, but that was a nice try.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ben likes to try. I've heard him say, even in higher level matches, he likes to try different things because he's always looking to improve. I think that's what makes him one of the best players. You know, you can't, you know, I kind of go back to the phrase change or get left behind, and I think that's something he's embodied really well as the sport continues to grow, as you get higher level players entering the field, entering the pro scene. he's going to have to continue to get better and better, despite being as good as he is. So he's always trying different things, even against higher level opponents.
And a Leigh into that back corner. Parks dives out of the way and calls it out. So it's going to be side out. So go over to Hogs and Parks at 1-8. Yeah, you know, to underscore your point, when I was calling NBA games, we had an NBA seminar one year. Mark Cuban came and talked to our group, and Mark Cuban said, you know, one of the things he hates more than anything is when he talks to somebody and they say, yeah, this is how we've always done it. He said, that's nails on a chalkboard. Like, I don't want to ever hear somebody say, well, this is how we've always done it. That means that you are not evolving, and you are probably eventually going to get left behind.
100%.
Ben, an unforced error there into the net.
Yeah, a bit of a rarity for him. I'd encourage any mixed doubles pairing looking to make it to the next level. Watch film of Ben Johnson and Leigh Waters. I mean, they do it. They do it the best.
Of course, not everybody can do what Ben Johnson does, but you can try to emulate it. At 9-1 right now, 2 points away from taking game one.
Side out.
Ben takes that one from in front of Annalie, but puts it into the net, so the side out keeps Hogan Parks alive here in game one. That one might have been going out. And Hogue puts a paddle on it.
1-9-2.
So 1-9-2. Oh, right down the boulevard for Zach Parks.
Yeah, nice play from Zach. It's got the 7-10 split, Dave.
Side out.
Into the net, so the side out. Our man Steve Taylor, who works a lot of these broadcasts for us on Tennis Channel, he came, told Dave Fleming and I when we were doing the Newport Beach tournament a couple weeks ago that they've been using the word the boulevard for that middle part of the court. So
right down Main Street.
Yeah, I've been dropping that in a little bit.
Too good for Ben.
That's too good, and it's too much, and it's 11-2 in game one. Annalie and Ben are a game away from advancing to the round of 16. We will have game two from Orlando coming your way after this quick timeout.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Leigh Waters, a lot to smile about. She was recently named to the Forbes 30 under 30 for sports. Prestigious honor for her at just the age of still 15 years old.
Yeah, wild.
Next youngest person on that list was 23 years old. And Ben Johns, he could also be on the 30 under 30 list.
Yeah, he could. I'm kind of surprised he's not.
Well, they probably, in fairness to Forbes, I don't think I saw any one person from more than one sport represented. So Ben's got a couple of years before he's approaching 30.
Sure.
So, in fact, he's got, I believe Ben's still 23 years old. So he's got a lot of time before he gets to 30.
Ben all over the place on that one, having a little bit of fun with that point. Tried the no-looker down the line, almost got Cass Hogue, but she was ready for it.
By the way, this is, I checked during the timeout, this is officially the second ever PPA event played by both Cass Hogue and Zach Parks. It's the first time they've ever played a PPA event together as a team, and it's the first time that they've ever played a PPA event in the pro division. So, you know, they did win their first match of the day, so kudos to them. And hey, you want to play as a pro? Here you go. Here's what it means to be a pro on the PPA tour.
Yeah.
The Ernie attempt by Parks. And the exchange is won by Waters and Johns.
Yeah, as you said, you want to play on the pro tour, you want to play on the PPA tour. These are the teams you've got to come up against. What Ben does so well is he hits that first shot not thinking about getting the winner. His whole idea is, I'm going to hit a first shot at my opponent to set myself up for the put away, the next shot. Does it better than anybody out there.
Misfires there, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he's playing chess when a lot of other people are playing checkers.
No doubt.
He's got the entire thing mapped out in his head, recognizes what's happening on the court quickly, and just so good. He's as much a student of the game as he is somebody who works to perfect his craft on the court.
Yeah.
And another point.
Yeah, it's just a ripper down the line.
Ben, I mentioned yesterday we had him on our podcast, the Press Box Party, last week. He and his sister Hannah were on, and it was so great to talk to him. And you know, Ben talked about how he had coined the phrase that pickleball was his Goldilocks zone, because he was a really good tennis player playing against his brother Colin to help Colin, as Colin made it on the pro tour for a little while as a tennis player, and he was also a really good table tennis ping pong player. And Ben said, you know, the great thing about pickleball is it felt like it was a sport that accentuated his strengths in both tennis and table tennis, and really didn't require any of the areas that he didn't feel were strengths for him in those sports. So he felt like it was just a perfect combination for him.
Yeah, big-time table tennis player. Certainly has a lot of translatable skills between table tennis and pickleball. Pickleball, in a way, is kind of like larger scale table tennis mixed with, of course, badminton and tennis itself. So I encourage anyone that comes from a racket or paddle sport background, whether that's racquetball, squash, table tennis, or tennis.
Oh, Ben puts that one away. Yeah, I would tell people, I tell people a lot of times that aren't, although I will say this, Clark, I don't think there's really anybody out there anymore that doesn't know what pickleball is. I think there's a lot of people that probably still haven't played, but
sure,
you know, in 2016 when I did that first US Open, it was like, people are like, what? What's pickleball?
Yep.
That's not really the reaction anymore. Everybody pretty much now knows what pickleball is, but for the few that don't, when they ask me, I'll say, you know, hey, it's like a cross between tennis and table tennis. If you could shrink yourself down to like a Lego-sized figure and put yourself onto a table tennis court, that's what it is.
That's a perfect way of putting it. Yeah, and you're right. Nearly everybody knows or has at least seen pickleball played now. Huge testament to how fast the sport has grown and how addicting it is for so many people.
2-6-1. Hogan Parks, if they could reel off a couple of points, could maybe make this thing interesting, but that serve is long.
Ben played that ball, looked like it was out, but I think they're just going to play anything that's relatively close, Dave. You know, they want to warm up a little bit, get the groove, find their stride a little bit, so they'll hit as many balls as they can this opening match.
And when this match is over, Ben and Annalee will tell Zach and Cass to be on the 18th green at 9 p.m. wearing their best clothes. And welcome to the PPA Tour. And for anybody who doesn't get that reference, you need to watch Happy Gilmore.
Great movie.
That is just a little bit. Did that catch in? I thought that was long.
Thought it was long as well.
Yeah, it was long, so they're going to move to the second serve.
7-2-2. Side out.
Side out gets it back over to Hogan Parks.
Yeah, Ben and Annalee not doing anything too special, just playing fundamentally sound pickleball at the moment, looking for the opportunity to speed things up and then put the ball away.
Second serve.
Got to admit, I'm a little bit surprised. We were commenting on Ben's color coordination yesterday, and the colors are on point again today, but long sleeves with black, and it's already in the mid-70s out in the Florida sun. I don't know.
You never know what you're going to get out of his wardrobe.
I don't know that we're going to. I suspect when we see him on center court later on the next match, he's not going to be wearing black with long sleeves.
I'd like to agree, but you never know with him. You just really don't. He keeps you guessing.
Timeout being taken here, and we will step aside for a breather as well. More to come from Orlando here on Tennis Channel.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Back here in Orlando, glad to have you along on this Friday morning, just after 11 a.m. local time here in Orlando.
Time in.
Day 2 of the pro portion of this PPA Hertz National Championships at the USTA National Campus.
Side out.
And out of the timeout, the side out as Hogue unable to get it over the net.
Second serve.
And we'll move to the second server here.
Always good to see Annalee and Ben having a good time, smiling, laughing out there.
Well, I mean, the world is their oyster right now. At least the pickleball world certainly is. That'll be mishit there by Cass Hogue. And move it to 8-3. The team of Shelby Bates and Jake Kuzmiter are awaiting the winner of this match.
Point.
They're the 17th seed. They defeated Steve Deacon and Brooke Buckner
9-3-2.
in their opening round match.
Point.
Oh, Cass wants that one back. Zach set her up nicely. A little bit of a, I guess it was a Burt technically, went across court for the Ernie.
That's going to take us to match point. Misfired there by Leigh Waters. So Hogan Park's still hanging on here. Nicely placed shot there by Parks.
Yeah, beautiful inside out there from him. Open the paddle face so he could go to the right.
4-10-1.
To the left of Ben Johns. Ben's backhand side is a great spot.
Second serve.
That'll move us to the second serve. No matter how this one plays out, and I think we all pretty much know how this is going to play out. If you're Hogan Parks, you know, you got a chance to play against the #1 seeded team in the tournament, the #1 team in the world. You know, on the scoreboard, it's fairly one-sided, but it's not a complete blowout. There's a lot to feel good about, and you got to play on Tennis Channel on center court at the USTA National Campus. I mean, that's a pretty good day.
Yeah, pretty good day. Respectable performance by Parks and Hogue. Certainly have a lot to take away from this match, a lot to learn, maybe look back at.
This is match point number 3, by the way.
Oh, that's nasty.
And the third tries the charm. Ben puts it away.
The fake backhand to the forehand, speed up. Force cast to pop it up. And as you said, Dave, not too surprised that Ben and Annalie got it done. They're smiling during the point. I mean, how great is that on center court?
Yeah, not a lot of pressure for them. Not a lot to lose if you're Parks and Hogue. They got a chance to play in front of a national television audience. That's pretty cool. But Waters and Johns, as expected, moving on to round 2. Back to Orlando in a moment.
New People Pickleball.
The Bubbly Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Hertz, let's go.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my...
Back here in Orlando, Florida. It is summer-like conditions on this December 2nd morning as we continue our coverage of the Hertz PPA National Championships at the USTA National Campus. And this next matchup, this is a pretty good one for kind of early in the draw. The 5-12 matchup with some very notable names. Callie Smith and AJ Kohler, the 5 seed. They'll take on Irina Tereshchenko and Pat Smith. And you talk about a couple of teams that have some designs on trying to play well into the draw. Only one of them is going to advance. And I don't know which one I think I would put my money on if I was working some DraftKings angles on this one.
Yeah, this is a tight, fun matchup we've got for you all today. It's AJ Koller, the Iceman, and Callie Jo Smith taking on Irina and Pat Smith, as you said. And looks like Irina and Pat Smith called each other. They both wanted to wear pink today, so they're looking sharp. And AJ in the all lotto gear. But talk about a player who's got fast hands and a player who's risen up the ranks. I mean, AJ Koller, a man that's really impressed me both on and off the court. He's a great person to talk to, super entertaining, a great guy, but his hands are tremendous in terms of how much speed and anticipation he has at the net. And he's got very strong wrists, and he used that to his advantage. Can create some angles off of the dink just in and around the kitchen that a lot of other players cannot. And then on the other side, he's got a partner that is as steady and powerful at the same time as it gets, and Callie Jo Smith, who I would not want to play against. I'm glad I'm not out there right now. And Pat Smith and Irina Tereshchenko have a tough task against them. Certainly AJ Koller and Callie Jo Smith are the favorites coming into this one, expected to win, but Pat and Irina have got the skills to take them down. It's just a matter of can they put that type of performance together. As we mentioned, Pat Smith and Irina Tereshchenko won their first round matchup to get themselves here, and what an opportunity they've got.
Yeah, meantime, Callie and AJ, they were supposed to have played one match to get here, and well, the team of Dustin Wells and Valeria Wells, they withdrew. So it was Smith and Kohler able to advance, and I take that back. And Wells did play. They did play. It was their first round matchup that withdrew. So they got to play Smith and Kohler in the last round, but Smith and Kohler made light work of it, 11-1, 11-1. And while we have a quick second, let's get to our DraftKings player profile on Pat Smith, who was born in Munich, Germany, and then came to the United States, played Division I college tennis at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and uses the Electrum paddle. And he is now somebody who calls the Wichita, Kansas area home. And you know, it is kind of interesting, right? You think about the pickleball hotbeds of the world, right? And you got Naples, Florida, obviously. You've got you could say the Seattle area, because Bainbridge Island, of course, is the birth of pickleball. And then for whatever reason, it's Wichita, Kansas, and Kansas City, that whole Midwest area.
Yeah, I might have to go check it out, because there are a ton of high-level players living in that area nowadays, including Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova.
Yes, indeed. So you've got Kohler and Smith in the near court, Tereshchenko and Smith in the far court. Tereshchenko, who played so well in Newport Beach, got to championship Sunday. And, you know, the amazing thing to me is Irina is as good as she has been in her PPA Tour career. She has never won a PPA gold in doubles. She has won a couple of PPA golds in singles. She's never won a PPA gold in either mixed or women's doubles.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, because as you said, she is so darn talented, but just goes to show you how much talent is in this field, how much talent plays on the PPA Tour. Wild that she hasn't gotten a gold in doubles or mixed. Could see it coming, but again, with the talent, it's just so difficult.
Smith puts that one away. Yeah, and I did, as I mentioned, I spoke to her briefly yesterday when I got here in Orlando and talked to her about that, and she's like, oh yeah, she's aware of all the silvers that she's won in the various doubles competitions, and she would love to be able to get that first doubles gold.
Oh yeah, these pros put so much pressure on themselves to win gold, to win triple crowns. They don't really like silver too much, Dave.
So a lot of times, you know, bronze in some cases to people in a lot of formats. I know there's different formats for different tournaments, but sometimes people feel good about a bronze because it means you won your last match.
Sure. Yeah, one thing I'm going to look for here, and one thing for the viewers to look out for, is AJ Koller's movement here with Callie Jo Smith. Callie is very athletic, but one of the things AJ does so well is moving into the middle of the court and really taking over and hitting those kind of wrist flick shots that are very deceptive, where he holds the paddle face as long as possible so as to disguise where he's going before speeding it up off the paddle face. So I think as this match goes along, he'll build and increase the aggression, increase the movement. He'll start to kind of move all around the court, but he and Callie Jo Smith have such low athletic stances, almost like a shortstop, and that's what I tell people that I teach. So you bend your knees, you get down low, keep your chest up like a shortstop. You're in a much better position to defend and attack. And these two do it so well. They are so athletic. Their movement is incredible. Callie Jo Smith, another player for players looking to go to the next level to really replicate and copy. She is incredible in terms of putting in the work off the court. Does a ton of workouts in her garage and outside where she lives in Utah. Someone that's moving her feet constantly and really embodies the phrase staying on your toes.
Irina goes up top, gets back to the kitchen line.
Second serve.
And into the net to move to the second serve.
Pat Smith's got some incredible hands as well, Dave, and he's really going to look to put away any and all opportunities he's got, just if that ball hangs an inch or two above the net.
Callie puts that one away with authority.
Yeah, it was a great drop shot to set that up as well. Another ball that's dipping at the net and into the kitchen. Hard to defend.
Move it to 4-3-2.
Point.
And Irina into the net. So another point and a 2-point cushion now for Smith and Kohler.
5-3-2.
It was a good attempt to speed up from Irina, but Callie read it, slid her feet to the side so she could sit on that backhand. Able to help herself and AJ win that point. That's the key. The game has gotten so aggressive. You've got players speeding the ball up right into your chest, right into your grill. So the key is to anticipate when your opponent is speeding the ball up and to slide one way or the other so you're sitting on your forehand or backhand. You're able to counter that attack.
Right, so you're not caught with it at the center of your chest.
Exactly.
Smith and Kohler open it to a 7-3 advantage, so Tereshchenko and Pat Smith decide they need to take a timeout. We'll step aside for a breather as well. Back to Orlando in a moment. Back in Orlando, the Hertz PPA National Championships. Callie Smith holding the ball right now. And Smith and Kohler have opened up a 7-3 advantage here in game one. The 5 versus 12 seed. Pat Smith with the backhander, and he able to get back into play. Smith tries a little finesse dink, and that ends up being the winner in that exchange.
Yeah, cools a cucumber there from Pat Smith with the drop shot. Had AJ and Callie back pretty far behind the baseline. Smart play.
3-7-1.
Quick hands by Kohler. Tereshchenko does a great job catching up with that one, but not much that they could do. Kohler was just having himself a field day at the kitchen line right there.
Yeah, he was working that point. Great ball placement on those last 2 shots from AJ.
Side out.
And the side out on the long serve.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with players missing serves in singles because, again, it can set you up so nicely for that 3rd shot, but in doubles, got to make your serves.
Point.
Irina into the net. It grows to an 8-3 margin.
8-3-1.
As Kohler continues to serve.
Point.
And make it 9-3.
Second serve.
Tereshchenko stops the bleeding.
Yeah, good spot from Irina at the feet of AJ. That's where you're looking to attack a decent amount of the time is down at the feet of your opponent.
It's been 6 straight points by Kohler and Smith after this thing was tied at 3.
Point.
And make it 7 straight points. That'll take us to game point here.
Yeah, as you're the first big come on in this match from Callie Jo Smith, who tends to be loud when she plays, gets herself fired up. Great defense from her.
Point game.
And Irina into the net, and that's all she wrote for game 1. So how about Kohler and Callie? They roll off 8 straight points here to cruise to an 11-3 win in game 1.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but Callie and AJ brought it from the start.
Game 2 coming your way after this timeout.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. PaddleTech, let's go again.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back to Orlando, Florida. Dave Benz hanging out with Clark Benassi as we continue day 2 of our coverage of the Hertz PPA National Championships. It's all mixed doubles all day long. And then when day gives way tonight, coming up tonight, it's going to be the Bros versus Pros as the Gronk brothers will be on hand in a Celebrity Pro-Am event here at the USTA National Campus. All proceeds going to benefit the boys and girls, or so half the proceeds going to benefit the boys and girls clubs. $150 will get you a chance to play with a pro against the Kronk brothers if you're anywhere in the Orlando area or want to get to the Orlando area to be a participant in that later on tonight.
0-0-1.
Yeah, it's going to be a great event. Would not want to be on the receiving end of an overhead from one of the Kronk brothers.
Into
Second
the
serve.
net by Pat Smith on the backhand.
Yeah, he wants that one back.
0-0-2. Point.
Wonder with Pat Smith with the shirt, is that a rolled up sleeve or a cut off
yeah,
sleeve?
no, it's a signature look. He rolls up the right sleeve. He's always done it. Maybe to show off the guns. Maybe it makes his arm a little more aerodynamic when he's swinging through the air on the ball.
Yeah, I've seen it before with him. I just don't know if he actually cuts them off or rolls them up, but it's maybe it's just a comfort thing as well. You know, people get little idiosyncrasies, not just it's not exclusive to pickleball and all sports.
No.
And Kohler puts that one in a tough spot for Smith to return. I'm
Yeah.
thinking about it now. I'm regretting. I saw Ryan Sherry. I mentioned after we got off the air last night. I'm regretting I didn't ask him about the sock change that he had in his game last night against Tyson McGuffin.
Interesting situation. Would love to hear the logic behind it.
Backhand.
AJ in that previous point got so big at the net, and his reach is very deceptive. You think the ball's maybe going to Callie, and he just steps over slightly, kind of claws the ball back into the face of the opponent.
Point.
It's another good drop. Callie and AJ, high percentage on their third shot drops at the moment. Shots dipping into the kitchen, allowing them to get up and really sit on the front foot.
They switched sides beautifully there after AJ went to go take that one in front of Callie.
Second serve.
Pat Smith eventually wins that exchange.
Yeah, heads up play from Pat and Irina. It's great defense from Callie and AJ, but
3-1-2.
Pat and Irina were a little too much there.
Point.
Hear the frustration out of Pat Smith.
Hey, maybe a little frustrated too about Germany, his home country, who didn't make the round of 16 in the World Cup yesterday, Dave. They got knocked out, eliminated in the group with Costa Rica, Japan, and Spain. I've talked with Pat a lot about soccer. He and I are both big soccer guys, so we talked a lot about it in Texas, and certainly could be part of the frustration today out on court.
Well, I am a very casual fan of the beautiful game. I would not say that my soccer knowledge is you know, fantastic by any stretch of the imagination, but I am looking forward to seeing Team USA. Do we know they're playing the Netherlands? Is that correct?
They'll be playing the Netherlands tomorrow.
Tomorrow, or I thought it was Sunday?
Great hands from AJ Koller. They'll be playing them tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
I thought it was Sunday. Okay, I'm glad you told me that, because otherwise I would have been waiting for it on Sunday.
Yeah, a huge game. Super pumped for it. I think most of the people at this tournament are. I've been talking about it a lot. Arguably the biggest game in the Federation's, the men's team's history in the last 8 years.
9 a.m.
10 a.m. Eastern.
10 a.m. Eastern.
Coverage
Perfect.
will start at 9.
Well, because you and I aren't on the air tomorrow until 2 p.m. So thank you to Dave Fleming for that that schedule, so I can sit and enjoy that soccer game tomorrow. Smith and Kohler trying to add to this 4-1 lead after already taking game one, and indeed they will make it 5-1.
Yeah, that was a great spot. And a lot of times what teams will do, AJ and Callie just did it right there, is that final shot, the opponent thinks it's coming with a lot of pace, and they take pace off of it and just decide and opt for placement over power. Wow, another ball that caught the line, but
since this thing was tied 3-3 in game one, Smith and Kohler have scored 14 out of the last 15 points.
It's been all firepower from them.
Point.
And make it 7-1, and you wonder if Smith and Tereshchenko, and I was going to say, are they going to use a timeout? And indeed they are.
Yeah, just a little bit of maybe lack of focus, lack of concentration from Pat and Irina, not taking anything away from AJ and Callie, but it's been all them, as you said, since early in the first game.
We'll step aside, back to Orlando in a moment. Back in Orlando, Florida, Callie Smith and AJ Kohler
7-1-2.
feeling pretty happy about where they're sitting right now. Up 7-1 and already up 1 game in this best 2 out of 3.
Point.
And another point to make it 8-1.
What a spot from AJ, just right down Main Street.
8-1-2.
That's where the space usually is in pickleball, down the middle, and if you can spread your opponents out wide, got a chance at going for a winner, as AJ did in that previous point. It's another good ball from him. He extends his arm so far into the kitchen line. He's got incredible deceptive reach, and again, the quicker you can take that ball out of the air, the less time you're giving your opponents to adjust to the next ball. Does that better than anybody. Oh boy.
Point.
Another point.
Yeah, that's a put away that Pat hits in his sleeve, just unlucky there.
So match point here for a berth in the quarterfinals.
Side out.
Side out keeps Terashenko and Smith alive.
1-10-1.
Gotta admit, I expected this to be not as one-sided as it has been.
No, I think a lot of people thought the same thing, Dave. I did too.
Kohler barely moving.
Wow, good point.
Callie hits it long.
It's the funny thing about pickleball. I almost think about it, a pickleball match as a tiebreaker in tennis. It happens so quickly. And when a team is on, when they're on fire, they're on. And Callie and AJ have just been on fire.
Second serve.
That is wide, so move to the second serve at 2-10-2.
I probably would have hit that ball, Dave.
That's going to be deep. Take us to match point number 2. What's the worst feeling when you hit one you know you shouldn't have, or when you don't hit one that you should?
That's a really good question.
Second serve.
Callie into the net. I feel worse when I don't hit one that I should have. When I hit one I shouldn't have, it's like, well, my instinct was to hit it.
Sure. When you let one go and it drops in, you sit there saying, why didn't I just smack it?
Yeah. Well, there it is. It took 3 match points, but in the end, Smith and Kohler win it 11-3, 11-2, and they're into the quarterfinals already.
Yeah, super consistent play from AJ and Callie. We talk about how the top players in the world on the pro tours are those that are the most consistent. Callie and AJ displayed incredible consistency. A lot of fundamental pickleball being played. They got their drops in. Their hands were great at the net. Took it to them.
We're stepping aside. Our coverage from Orlando will continue after this quick timeout.
There's never been a better time to get away. with a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
He stands a titan in the arena, a legend of the game that holds one thing above all else: the will to endure. Ferocious in attack and relentless in his pursuit to be the best, to be number one. Tyson McGuffin and Selkirk Sport, champions of pickleball.
The 2022 PPA Hertz National Championships coming to you from the beautiful USTA National Campus in Orlando, Florida. It's been a whole lot of fun watching pickleball take over this legendary tennis campus. Dave Benz alongside Clark Benassi and our Tennis Channel crew along with you as we continue our mixed doubles coverage, day 2 of the mixed doubles, and our next match will be the 4 seed against the 13 seed. Jessie Irvin and Jay Davillier will take on Rachel Retker and Travis Rettenmeyer. And Clark, you know a lot about Travis Rettenmeyer. He's someone that you actually have spent some time on a court with.
Yeah, Travis is a great guy, first and foremost, but a phenomenal former college tennis player and pro tennis player turned pickleball player, like many of the athletes out there that have picked up a pickleball paddle and not gone back to tennis. But tremendous guy, one of my good buddies that lives with me in the St. Pete, Florida area. I have the pleasure of getting to play with and against him a couple times a week at our local spot, Crescent Lake Park. So shout out to the Crescent Lake community. Just reinvigorated my love for pickleball, and he's been someone that's been phenomenal to learn from, to get advice from. As I mentioned, former pro tennis player, was ranked as high as 57 on the ATP Tour. Wow. And of course, he's used that foundation of tennis knowledge, tennis skill, and translated it very effectively into pickleball. He's come on the scene, I'd say, in the last year to year and a half at the most, but really within the last year is where he's skyrocketed his game. Finished third in pro mixed doubles at the PPA Texas Open, has had quite a few great results. Of course, he is heavily involved with Major League Pickleball. He's the owner and a player on the Florida Smash team. He's got a great partner in Rachel Retker, sponsored by Yola, and a former college tennis player herself. And they're going to give Jessie and Jay some trouble. I truly believe that. Jessie and Jay, as I like to call them, Jay and Jay, of course, a tough mixed doubles team to take down because they play together so frequently. And when a team plays together as frequently as Jessie and Jay do, they've built up so much unspoken chemistry. They are just so skilled on the court. They know where each other are. They set each other up for the kill shot. But Travis and Rachel are going to be a tough team to beat. They're going to bring the firepower all day long. Travis has some of the best hands in the game as he knots up his shoelaces there to get ready to go. I'm excited for it, Dave.
Yeah, you mentioned Rachel's college tennis. She played at Elmhurst University, which is in Illinois. She is an Illinois native. And out she's enjoying being in Florida right now. Illinois, not exactly great time of year. I love Illinois, love Chicago, but not necessarily in December.
Yeah, I lived in Chicago myself from the fun months of January to March. It was not super enjoyable in terms of the weather. Great city, of course, like you said, but a little bit warmer here in Orlando, Florida. Also wanted to mention Travis did actually take down Jessie and Jay at the PPA Texas Open for a bronze medal. So he's played against the two of them before, and I think that familiarity helps so much with being able to come up against a big team and put together a performance that can potentially knock them out.
Our referees for this one, Norm Clinscale is the lead ref. Isabel Gauthier, excuse me, is the second ref. And you know, I'm definitely liking the fashion I'm seeing right now on this court.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on, Dave. A lot going on, a lot to unpack.
Travis, that is an awesome looking shirt that he's rocking.
Isn't it? Yeah, I forget the name of the brand. I'll have to look it up. He was wearing a similar styled shirt in Texas when I actually got to call his match. So pretty cool that we've got the St. Pete connection, hang out every so often and get to call some of his matches. This is great. I think you're going to look for two things out of the two males, you know, in pro mixed doubles especially. What you really notice is the woman kind of being the solid, consistent rock, as I like to say, on the court, setting up their male counterpart for the kill shot to be able to just get aggressive, slide into the middle of the court and get big, so to speak. And Travis and Jay will both look to do that. Both look to really press the issue and speed the ball up whenever they can. They've got incredible hands, so it's going to be a really fun one, really high-level match. Would not be surprised in the slightest if this went to 3 or if it was just a close match in general, maybe a couple 11-9 types of scores going back and forth.
This for a berth in the quarterfinals. So Rachel and Travis, is this their first tournament together?
They have played together before. I'm not exactly sure where. I can't remember. I'm sure I'll have a friend listening text me in just a second, but I know they have played together before.
Do you know anything about how they came together?
Don't know the backstory behind it. I'll have to ask Travis and maybe can mention it tomorrow on the air, but such a solid pairing. I mean, I'm glad the two of them are playing together. It's a high-level team. It's going to be tough for their opponents.
Yeah, your phone is blowing up right now, asking you shall receive.
I'm sure we'll see it soon. We'll see it soon. But they have played together before. I just can't remember where.
And good look at Jay Davillier there. I mentioned earlier that I talked to Jay this morning before he got started with his day about playing on center court yesterday and about his match with Ben Johns. And, you know, he said that it was really the conditions were a little bit trickier than maybe they appeared on TV. He said there was definitely an advantage to being on one side of the court versus the other.
Yeah, 100%. In pickleball, it's funny, you almost always hear from the players, at least the ones I talk to, yeah, the north side of the court was better, the south side. There's always one side of the court that I think the players tend to favor more because of the direction of the wind. Most players tend to play against the wind as opposed to with it. I think when you're playing with the wind, your ball has a tendency to, of course, sail out a lot more frequently, whereas if you're playing into the wind, you can let that thing rip, man, and it's going to stay in, sit in behind the baseline. Got a text from my buddy Graham D'Amico, involved with the Florida Smash, heavily involved with pickleball, my good friend down in the St. Pete, Florida area. Rachel and Travis did play together at the Beer City Open in Michigan, so this is their second mixed doubles pairing. Or mixed doubles outing, rather. So it's going to be a fun one. I'm super excited. Both teams, rather, are going to bring it. Let's get this thing going, Dave.
And we are just about ready to get this thing underway. Yeah, the Beer City Open has become a pretty impressive event as well.
No doubt.
So here we go. And how about that? One serve, 1 point. It's going to be that easy for Ricker and Rittenmeyer. Probably not.
Too good. too good from the start. You know, I think it's just so important to note and realize, again, pickleball happens so quickly. Every point carries so much weight. It's so important to just stay mentally focused and dialed in the entire time.
Off the net, it doesn't get over. And out of the gates quickly for Rachel Ricker and Travis Rettenmeyer. Winner of this moves on to the quarterfinals, and already 4-0.
Yeah, I can tell you, I've been on the receiving end of a couple hard drives like the one you just saw from Travis off his paddle, and they're not easy to defend.
By the way, not only does the winners move on to the quarterfinals, we know who they'll play. They'll play the winner of the match we just saw. They will take on AJ Kohler and Callie Smith in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that'll be quite the matchup looking ahead into the bracket.
0-4-1. Second
Make it 0-4-2.
0-4-2.
And the first point of the match for Irvin and Davillier there.
1-4-2.
And Recker gets tagged. Tried to get out of the way, it couldn't.
Yeah, good shot there from Jay. One thing that I notice with players like Jay, Travis, just really talented former tennis players, is the grip they're using on the handle itself. Traditionally speaking, whether it's tennis or pickleball, a lot of players tend to hold their paddle with a continental grip, aka a hammer grip, holding the paddle like a hammer or like you're shaking somebody's hand. But as time has gone on, players like Ben and players, of course, in front of us now, Travis and Jay being some of them, have rotated their hand outwards so that their paddle face is at a more slanted angle, and they're able to brush up on the ball a lot more naturally and effectively, generating more topspin. So you'll see the ball off of Travis and Jay's paddle really dipping down a lot harder and biting, so to speak, at that net. That's because of the grip they're using. Their hand is rotated out more, and they're able to really brush up on that ball.
That's just great inside knowledge there, shared by you, Clark.
2-4-1.
Most important thing is, you know, you go with what you're comfortable with, but you know, once you get comfortable, try maybe and expand that a little bit. See, you know, does this help me a little bit if I change my grip just a touch?
3-4-1.
Good look at the grip there by Davillier. And Davillier, a little misdirect to tie this thing up at 4-piece.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Jay. You know, I spoke about it earlier, but he is so big already as a human being, but he does a great job of really getting big in the middle of the court. Nice misdirection from him there.
Recker unable to get it over the net. It's 5 straight points now for Irvin and Davillier.
Yeah, it's a good little comeback from them to pull even in this first game, or take the lead, rather.
Second serve.
And well-placed shot by Rettenmeyer to force it to the second serve.
5-4-2. Point.
Make it 6 consecutive points. One more and you feel like maybe Rettenmeyer and Recker might think about a timeout.
Side up.
And that was well played at the net there by Travis.
Yeah, Rachel went for the speed up to Jay's backhand side, which Jay doesn't really have a weakness, but he's very good on his backhand side. I don't know if I would want to speed up to his backhand.
Yeah, you're probably not going to come out with a happy result.
Regardless of where you go on Jay.
But they bucked the odds on that one. Get the point here to stop a 6-point run, get it to 5-6. Jay ducks out of the way.
Yeah, good idea from Rachel. That's what you'll see a lot is players kind of holding the paddle till the last second and then maybe trying to attack middle where the space tends to be. Just a little long from her there.
And Davillier with the put away.
Yeah, a little high from Rachel there. Jessie is so solid on those dinks, especially on that forehand side. The nice just little kind of slice really put pressure on Rachel there.
It's the one thing about pickleball that, you know, I think is probably something tennis players need to get used to. And most are able to figure it out pretty quickly. But that dink part of the game, that's something that you don't have in tennis. So, you know, to figure out that finesse and not leave that ball high, it's, you know, it is an art to be able to get that thing to clear the net with the smallest of margins.
Yes.
Davillier wide on that backhand.
Yeah, good play from Rachel there. A couple mistakes from her, and I think she needed that one to build her confidence a little bit. She's, like a lot of players, using a two-handed backhand almost exclusively. Did a great job at defending it there.
Travis, some quick hands at the net.
Yeah, and the French Allyce from Travis.
Davillier having a couple of what could have been winners returned and then gets tagged. Great defense, and credit Rachel for hanging in there.
Yeah, phenomenal defense from Travis and Rachel. Way to turn defense into offense. We talk about it a lot, just working your way from the baseline back into the kitchen.
Second serve.
A few lead changes here. Rachel and Travis Rettenmeyer were off to a quick start. Jessie and Jay brought it back, and it's now Travis and Rachel with the 1-point lead.
Jay lays off that one. So side out gets it back over to Jay and Jessie. Jay misfires on that lofted ball.
Yeah, Dave, that's something we've seen more and more as the game has progressed and time has gone on, is the lob sort of coming back and being more of a used shot at the pro level. Rachel tried for it there.
Oh, Travis putting one away.
Yeah, pancaked that ball right inside the line.
7-7-2.
And another great job by Travis at that kitchen line. So the serve going back over to Recker and Rettenmeyer.
Yeah, as I talked about, that's something we're going to consistently see this match from Jay and Travis, trying to slide into the middle and take over, speed up where the space is.
Second serve.
Great job on the finesse shot there by Davillier. Recker couldn't get to it. By the way, you called it. You said this thing would, you know, be tightly contested. And how about 7-7 here in game one? Going right back and forth with Recker, although Rettenmeyer getting himself into the action, and then he tags Davillier with the backhand.
Yeah, good aggressive play there from Travis. Sliding all over the court.
8-7-2.
Oh, beautifully played by Davillier there. And he held that paddle just perfectly to be able to make it go different in a different spot than it looked like it might be heading.
Yeah, deceptive kind of inside outer there from Jay Davillier. And that's what you get when you just hang the ball up just even a half inch against these pros that are so good.
So 7-8-1, and we'll move to 7-8-2.
Yeah, this is a huge side out opportunity for Travis and Rachel. On the flip side, a huge opportunity for Jessie and Jay to tie it up.
And indeed they do.
Hey, 2.
Travis doing his best to put one away, and Jessie doesn't flinch, and Travis finally works the angle to get the win.
Yeah, it was great defense from Jessie. Travis was a little too much there. Great angle to put that point away.
By the way, I'm checking the bracket here because we've got the 4 seed, right? And we've already seen the 2 seed, Parenteau and Newman today. We've seen the 1 seed of Jansen Waters. So I was looking to see what's happened with the 3 seed of Kovalova and Wright. And how about this? Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova have already been knocked out. They lost their first match of the day.
Unreal.
To the 30 seed, Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long. And Oshiro and Long win it 11-8, 6-11, 11-9. So Kovalova and Wright will not have a chance to win a gold or a silver here in Newport Beach.
Yeah, I mean, how often do you see that? That's insane. I'm pretty speechless. Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long. I mean, a great team nonetheless, but Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright, you expect to make the championship Sunday in mixed doubles almost every single tournament. So
well, you certainly expect to see them at least in the quarterfinals, not to lose their first match of the day.
9-8-2.
Wild result. Got 9-8-2 here.
Backhand by Irvin, couldn't be caught up to.
Yeah, screen there from Jessie. Travis is a player that likes to get fired up. Jessie and Jay like to get fired up as well. Have a feeling that's not the last come on or yeah we're gonna hear.
8-9-1.
So 8-9-1 with Irvin and Davillier trying to tie this thing back up. And the point there does tie it up. You know, you talked about Jay and Jessie, how much they played together. They did reach Championship Sunday here last year at this tournament and ended up falling on Championship Sunday, losing to Riley Newman and Catherine Parenteau in the gold medal match. So, you know, they'd like to duplicate getting the Championship Sunday and have a different result. But right now they're just trying to get out of this match against Ricker and Rettenmeyer.
Yeah, I mean, this is as good as it gets here. What a tight first game.
10-9-1 game point here for Irvin and Davillier.
Second serve.
That'll move it to 10-9-2.
Yeah.
Travis saying not so fast, so game point number 2.
Yeah, Travis and Rachel apologize for that one. That's just unlucky.
They let that one go.
Yeah, huge side out. Fought off a game point there from Irvin and Davillier.
9-10-1.
Irvin and Davillier keeping Rettenmeyer and Ricker back, and they'll move it to the second server at 9-10-2.
Yeah, it was a good attempt at a drop from Travis. A
9,
lot
10,
of power
2.
and pace on that ball from Jay.
Recker and Rittenmeyer end up on the opposite side of the court, and Recker hits one that Davillier couldn't catch up to, and we're tied at 10. Let's go to extras.
Yeah, it's a good spot from Rachel. I think it was
10,
falling
10,
into the
2.
corner of the court, so Jay had to hit it.
And then Jay, after Rachel and Travis were switching sides, Jay takes advantage, puts it down the boulevard, and the side out will get it back to Davillier and Irvin. So they'll have a chance to try and get these final 2 points to close this out, but not before a timeout being taken by Recker and Rittenmeyer. And we'll step aside for a quick break as well. Back to Orlando after this timeout.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. Ah, there we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
Well, tied up at 10-10. Recker and Rittenmeyer used the timeout, hoping that they can try to force a side out here. Recker lobs it up. Jay able to track it down. Oh, how about that? Jessie completely had Travis fooled and paints the corner.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing with mixed doubles. The men carry so much weight and pressure to really get into the middle of the court and stay aggressive that sometimes going behind the men down their backhand line can be advantageous. Jessie did it there.
Game point number 3. And we're going to go to game point number 4.
Eleven, 10, 2.
And how about this? They've staved off 4 game points, and now they get to serve back.
Yeah, I love that. A little apology from Rachel, and then it turns around and a big high five to her partner. Looks like her ball clipped off the net cord slightly, but they'll take it, of course. As we wait for the plane to fly overhead.
Yeah, kind of surprised that they would have halted play, but
10, 11, 1.
Now we will go. So 10, 11, 1. Oh, misfire there by Davillier to tie it back up at 11.
Yeah, smart play from Rachel. Just honestly stuck to the fundamentals there. Dropped the ball into the kitchen line. A little bit of spin on a great spot.
Second serve.
Into the net, so that'll move to the second server here. Still at 11-11.
Yeah, on those ones, you'd almost rather the ball hit low into the net because it was so close. Leaves you wondering had it been an inch higher.
Ooh, Jay just kept that one in. Jessie playing an angle. Oh. And how about this?
Wow.
Now it's going to be game point for Ricker and Rettenmeyer.
Talk about lead changes, Dave. This first game's had quite a few. It's been a back and forth cagey affair.
It's the 5th game point we've had. First game point for Ricker and Rettenmeyer. Oh, and not so fast, says Davillier. We'll take the serve back on the side out.
Yeah, it looks like Jay kind of out of the corner of his eye saw Travis creeping over for the poach opportunity. Sent it down his backhand line.
11, 12, 1. Second serve.
Into the net to move to the second serve. 11, 12, 2.
11, 12, 2.
And into the net to tie it back up at 12.
Twelve, 12, 2. Point.
So Long on the return to make it 13-12, and this is game point number 5 for Irvin and Davillier. And there it is,
Wow.
Davillier, the backhand into the corner. It took 5 game points, but in the end, Irvin and Davillier, or J and J, over R&R, 14-12 in game 1.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see game 2 be just as tight. This is a good one going on right now here in Orlando. And we will bring you game 2 after this quick timeout here on Tennis Channel.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Back in Orlando, Florida, Dave Benz, Clark Benassi, our Tennis Channel crew, along with you. Day 2 of our 4 days of coverage, and the mixed doubles all day here on this Friday. Tomorrow will be the men's and women's pro doubles, and then championship Sunday. on Sunday. Winner of this match gets a chance to move on and try to punch their ticket for Championship Sunday. And right now, Davillier and Irvin feeling good about where they're sitting, up a game, but 14-12 in that first game. It certainly was not easy.
No, super high-level pickleball in the first game. Would not be surprised if we saw the same in the second.
Rettenmeier well defended by Davillier, but finally Rettenmeier able to crack through.
Yeah. Great point there. You notice that the ball coming off of Travis's paddle has a lot of angle to it, kind of goes up and then dips back down. The reason why he's hitting so much topspin, why so many high-level players hit topspin, is because the court is so small, you don't put any angle and depth and action to your ball. It's just a flat ball that's a lot easier to counter. So the whole goal is to really create a lot more angle with your shot so that it can get over the net, of course, but also dip back down into a precarious spot, making it a little bit tougher on your opponent.
Jay lets it go. Jessie emphatically screams out. So a 2-0 advantage here for Irvin and Davillier.
1-0-1.
Excuse me, 1-0 after that first point. Now a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, and Rachel and Travis Rettenmeier just have to reset after that first game. It was a close one.
Well, that's a pretty good way to reset out of Travis right there.
I'd say so. I'd say so. We talked about it yesterday, you know, having a game point opportunity and then turning around and losing the game can be so tough mentally, but you've got to reset and move on to the next one. Travis and Rachel are, of course, going to try their best to do so as they converse with one another here.
They get the side out.
0-2-1.
And get the ball here at 0-2. Davillier.
Too good. From the flying Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, there was really not much Rachel was going to be able to do with that. It was perfectly placed, and it had a whole lot of speed on it. And then Jay can't return the serve.
Yeah, it was a good serve. Kept it low, put a lot of pace on it.
1-2-2.
Wow. Simultaneously. I mean, just quick work at the net.
Yeah, high-level exchange there. Great shoelace grab from Jay. Travis Rettenmeier and Rachel Recker, just a little too much there.
And then Jay with the backhand.
Yeah, phenomenal defense from Jay and Jay. Travis sped that ball up, and Rachel did the same. But just resolute defense from Davillier and Irvin.
Jay had a thought to land it in that back corner, but he misfires.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot, Dave. You and I have mentioned letting the ball go when it's going out, being such an unspoken, underrated, under-talked about skill, but.
And now R&R are going to get the serve back at 2-2.
2-2. I'll recall. 2-2-1. Second serve.
That time it was Rachel trying to paint a back corner, and she's long.
2-2-2. Point.
Yeah, Jay maybe lost the flight of the ball there. Travis put some pace on it, but Jay kind of acting like he should have gotten that ball back.
Jay gets out of the way of that one. And the side out, so 2-3.
2-3-1. Point.
Yeah, just unlucky pop up there from Rachel.
Yeah, you leave it high like that, you give Jay some options.
Yep. Yeah, she'd like that ball back, obviously. Jay and Jessie will take that one. And again, yeah, as we talked about this potentially being a tight match, it's 3-3 in the second.
Second serve.
Oh, just long.
Yeah, great consistent dinking from Jessie, who's one of the best in the biz. Half battle throw there. She wants that back as well.
Yeah, you know what Jessie is one of the best in the biz at as well as an ATP. We haven't seen a single one yet in this match.
We have not.
Side out.
Jessie unable to get it over the net. And Clark, do you think that that's a conscious decision? I mean, you know, sometimes the ATPs present themselves, but do you think Rachel and Travis had a discussion like, hey, let's try to make sure we don't put anything out there on the side of the net for Jessie to exploit?
Sure, 100%. I mean, these players nowadays, I talk about it a lot, are just so skilled. They can do any and everything with the ball if you give them just the slightest opportunity. And that's one of the things I even look to do as a doubles player, is trying not to leave my dinks falling too far wide, because you'll get punished for it.
Travis down the boulevard, and a 4-3 lead now for Ricker and Rettenmeyer.
Yeah, good start to the second game for Rachel and Travis.
Side out.
So side out gets it back at 3-4 now.
3-4-1.
Oh, beautifully played shot there by Rachel. Jay lets it go and ends up guessing wrong. 3-4-2.
Side out.
And side out gets it back over to R&R.
4-3-1. Second serve.
Nice job by Jay. Quick hands at the net again.
Yeah. Love the headband look from Jay, don't you?
Jay's always got something going on. Great job by Travis to catch up to that, but then that opens the court for Jay.
Yeah, smart play from Jay. Drop out wide, followed by the finisher.
Now that's one of those where, you know, Jay was planning that out. If he wins it on the first attempt, great. If not, he knows he's going to have that open court more than likely to finish it.
3-4-1.
That's going to be long and wide.
Great exchange. What these players do so well, noticing it from Travis, you know, Jay as well, all really the top level players, is knowing when to speed it up and when to slow it down. Just because you are in a firefight or a fast hands exchange does not mean the entire point needs to conclude that way. Sometimes you need to show a lot of discipline, and after a couple fast, quick shots, need to maybe reel it back in a little bit, kind of progress with a few slow, more conservative shots, and then speed it right back up. So it's all dependent on the situation, but these players are playing so well to the situation they're in.
R&R take a timeout. We'll step aside for a moment as well.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
Well, Jay Davillier and Jessie Irvin, they are up 1-0 here over Travis Rettenmeyer and Rachel Retker. But it has not been easy. It's been just nip and tuck this entire match. Davillier and Irvin trying to see if they can get a little bit of breathing room, up just a single point here. There's an ATP, and well executed by Travis Rettenmeyer.
Yeah, too good on the backhand side from Trav.
5-4-2.
Way to keep his eyes and his hands locked on the ball.
Great quickness by Travis, better defense by Jay and Jessie.
Yeah, and how about that drop from Jessie at the end? Travis showing a lot of firepower, thought the point was potentially going he and Rachel's way, but exceptional focus and defense from Jay and Jessie.
Side out.
Side out gets it back over to Retker and Rettenmeyer.
4-6-1. Second serve.
And unable to catch up to that one was Retker. So move to 4-6-2. Travis with some words for Rachel. This is an important point here in this match. You can't give the serve back. You don't want to fall too far behind, already down a game. Jay does just keep that one in. And now the serve is going back over to Irvin and Davillier.
Wow, Travis was all over the court there. They almost came up with the point. Rachel's ball just a little low into the net.
6-4-1.
As you said, Dave, a huge side out for Jay and Jessie. Chance to extend the lead.
And into the net, so it's 7-4. And now Irvin and Davillier just 4 points away.
7-4-1.
That'll be wide off the paddle of Retker. And a timeout is going to be taken by R&R. Oh no, I thought I heard him call for a timeout.
Yeah, I thought I did too. I would like to see a timeout, but they're going to play on.
Yeah, mentally, I thought there was one. I thought I heard them call for one.
Timeout receivers. 9-4.
And now we will get the timeout. Maybe we were just getting signals from the future there. 8-4. Irvin and Davillier trying to close this thing out. We'll step aside. Well, the planes are flying into Orlando, Florida. Orlando International Airport, right down the road from the USTA National Campus. Right now, it's Irvin and Davillier that feel like they are flying high, leading this 9-4. 2 points away from closing this thing out. And make it 1 point away. So match point number one. It took Irvin and Davillier 5 game point opportunities in game one. Rettenmeyer and Recker actually had 1 game point opportunity in game one. And,
Great hands.
Yeah, really great hands.
And a great spot too. It's not enough to just have great hands and get your paddle on the ball. You've got to put it in a good spot, as Travis did there.
Match point number 2. Well, there it was. We called it. We said the Jessie Irvin ATP had not been seen in the match. We get one right there,
Yeah.
and it closes it out.
Yeah, I mean, not a better way to finish that match. It's incredible play from both teams. One thing I also noticed was Rachel standing a little bit off the kitchen line on a lot of the net points, a lot of the kitchen play. I know she likes kind of taking the ball off the bounce, whereas some players prefer their feet right at the line so they can take more balls out of the air. Just a little thing to note, but Travis and Rachel put up a great fight. I think a turning point, of course, was their opportunity to, win that first game. Jessie and Jay were just solid. They stayed focused and dialed in the entire time. Some great play from both teams, but Jessie and Jay take the cake.
So they move on to the quarters. Our coverage continues from Orlando after this timeout.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Welcome back to sunny Orlando, Florida. This is Clark Benassi. My co-commentator Dave Ben stepped out for a moment. Excited to be bringing you all live action from today's pro mixed doubles draw here at the PPA Orlando Hertz National Championships. What great weather we've got for you all today. If you're not at the facility, at the venue, it was a windy, sunny one yesterday. Today it's still sunny, but a little less wind. The players that I've talked to are in love with the court conditions at the moment. And this is quite the matchup we've got for you all coming up here. Ben Johnson and Leigh Waters, the Dynasty team, the 1 seed in today's pro mixed doubles draw, taking on Yana Grechkina and Ben Newell, the couple out of the Kansas area. Is set to be quite the matchup. Of course, Leigh Waters and Ben Johnson, you see the 1 number next to their name. They're the 1 seeds, no surprise whatsoever. And if you've never been able to watch these two play, you're in for a treat. They are as consistent and aggressive as it gets. They are so precise on the courts, able to move their opponents around like a puppet, and they'll be looking to do that today against Ben Newell and Yana Grechkina. Ben, the only lefty on the court, will see that open up some different angles for he and Yana, give Ben and Leigh a little bit of a break, or a little bit rather of a different look, some different angles as we talk about lefties posing sort of a different threat. Yeah, but Ben, Dave, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Ben and Leigh, they had a little bit of a trouble in game 1 of their last match. We saw them on center court in their first match of the day. Then on their second match, they took on Shelby Bates and Jake Kuzmaider. And that game actually was 11-8 in the first game. But then Waters and Johnson hit the afterburners. They won game 2 11-0. So they're feeling pretty good. But we'll see what Grechkina and Newell have in store for them. And you're right, having the lefty look could change things up just a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Ben and Yana, you know, as we talked about Yana yesterday playing singles, both former tennis players. Of course, that helps tremendously in pickleball nowadays. But the key always against such a difficult team to beat is to get out to a fast early start. So I think the game plan for Yana and Ben will be to, of course, tighten up those unforced errors, make as few as possible, of course, but also to take some chances. I think against a team like Ben and Leigh, really in pro pickleball nowadays in general, you've got to try to capitalize on any and all opportunities presented to you. So there's really no point in being too conservative or too patient. I think as time goes on, we may see Ben and Yana go for more, maybe a little more conservative early on, but would certainly be a proponent of them taking some chances, going for some lines. We'll see if they can't give Ben and Leigh a fit. As you mentioned, Dave, Ben and Leigh were in a tight first match previously, won 11-8 in the first game, took the second 11-0. So you're going to get pushed, you know, despite being the 1 seed, you're coming up against some really talented opponents. So no surprise there that they were in a tight game against Kuzmaider and Bates. But Yana and Ben have got the skills and the knowledge to beat a team and work a team like this. It's just, can they do it and come up with the end product? And against Ben and Leigh, that's just super difficult.
Well, how about having a couple of Bens on the court at one time? Ben Newell goes by the moniker Benny Bombs. So we'll see whether or not Bombs or Johns will be the better Ben in this matchup.
Yep.
And berth in the semifinals on the line here.
Yeah, interesting too, of course, Yana and Ben are engaged. And it's got to be interesting playing with your spouse. They did actually get married a couple months ago, rather.
0-0-2.
Not sure I could do that personally, play with my spouse or my significant other, but they seem to do it pretty well, Dave.
Well, they're going to be put to the test for sure.
Side
It doesn't
out.
get much stiffer of a test than taking on the #1 ranked tandem of Leigh Waters and Ben Johns.
Of course.
0-0-1.
They do force the side out to start this thing, though.
Second serve.
That backhand from the baseline, unable to get up over the net, though, so move to the second
0-0-2.
serve. Well, hey, credit the defense on that to keep it alive. Ben and Allyce, there were about 3 or 4 shots that most teams wouldn't have been able to return. And then Yana wisely gets out of the way.
Yeah, smart play from her. Ben and Allyce are going to bring the firepower early, so Ben Newell and Yana got to be ready.
That caught the net, so it's a light and a reserve. By the way, I stand corrected. Ben continues to rock the black with the long sleeves.
Unfazed by the heat.
1-0-2.
Well, and as we mentioned yesterday, yes, Ben is a Maryland native. Yes, that's where he calls home. But Ben has been no stranger to Florida. He has spent plenty of time down here training early in his career, training alongside Kyle Yates.
0-1-1.
You know, I always think with Ben too, it's like the kind of his pickleball path, right? It's, you know, he was learning pickleball and perfecting pickleball
Second serve.
alongside Kyle when Kyle was the dominant force on pickleball. And then Ben teams up with Simone Jardim, and kind of Simone helps, you know, be the mentor to Ben as he was young and kind of coming up. And now Ben is at the pinnacle, and now he's got Allyce, and Ben is kind of, you know, in some ways the mentor for Allyce. It's kind of just pickleball evolving and playing itself forward.
Yeah. And Yana and Ben Newell with just a couple unlucky exchanges here early on. Yana's going to put that away.
That was nasty.
1-0-2.
1-0-2.
Point.
Make it 2-0-2.
Point.
And quickly a 3-0 advantage for Waters and Johns.
Yeah, and against a team like Allyce and Ben, you can't miss returns. Of course, Ben Newell wasn't trying to do that, but just speaking to the fact that consistency is going to be the key here against such a powerful, consistent team.
Ben speeds it up, and another point.
Yeah, smart from Ben, kept peppering that left side of Yana, and Ben opened himself up for an attack.
That one just does not get over the net, so a break for Newell and Grechkina.
0-4-1.
Curious that
Second serve.
Yana continues to use the Grechkina name after the. It'd be easier to be Newell and Newell, at least from a broadcaster perspective.
It does sound like I will say Grechkina has a very pickleball, Tennessee racket sport kind of name to it, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Ring to it.
You know. Yeah, and I don't know that Yana Newell rolls off the tongue either. So maybe that's, you know.
4-0-1.
But we digress.
Point. Timeout.
Ben with the
5-0-1.
backhand right
1
into
minute.
Newell. And a timeout is going to be taken here by Grechkina and Newell.
Yeah, a lot of unforced errors from Yana and Ben Newell at the start of this one, and they're going to have to tighten it up as much as they can.
5-0. We'll step aside. Back to Orlando in a moment. Well, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, they won their last game of their last match 8-0. And they've yet to give up a point in this game.
Time in.
Ben and Annalie bringing it from the start. Of course, would like to close this out early.
Make it 6-0.
6-0-1.
Oh, how about that angle Ben played right there?
Too good. You thought he was going to go down the line, went back across court and left Ben Newell on skates. Winner of this match will take on the winner of Smith Kohler against Irvin and Davillier, which should be a fun one as well.
Point.
I'll tell you what, this is heading, it looks like it could be heading towards getting pickled. 9-0.
Point.
And make it 10-0, so pickle point here in game one.
10-0-1.
On game point number one. And that does land in. So game point number 2.
10-0-2.
Into the net by Grechkina, and that will indeed finish the pickling process. 11-0.
In the blink of an eye, Dave. Yeah. I mean, a couple opportunities for Yana and Ben for some even putaways at the net, but Ben and Annalie just too solid, too consistent.
So we'll step aside. Game number 2 coming your way from Orlando in just a moment.
Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
Welcome back to Orlando, Florida. Dave Benz, Clark Panassi. Glad to have you along, whether you're watching us on Tennis Channel or one of the live streams. We are thrilled to be on board here from the USTA National Campus. Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, #1 seed in mixed doubles, #1 seeds in singles.
0-0-2.
And they pickled Grechkina and Newell in game 1.
I wanted to give a quick shout out to our lead referee for this match, Denise Smith, along with the second referee, Larry Havard. And we don't thank them enough for what they do. It's not an easy job whatsoever, and they do it out of passion for the sport. So again, super thankful for their help all weekend long, for everything the referees do to allow us to play and have a great time.
0-0-2.
Point.
And a first point going to Waters and Johns.
Yeah, Dave, I don't think it was as much firepower from Leigh and Ben as it was just mistakes from Newell and Grechkina in that opening game. See if they can tighten it up here in the second.
Yeah, the one exchange when Ben and Leigh actually flashed the firepower, it was well defended by Ben and Yana, but the finesse and the angles, I think, were played at a much higher level by Waters and Johns.
Sure.
And Ben right there, I mean, a nonchalant backhand, just absolutely devastating.
3-0-2.
And before you can blink, it's 3-0. That's going to be wide, so make it 4-0.
Yeah, it's just a low percentage shot there, trying to go for an inside-out slicer, kind of sitting right on the line.
And that is going to be long by Yana.
Thought I heard timeout, but they'll play on here. It's getting away from him pretty quickly.
Ben going back and forth with Yana. And then Ben Johns puts it away.
Yeah, and Ben Newell kind of hits himself on the chest, tells Yana it was his fault, that one.
1 minute.
Happening fairly quickly.
And now Ben and Yana will use the timeout. We'll step aside as well. Waters and Johns in control in the Sunshine State.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice. Because that's what we do.
Well, how about this? Leigh Waters just kind of entertaining herself. And, you know, you talked about her soccer prowess. She was an excellent soccer player.
She was already kind of some hints of getting recruited potentially to play in college. I mean, she's an exceptional athlete, so I don't think that should surprise anyone that she had pretty high potential and success in the sport of soccer. I'm a soccer player myself, and juggling that ball is not easy, let me tell you, but...
Well, it else is not easy is being in the quarterfinals of a PPA event and pickling your opponent. And Ben and Allyce, they're halfway to doing it for the match, not just for game one. But Yana and Ben get to serve back here.
0-6-1.
See if they can at least get that first point on the board.
Point.
And there it is. They get a little bit of help from the net.
Yeah, it's all right. They need it. I don't think they'll apologize for that one.
1-6-1. Second serve.
Unforced there, then we'll move to 1-6-2.
Yeah, Ben Newell using the one-handed backhand most of the time, as does Ben Johns.
Allyce lets it bounce. And that is, well, they played it. I thought that might be out. She played it, didn't call it out. That one is out.
Point.
Yeah, it looked like it was slightly out. Ben and Allyce, two of the most admirable sportsmanship-esque players out there on the tour. They'll play any ball that's relatively close.
I think you just coined a phrase, sportsmanship-esque. Is that a phrase? I like it. That one took about a year to come down. And then Allyce just down the sideline.
How about that circus point?
Had a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun one to watch, man. How about the sky lob from Ben Newell? I think that was going to hit one of the planes if it was flying overhead during that time.
That was that had some loft on it. Grechkina goes up. Wow.
Yeah. And talk about someone that had a great performance in singles yesterday. Yana showed out, played really well. Counterpart Ben Newell doesn't really play singles at all. He's more of just a doubles and mixed doubles player. But that was a well-placed dig there from Ben Johns that kind of just caught Yana off guard, off her feet a little bit.
Side out.
And Yana now showing some aggressiveness. She's stepped it up a little bit here.
Yeah, for as small as she may look, she does not lack that in power, Dave. Exceptional overhead play from her so far in these last few points. We'll see if they can close the gap a little bit more.
Side out.
Well, they leave it short, so serve goes back over now to Waters and Johns, 4 points away from closing this thing out.
7-2-1.
Ben gets out of the way. They'll move to 8-2.
2-1. Point.
Make it 9-2.
Nine to 1.
Ben able to just keep it in. How about the control there?
Yeah, what a spot from Ben. Held that paddle face till the last second and then just flicked it on the backhand side. So smart from him. Of course, he'll say he does that one in his sleep, too. He nearly hits every shot in his sleep. I mean, he's just that good. I like the step up in performance from Yana and Ben Newell in the second game. Allyce and Ben have just been too solid, and I think when you play a team of Ben Johns and Leigh Waters caliber, sometimes you feel like you've got to do a lot more than you usually do. You may have to even speed up the pace of play. I think that's a mistake or a trap, rather, that a lot of these teams can fall into. It's all about really sticking to your gut, sticking to what works for you and your team. And I think they've kind of felt the pressure here without it even being placed on them from the start. And, of course, that compounding with a few unforced errors has put Ben Jansen and Leigh Waters in this spot about to advance.
Well, a lot of smiles from Ben and Allyce, as they've yet to really be tested here on this Friday in Orlando. You mentioned, though, the test could come in the next round. They get the winner of Smith-Kohler against Irvin and Davillier.
Yeah, and Grechkina and Newell got here after defeating Allyce Jones and Spencer Smith. That's a decent victory.
So match point number 1.
Second serve.
And we'll go to match point number 2.
10-2-2.
And that is all she wrote. Waters and Johns dominant in this quarterfinal match. They're moving on to the semis. They win at 11-0, 11-2.
Yeah, too much from Ben Jansen and Leigh Waters. And, you know, a team that wins a lot is sometimes almost the one facing more pressure, having to defend the crown rather than the newcomer, the potential underdog coming in to try to shake things up. But they're handling the pressure, if that's what you even want to call it right now, tremendously. Tons of composure from them.
Well, here's the updated draw for you. The first team to punch its ticket to the semifinals is Waters and Johns. And bottom half of the draw, you've got the 2 seed, the 7 seed, the 11 seed still alive, still waiting to find out who's going to be the other team in that quarterfinals. That match going on right now is between the 30 seed and the 14 seed, and that should be interesting. But coming up next, we're going to have Parris, Todd, and Tyson McGuffin against Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman. That should be a fun one as well. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage from Orlando continues in just a moment.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
The 2022 Hertz PPA National Championships are brought to you by Hertz Let's Go, by Chase Bank, providing a broad range of financial services to almost half of America's households, by Baird, Wealth and Financial Management, by DraftKings, live your daily fantasy today, by Engage, the official paddle of the National Championships, by Guaranteed Rate and by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Been a whole lot of fun on this sun-splashed Thursday. Now 1 p.m. local time here on the East Coast. Thanks to all of you who have made this Tennis Channel coverage part of your day. Parris, Todd, and Tyson McGuffin, the 7 seed in this bracket, taking on the 2 seed, Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman. And Tyson McGuffin, first time he's been on center court today, and last time he was on center court last night, Ryan Sherry ousted him from a chance to get into the finals of the men's singles. Ryan Sherry, the Florida native, was fantastic. So Tyson, first chance to kind of get that taste out of his mouth, at least on this court. He's already played a couple of rounds in mixed doubles on some other courts here at the USTA National Campus earlier today. But this should be a very intriguing matchup between these two teams. Parris, Todd, of course, one of the young up-and-comers here on the pickleball scene. Played a lot of tennis before coming over to pickleball. Spent a lot of time training for her tennis career here in the state of Florida, so she is no stranger to being here in the Sunshine State. Todd and McGuffin got here by outlasting Anna Bright and Tyler Loong in their last match. 12-10, 11-7. That was tightly contested. Meantime, Parenteau and Newman, who we saw here on center court with our first match of the day, they went on to take on Salome Davidze and Anderson Scarpa in their second match, and they ended up winning that 11-2, 11-6. So to get to this quarterfinal matchup, winner of this one will move on to the semis, where they will take on the winner of the Leah Jansen Thomas Wilson and Jackie Kawamoto and James Ignatowich matchup. You hear the crowd getting a little bit fired up here. Decent crowd on hand on this Friday afternoon. We expect the crowds to be even more en masse this weekend. The weather is absolutely perfect here in Orlando with the temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Supposed to top out at 79 today. Might touch 80 tomorrow, but no sort of extreme heat. It is perfect playing conditions. There is a little bit of wind, and the wind did play a little bit of a factor yesterday. We heard Davillier talk about kind of being on one side of the court, being more favorable than the other in his match yesterday with Ben Johns as they battled in the semifinals. So there's a look at Todd and McGuffin on the left side of your screen, Parenteau and Newman on the right.
You got that right. Up first serve? Okay. We had 2 bands on.
And we are just about set
Game 1, time
to play some pickleball.
0-0-2.
And Newman and Parenteau begin with the serve at 0-0-2, and they quickly get the side out. So McGuffin and Todd in the near court will take over. Chance to go on top first. Newman tries for the ATP, and he leaves it short. So first point of this match belongs to Todd and McGuffin.
Second serve.
And I'll move to 1-0-2.
1-0-2.
Riley Newman, the backhand, and then the put away.
Yeah, not somebody you want to get into a fast hands battle with, Dave. Riley Newman, the best in the business when it comes to fast hand exchanges.
Second serve.
And Parris Todd puts it down near the feet of Riley Newman.
0-1-2. Side out.
Of course, Parris Todd and Tyson McGuffin, Dave, are
1-0-1.
a relatively new pairing. That's because Leigh Waters, the mother of Anna Leigh Waters, out the rest of the year with a torn ACL, or rather the rest of this and next year with a torn ACL. So Tyson and Parris, the all Selkirk matchup, partnered up together, and not a team I would want to face.
Side out.
Tyson unable to get that over from the baseline.
0-1-1. Point.
And Parenteau speeds it up. Todd unable to catch up to it.
1-1-1. Second serve.
Well-placed shot there by Parris.
Yeah, it's too good from her.
1-1-2. Side out.
Definitely the most difficult matchup of the day for Newman and Parenteau.
1-1-1.
It's crazy to me that Parris Todd and Tyson McGuffin are the 7th seed. I mean, again, a testament to just how competitive this field is today in pro mixed doubles.
Second serve.
Tyson couldn't catch up to that one. You know, the thing I'm sitting at looking at, you know, Parris obviously is not only known for her abilities on the court, but she's also known for her fashion and her fashion line wasted. And you see how perfectly, you know, dressed she is for this match. And then you're next to Tyson McGuffin, who, you know, you feel like he would just kind of come out wearing anything that might just be available at the moment. He does not put a lot of thought into what his outfit is going to look like. But that is kind of his look, right? I mean, he's the everyday guy.
Point.
It's a great spot down the middle. Yeah, Tyson with the sleeveless look, as we're accustomed to seeing. It'll be interesting to see how he and Parris continue to evolve as a partnership as this year ends and as next year begins.
Oh, how good was that out of Tyson McGuffin?
So good. I call him the mullet man.
Well, he certainly lives that. There's no question. I'll tell you what, though, it would be interesting if this combination moves on to see, you know, how ridiculous it would be for, you know, some random tournament next year, middle of the season, they come rolling out in coordinated outfits. I think everybody would be blown away.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's definitely that could certainly be coming in the near future.
Riley catches up to it off the net, but it's wide.
Yeah, already noticing Riley, I'm sure many viewers are too, sliding into the middle of the court, trying to take over, just get big and really take any and all balls he can.
Oh, what a great backhand by Riley, right at his former men's doubles partner, Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, Riley's got such a big frame and puts so much pop and pace off of the paddle. Definitely want to keep it away from him as much as you can. It's just so difficult because he's so active up there near the kitchen line. That being said, I think the opportunity presents itself for Parris and Tyson to go behind Riley down his line when he's creeping into the middle.
Second serve.
Move to the second serve. I always do love seeing when Tyson and Riley are on the court against each other because they spend so much time as a as a men's doubles team. You know that they know each other's game inside and out. How about Parris Todd taking it right at Catherine Parenteau right there.
1-2-1.
That's a great shot from Parris. Well done to speed it up into the chest area of Catherine, force a pop-up.
Riley, the backhand at Parris.
1-2-2. Side out.
And Tyson unable to catch up to that one.
Yeah, such a deceptive good shot from Riley. You never know where he's going to put the ball, and that just makes him such a threat.
2-1-1.
Great action by both sides here. Wow, Tyson did his best to keep that alive, but in the end, Riley, too much.
Unbelievable play from Riley. Actually started that whole sequence with an effective speed up into the body of the opponent.
Point.
That'll be long, so 4-1-1 now.
You hear the term shake and bake a lot in pickleball, and well, that term, of course, comes from Talladega Nights, the legendary Will Ferrell movie, but it's essentially when you're hitting one shot to set yourself or your partner up for the kill shot. So the first shot has nothing to do with trying to be a winner. It's all about forcing a pop-up, and Riley does it for himself better than anybody else out there, in my opinion. Speeds that first ball up into the opponent's chest area, shoulder area, knowing that he can force a pop-up and put that next one away, and he's had so much success with that move so far in this match.
The side out gets it back over to
1-4-1.
Todd and McGuffin.
Second serve.
This is just too good right now.
Yeah, Riley's looking sharp and focused.
1-4-2.
Catherine gets a favorable bounce off the net. And then hit long by Parris Todd. So Parenteau and Newman will get it back here at 4-1.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that idea. The space was there for the middle winner. Just a little long.
The Ernie by McGuffin, well defended. And Riley got crossed up, and a little applaud for McGuffin from his former teammate, and I'll move to 4-1-2.
Point.
And Riley goes up and puts it down. The lead grows to 5-1.
Timeout receivers. 5-1-2.
And Todd and McGuffin have decided they want to use a timeout. Still just a modest 4-point lead, but Todd and McGuffin feeling like momentum's on the other side. They want to try and stymie that right now.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
Back here in Orlando, Florida. Dave Benz, Park Benassi. Glad to be a part of your Friday as our Tennis Channel coverage of the PPA Tour.
5-1-2.
The Hertz PPA National Championships, to be exact, continue. Oh, Riley Newman, great job coaching up with that. And another point.
6-1-2. Point.
Make it 7-1. You know, I don't know if there's a way to, I mean, I'm sure there is. I'd love to see us get to a point in pickleball where the analytics get to a point where you could see what percentage of balls are taken by players in doubles. Because, I mean, I would guess Riley Newman is the top tier of balls taken when he's, especially when he's playing in mixed.
No doubt. I know those statistics are being built out at the moment, so we'll continue to see more and more statistical analysis as pickleball develops and grows and as time goes on, of course.
Side out.
Riley's not happy with himself there. Just goes to show you how much of a perfectionist he is and how talented he is. He's up 8-1 in this first game, yet frustrated with himself about a miss.
Second serve.
Yeah, I know pickleball tournaments, and Melissa McCurley, her crew has done a fantastic job. I know that pickleball brackets is now growing as well, and there's been now some integration between those two sites, and that's great to see.
Side out.
And Newman puts it at the feet of Parris Todd. So McGuffin and Todd unable to generate any offense with their two serves.
8-1-1. Point.
A little bit of a miscommunication there between Tyson and Parris. Looked like they both
Timeout.
kind of thought it was their respective ball there.
Well, they're going to use their final timeout here.
Yeah, 9-1. Catherine and Riley not surprised in the slightest that they've come out to such a fast, fiery start. Expecting that every single time that they take the court. Nothing new for the two of those players.
Is Catherine playing in this match? I'm not throwing shade at her. I'm just saying, like, Riley has taken everything.
Right, and that's what mixed doubles is really all about. That's what it's gotten more and more like as time has gone on. It's the male really asserting themselves and taking over the court as much as possible. That being said, playing a team like Riley and Catherine can be so mentally draining because not only are you trying to keep the ball away from a player of Riley's caliber who has such fast hands, such precise shots, but if you do keep it away from him, you're playing against Catherine Parenteau, who's, I think, also pretty good. Wouldn't you say so, Dave?
I mean, Catherine is fantastic, so that's what I'm saying. I certainly wasn't throwing shade at her. I have much respect for her game. But, you know, that's also part of being a great mixed doubles partner, too, is like, you know what? Being able to take a step back and say, you know what, I'm playing alongside
100%.
Riley Newman, and he's dialed in right now, so why would I try to, upset the apple cart here?
Yep, could not agree more. I talk about it a lot. There's a lot of unspoken chemistry between Riley and Catherine. That's what makes them so powerful and lethal on the court, but
Riley, the ATP for profit, 5-hole on McGuffin.
I didn't want to talk during that point. What I was saying is a player like Catherine Parenteau or Jessie Irvin, they do such a good job of exactly what you said, Dave, letting their counterpart, their male partner, take over in the right situation and sliding over to give them the space to take over without them feeling too crowded, because that's a huge thing as the male in mixed doubles is feeling like you can take free reign without your partner sometimes being right on top of you.
10-1-2, so game point number 1 here. And that is game number 1 going into the books in favor of Newman and Parenteau, and they take it in dominant fashion, 11-1. So they are 1 game away from moving on to the next round, and we will have game number 2 coming your way after this timeout.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grit for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, but
Well, Parris, Todd, and Tyson McGuffin, they didn't really find a groove in that first game. You know, that first game, Clark, it was sitting at 2-1 for, you know, a pretty considerable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Riley and Catherine found the afterburners.
Yep.
But we'll see if Tyson Parris can turn that around. But Riley has other ideas to start off the second game.
Yeah, Riley tends to do that. If he doesn't start off on fire, he tends to grow into the game as it goes on. As we saw in the first game, he has just made such a point of getting big, sliding into the middle of the court, and really taking over, so to speak.
Maybe Riley could have had an ATP opportunity there, but he didn't go for it.
Second serve.
Catherine.
How about the touch from Riley Newman, though, on that one potential ATP to just calmly reset it over the net? I mean, silky smooth for Mr. Newman.
Tyson with an Ernie. Oh, and then beautifully placed by Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, and if I'm Tyson and Parris in this situation, I've forgotten completely about the first game, about the score, about the fact that it even happened. In my mind, it's 0-0. Let's start fresh. Keep the foot on the gas pedal, and let's try to get out to an early lead.
Second serve.
So good from Riley.
Yeah, really good. Tyson got handcuffed, not much he could do.
0-0-2.
Move to the second serve.
Side out.
And they failed to take advantage of the serve opportunity.
0-0-1.
So Newman and Parenteau now a chance to take the first lead of this game.
Second serve.
Catherine into the net.
Talk about unspoken chemistry too, Dave. One thing Catherine does so well, she reads exactly when her partner Riley is going to speed it up. So when Riley has to slide over to his right to speed up the ball, Catherine shadows his movement, also slides into the middle to be more prepared and set up for that put-away shot.
And that's something you can only get from spending time on the court together and just having that feel. Oh, I thought that might have been wide, and that's when Tyson took it anyway. And that's when, you know, we talked earlier about, do you feel the worst about hitting one that you should have let go or not hitting one that you should have hit. I think Tyson's just fine with the fact that he hit that one, even though it might have been going out.
Sure.
Oh, off the net, but stays in.
Yeah, they'll take that. Well, Tyson was maybe going to go for the ATP attempt. Elected to reset it back over the net, but they end up on top at that point.
Riley speeds it up and finishes it off.
Unreal. The precision on his speed ups. Absolutely incredible. Again, setting himself up for the kill shot. It's too good.
Side out.
And Riley again. So, Parenteau and Newman get the serve back here at 0-2. Tyson speeds it up. And Parenteau and Newman are just fine with that.
Yeah, they've been on fire this second game. Yes, they're still down 1-2, but regardless, their play's been exceptional.
Second serve.
Tyson and Parris will take that. Need just a couple stops here to build the confidence, see if they can't mount a bigger lead.
Catherine gets Parris involved, and Parris makes her pay.
Yeah, a little come on from Parris. Like to hear a little bit more of that, maybe even a bark from Tyson to get them going. Been a little quiet, potentially lacking confidence a bit, but no doubt in my mind these two have the talent to take this to a third.
2-1-1.
Well defended there by Parris.
Second serve.
But ultimately into the net. That was good though by Parris to go down and get that from Riley. And then Tyson slams it down at the feet of Newman.
Yeah, and there's the bark we were waiting for from Mr. McGuffin.
3-1-2.
The mustache mullet man.
3-1-2.
Point.
And that's long, and 4-1-2. So Todd and McGuffin have found something here.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Parris and Tyson potentially do what Parris just did a little bit more, going behind Riley Newman down his backhand line. Parris did it in that previous point, set herself up well.
Receivers 5-1-2.
Forced the pop up from Riley, but It's a good response here from Tyson and Parris so far.
Yeah, and with that one going into the net, Newman and Parenteau decide to use a timeout. We'll step aside. Back to Orlando in a moment. Back here in Orlando, and a little wardrobe change for Tyson McGuffin during the timeout. You're saying, wait a minute, didn't he have a purple shirt on? Yes, he did, but he went into his bag and just got another version of the same shirt.
Yeah, Dave, I'd fancy to say he's got a few of those purple shirts in his bag.
I would guess that you are more than correct on that. You know, this thing about the tank tops, they don't take up a lot of space.
No, they don't. Not my style, but he rocks it well.
Well, he's got the arm sleeves to go with it. More importantly, the physique from the gym to go with it. So the timeout by Newman and Parenteau does nothing to slow down Todd and McGuffin.
6-1-2.
6-1-2 now.
Side out.
Side out. We'll get it back over to Catherine and Riley.
Yeah, we'll see if Catherine and Riley can't string together a few points here, really put some scoreboard pressure on Tyson and Parris.
Second serve.
And they'll move it to the second serve.
Yeah, another great example of what to do when the ball's bouncing into your side of the court. Tyson waited for that ball to bounce up to the apex before attacking it versus prematurely attacking it. Gave himself a bigger window for opportunity. That's too good from Riley, though.
See if Catherine and Riley here can find a little bit of a spark.
2-6-2.
Tyson doing his best to put it away. Great defense turns into better offense for Riley Newman and Catherine Parenteau. How about Riley signaling to the crowd?
Yeah, what a point that was. And what a finish.
That's a page out of McGuffin's book to play the crowd like that. Great defensive shot there by Parris Todd.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure she saw that one hit the paddle.
Wow. Yeah, incredible.
6-3-1.
Incredible athleticism and movement from her to get that ball back over the net.
So 6-3.
Point.
McGuffin, little roar out of Tyson.
7-3-1.
Oh, Tyson backhand tag of Parenteau to make it 8-3.
What a shot from Tyson. So much precision on that attack.
8-3-1.
Right to the grill of Catherine Parenteau. Not much she could do there.
Point.
Make it 9-3. Yes. Catherine unable to return that
9-3-1.
serve.
Yeah, not a great time for the unforced error from Catherine.
Oh, Tyson, a little misdirection shot, puts it behind Riley. And now we've got game point. And Newman and Parenteau opt not to use a timeout. Into the net, and that's all she wrote for game 2.
Yeah, you can see what Catherine was trying to do there. Tough to attack a ball below the line of the net cord. She tried it, didn't work out. We're going to a third, Dave.
A decisive third game coming up after this timeout here on Tennis Channel.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Back here in Orlando, Florida, we've gone to a decisive third game. Coming up next, it'll be Callie Smith and AJ Kohler against Jessie, Irvin, and Jay Davillier here on center court. And Dave Fleming will be hopping in following the conclusion of this match to take over the play-by-play and take you the remainder of the way.
I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave, Dave. This pickleball today has been exceptional, and it's only going to get better.
Well, we don't have to leave, but we can actually go sit out in the stands and, you know, be a little bit relaxed to take some of this in.
Yeah, I'll join you for that.
Side out.
Well, his top spin usually brings that ball back in right before the baseline, but sailed a little long.
Been a dominant performance in this match by the team that's been on the far side of the court. So I don't know if there's anything to that again today or not, although Parris Todd doesn't really care. She gets the first point of game 3.
Yeah, Parris and Tyson getting fired up after not a great showing in the first.
They will change sides when one of these teams get to 6 here.
Yeah, that's of course just to level the playing field with the conditions, the wind, the sun, etc.
Side out.
Side out. We'll get it back over to Parenteau and Newman.
Second serve.
What a spot from Tyson right down Main Street.
Yeah, down the boulevard.
The boulevard.
Boulevard. Catherine gets out of the way. Proves to be a good decision.
Yeah, one of the things I find interesting is how both Riley and Tyson dink the ball in and around the net, the kitchen area. They both tend to short hop it quite frequently. Wow, what a get.
Great job by Catherine to catch up to that one. Catherine sped it up. Riley finishes it off.
Yeah, great play from those two. A lot of players tend to have that ball bounce up off the surface and pop up before hitting the dink. Yes. Tyson and Riley quite frequently will short hop the ball, hit it as soon as it bounces off the surface, giving their opponents a little bit less time to adjust to the next shot.
Wow, great defense being played by Riley. As Parris and Tyson did all they could to try to put that thing away. And Riley finally able to come through.
Exceptional play from both teams. The winner of this match will take on the winner of Kawamoto Ignatowich, playing Jansen and Thomas Wilson.
And down the boulevard goes McGuffin.
Yeah, well, the level of play here, Dave, has risen in this third and final game. You can tell how much it means to both these teams. Man, all four players so dialed in at the moment.
1-3-1.
So 1-3-1 on the side out. Riley puts that one away.
Yeah, talk about hops. He got up there, knocked it down at the feet of Parris, made it nearly impossible for her to get that ball back over the net.
Okay, so as we stand right now, the team on the far side of the court is outscoring the team on the near side of the court 26-5 in this match. And bear that in mind because we're going to have a side switch coming up. So if that holds form, there's no reason to I mean, if that holds form and you're rooting for McGuffin and Todd, you might like those numbers.
Side out.
Yeah, and that short hop dink, the only kind of difficult thing about short hopping it is making it a little bit more difficult on yourself to get that ball back over the net. Ball fell a little flat off Tyson's paddle.
Parris hits it wide. Move it to 4-2.
4-2-1.
Riley lets it go. Move to 5-2, 1 point away from the side switch.
Previous point, Parris had that, what she thought was a winner, just went wide.
I gotta admit,
this is a game of inches.
I'm really surprised to see the timeout here. There's going to be a side switch at 6. If you can force the stop, then then that's good. If not, there's the natural stop. So I'm surprised they burned the timeout. We'll step aside. Back to Orlando in a moment. Yes, I said going to break, and I think you agreed with me, Clark. I don't know the logic in that timeout. I really don't know the logic in that timeout.
Yeah, a little interesting, as you said. Once the team gets to 6 here in this final game, because we're playing to 11, that's halfway, they will switch sides and get the opportunity to take a brief timeout. So definitely interesting. That being said, I like to mention the fact that pickleball has no clock, right? You can extend the match as long or as short, of course, as you'd like. If the players need to take a breather, need to talk about any sort of strategic option, still a good opportunity to do so.
Well, the timeout works at least for now. They force it to the second serve. 5-2-2. Riley and Catherine finally do get back up to the kitchen. And Riley puts it away. So now we will get the side change at 6-2. So 28-6 is the count for the team that's been on the far court. Now, Riley and Catherine, that's not favorable for them switching to that other side, but they only need 5 points. Todd and McGuffin need 9, but 28-6 is the count for being on that side. There's got to be something to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to talk with some of the players later and see if I can't figure it out. But regardless, Catherine and Riley have just stepped it up a notch in this third and final game of this match. Opportunity to play the winner of Kawamoto, Ignatowich, and Jansen Wilson. And Riley and Catherine are just bringing it. Tyson and Parris super impressed, as I said earlier, with how they've been resilient after a big defeat in the first game. They fought their way back, spun the match on its head. They're only down 4, couple points. They're right back in it. See how this plays out here.
6-2-2.
So out of the side change.
Point.
It's wide by Tyson.
Yeah, uncharacteristic error from him.
7-2-2.
Newman and Parenteau now 4 points away.
Side out.
So side out for Todd and McGuffin. Let's see what they can do. 2-7-1.
Second serve.
That's long.
Two 7-2.
Got to make something happen here if you're Todd McGuffin. You can't give it back without getting any points.
Side out.
And instead, the worst case scenario unfolds. Now they're facing 7-2 with first serve here.
A lot of firepower there from Riley Newman.
Riley puts it away.
Yeah, just relentless aggression. They didn't take their foot off the gas pedal, which is just something to mention about this team that makes them so much different, is they continue to attack time and time again when the opportunity presents itself.
Oh, Catherine, beautiful shot.
Wow.
Make it 9-2, and they're 2 away from moving on.
Receivers 9-2-1.
What an inside-out winner from Catherine. Off her paddle to the right side.
So McGuffin and Parris Todd will use their final timeout as Newman and Parenteau 2 points away from moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, Riley and Catherine just have such an understanding of one another. You can just tell with the way they interact with one another, even on the bench as you're looking at them. It's just tough to beat a team like that. They've got a ton of chemistry, great understanding of one another's tendencies, and they complement each other so darn well. It's going to be tough for any team to beat them today. Parris Todd and Tyson McGuffin have put up quite the fight. We'll see if they can't claw their way back into this third, but of course, Catherine and Riley will be looking to end it as soon as possible.
So Parris and Tyson are out of timeouts.
9-2-1.
Still on the first serve here at 9-2-1. Riley lets that one go, but it catches in. Oh no, they did call it out. So it takes us to match point. I thought Riley signaled that that was in, but
here we go, Dave.
And that's it. It took 3 games, but Riley and Catherine are moving on to the semifinals as they just absolutely flexed their muscle down the stretch.
Yeah, and that's what makes them such a good team. I mean, I've probably said that 10 times now, so apologies for any reiteration, but what I noticed from Catherine and Riley is they never get too high, they never get too low. They stay very even keel. They always seem to have this calm presence about themselves on the court, and super just, I mean, pleased with the way they played, of course. Tyson and Parris super impressed with the way they played and fought hard as well. Spun that match on its head in the second game, winning 11-4 after losing 11-3, but it was too much firepower from Catherine or Riley at the end. Catherine just complements Riley's power so well.
There's a look at the bracket. Still 2 quarterfinals to be played, and then the 2 semifinals to set up a championship Sunday mixed doubles match. And the rest of the way, we're going to hand over the mic to Dave Fleming, and he's going to bring you Callie Smith and AJ Kohler, along with Jessie, Irvin, and Jay Davillier. So Clark Panassi, it's been a lot of fun. We will be back on the mic again tomorrow together.
Likewise, Dave.
Don't go anywhere, though. Our Tennis Channel coverage continues after this timeout from Orlando, Florida.
Hello, everybody. Dave Fleming now in the booth with Jan Michael Gamble. Jan Mike, good afternoon. Let's talk pickle.
Let's do it. It's a nice day here in Orlando.
Beautiful day in Orlando, and a beautiful match we get treated with here. We've got the 4 and the 5 seed quarterfinal action. The winner of this gets the top seed, Leigh Waters and Ben Jansen, in the next one. So, Jan Mike, when you're progressing through a tournament and you have one of those 50-50 matchups, the 4-5 seed, what's your mentality going into that when you know you got to bring everything because they're really good on the other side?
Yeah, I think, well, the important thing is bringing that intensity is every time you go out there is play your best and worry about who's, across the net on the day and not worry about that matchup that's probably in the future if you get through this tough one here. So just write what's in front of you point by point is always the best mentality, certainly, and figure out a strategy that's going to work. You might have to adapt it a little bit. These 4 are all very apt.
They are indeed. And AJ Kohler, interestingly enough, won the last PPA mixed doubles crown with Andrea Coop stepping in for Callie Smith. Now back with the partner he's played with most of the year, so a very confident mixed doubles player. Had a gold medal around his neck when we last saw him at the end of mixed. Jessie Irvin and Davillier have played a lot this year. A lot of bronze in there. Can they find that to get over the hump? We'll see. Again, as you mentioned, just mint conditions, a little wind, but nothing that's really going to affect play, and I expect to see a tight one.
Yeah, we went out there watching a little bit of the play throughout the day, and it's been wonderful situation as far as the weather is concerned for the players out there. The wind can be really tricky, obviously grabbing the pickleball if it's too much, but that's not going to be a factor today at all.
Yeah, and in fact, our Florida tournament earlier in the year in March, we actually had a wind delay. It was so bad, and that's the Florida tournament. You've seen it in tennis as well.
Yeah, you see it in tennis. It's sometimes, well, it's rare that they'll stop a match for a tennis match for the wind.
Right.
A little different with pickleball. I think you have to be pretty smart about it. If it's too much, you just can't play.
Of course.
It just grabs a hold of it. So
40 holes in that Durafast ball. That's why it is the Durafast 40, and the wind can move that bad boy around. There's a good look at Davillier and Jessie Irvin going through some last-second thoughts, but you're going to see a very, very interesting matchup as Kohler is going to want to bring that same high level he had last tournament and take advantage of his superior hand speed at the kitchen line. So here we go, quarterfinal action. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
Oh.
Just deep.
Close one there, just missed. Look like he made it.
Good look at Utah's Callie Smith to serve.
Point.
Tremendous ATP and foot speed from the very athletic Callie Smith there. The net helped her hit the ATP there, James.
She was looking for it right off the bat. Saw that ball moving that way. How about that change of direction?
And that's what you got to do in mix. Keep that guy honest if he wants to sit in the middle of the court.
2-0-1.
Looking to move across. Got burned.
2 quick ones for Smith and Kohler.
Second serve.
Just kisses off the net. Good matrix move from Jessie Irvin. Gets out of the way.
2-0-2.
There's the former hockey player and St. Louis guy, AJ Kohler. Loves his lobs.
Point.
Skyhook there.
3-0-2.
And AJ likes to keep you off balance and did a great job with that there.
Side out.
Sometimes just getting that first point can settle you back into a
0,
match
3,
here.
1.
We'll see if Irvin and Davillier can get going.
Second serve.
That would be no on that one.
Quick one there.
0, 3, 2. Side out.
Oh, it's very quick side out.
3, 0, 1.
Kohler tries to body up Davillier there, so good start for these two.
Second serve.
Not quite set for Kohler, so
3,
important the
0, 2.
footwork.
Side out.
And I know, Jan, Mike, you like to look at the intensity. What are you seeing on these guys so far?
I've seen it. They're all pretty evenly
0, 3,
matched so
1.
far. All four in it to win it.
Point.
And it is the Frenchman that finishes off of a beautiful long dink exchange.
Interesting walking around the grounds and seeing
1,
some
3,
of the other
1.
players playing out there in the various courts. There's lots of them.
Second serve.
And I think that the players that are used to winning, you sort of, I've noticed, have that mentality that they're sort of out there expecting to win these exchanges, these
1, 3,
games.
2.
And I've noticed that some of the players, their opponents, are a little bit low on intensity.
Point.
You can give away a lot just walking out there if you have that kind of mentality.
So cues right off the bat here is a beautiful finish from Davillier, who loves
2, 3,
to be
2.
aggressive in the middle. So Callie Smith will be trying to keep him honest.
Side out.
It's a nice little change of pace.
Yeah, the
3, 2, 1.
high dink from Irvin went into no-go zone for Callie Smith. Good finish.
Second serve. 3, 2, 2. Point.
If you go there and they're ready, bad things happen, Jan Mike.
Yeah, it's a great volley. Just
4, 2, 2.
nice control. Small part of the court, but executed very well.
Point.
Overplaying that one a little.
And that's that threat of movement. Means a lot in pickleball.
It does. Catch the player's eye. Can make them go for a little too much.
Because people think, well, why should I be moving? Well, guess what? It's in somebody's head.
Absolutely.
So nice little run back for Smith and Kohler here, up 3.
Side out.
Yeah, why don't you talk the overhead difference from tennis to pickleball, so different.
You're certainly not going to see 3 right at the net come back usually in a tennis
2,
match,
5,
but
1.
in pickleball, they will. Davillier able to put just enough on it.
Point.
Not enough roll on that one from Callie Smith, so there's a good look at California's Jessie Irvin through North Carolina, and we are in the flight path of MCO, that is Orlando's airport, so that will be a factor today as well. The sound is often an important part of how you play a ball.
Second serve. Three, 5-2. Point, side out.
Oh, terrific complimentary pickleball there.
Absolutely. It's just the time right there. Drive that one a little bit more.
Found that right hip of Davillier, and he's caught.
It's a tough one to deal with.
3-1.
A lot of players, recreational, don't aim. Oh, the lob again.
Point.
And just kisses off the net, and Kohler is lobbing into the wind, which is the preferred way to lob, is it not?
A little easier to control that.
Second serve.
Like Kohler's forehand, like the amount of spin he's able to put onto the ball. Got a lot of control there with that forehand.
Very wristy. That's what I love about pickleball. There's not a right play to play. There's a right way for you to play, and his is very unique.
Exactly. You have to identify what that's going to be. That's the most important thing.
And a couple sloppy mistakes from Callie Smith there. Miss serve, miss return. Lead is just 2.
Second serve.
And she says, take that, Dave Fleming. Beautiful inside out
Might have been
winner.
listening. She made up for it there with that.
4-6-2. Side out.
Haven't seen rhythm here yet, really.
There hasn't been. It's actually, you read my mind right there, Dave. It's
6-4-1.
very evenly matched. Lots of side outs. Whoa, 6-4 here. Playing a while.
Second serve.
Again, banging away.
Took him 3.
Tennis, Jan Mike would have bounced that into the 50th row.
Yeah, that wouldn't have come back. There is a lot of strategy with the overheads. Where are you going to place them? Can you find an angle?
Point.
You figure off those overheads, if you can push your opponents back toward the baseline, that's going to be important. Keep them off the net. What amazes me is these players at the top level, how well they can sort of reset that ball from the baseline and get back up there off of overheads.
Point.
And Davillier knows he's the one that left it up there, and him walking towards his bench usually means he's going to call timeout during his journey on the GPS there. So Kohler and Smith doubling up Irvin and Davillier here in the quarterfinals at the Hertz Nationals. Welcome back, everybody. Nice start here for Kohler and Smith. Controlling the points, we have Mr. Lob. There's a good look at him, throwing them up and taking advantage, pushing Irvin and Davillier off of that kitchen line, and they are looking very good. And Kohler
8-4-2.
carrying the momentum from last tournament into this one as he'd like to get another gold. A lot of work to do to get to there, of course.
Side out.
So good pressure off the timeout, and Jim Ramsey gave me this stat from the gold medal matches of last tourney. If you called timeout, you won 10 of 16 points. So small sample size, but it did quell momentum. So it is an effective tool. We'll get more facts on that as we go.
Second serve.
Good pressure there.
Yeah, she tried that inside out again. Davillier from Wichita, the flying Frenchman and new dad, actually played within 12 hours of having a baby, showed up at our Frisco, Texas tournament. So a lot of pressure on these players on and off the court. Cross-court attack ties up Kohler.
Side out.
Again with that volley right up the line.
Yeah, it's paddles up, isn't it?
Even a little spin on it.
8-5-1. Point.
You see Davillier and Irvin are unwilling to wind the stack, so they're leaving Irvin on the left side of the court here. See if they switch here or not. 2 points from game one.
Point.
That backhand volley has been money.
1 minute.
Just tremendous reach from Kohler. He baited her in there and then did his Sebastian, since we're in Orlando, crab walk across the kitchen line there. And it is Kohler, it is Smith, and they are 1 point away from game number one.
Is this guy over here? I can't tell.
There you see Callie Smith. If you want to get fit, watch some of her Wednesday workout videos. She is committed off the court, and all these players have to be, Jan Mike.
Yeah, I really feel like they've even turned it up over the last couple of years. It's a lot harder than you might think watching this on TV.
So there we go, game point.
Point, game.
And that is wide on the backhand volley for Irvin. So Smith and Kohler convincing here in game number one. This is the 5 seed and the 4 seed quarterfinal action. We're just outside of Orlando and Lake Nona, and that is an impressive first game for Smith and Kohler. So can they keep it going? That is the question. We'll find out. The crowd is gathering in here. The referees are excited to be on here calling it for you, and we will have game 2 for you right after this.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Jan Michael Gamble. Beautiful day in Orlando and a very impressive first game for Kohler and Smith. Jan Mike, when you drop the first game, what's your mentality if you're on the other side and you're staring at a 1-0 deficit?
Full mental reset. I think, you sit over there with your partner, maybe go over some strategies that you can change, some things you can do a little bit better. They left the ball high too many times in that first game. They paid for it quite often, to be honest, against that Kohler backhand volley especially. So you can maybe fix that a little bit, figure out a strategy that's going to work a little bit better, and have that mental reset. It's certainly not over. There's lots of pickleball to still be played.
Lots of pickleball to play. Callie Smith will put it in play. Game 2.
Side out.
And nothing better than starting with a side out. So the team in blue at your back, Jessie, Irvin, looking to get a lead here.
Point.
Oh, and a little chaos with the air traffic control here just outside of the airport, as
1-0.
no one knew who was taking that. You'll take freebies. It's the holidays, Jan
I like that play. Kept it away from that backhand volley there as well, right up the middle. Could be a good trick.
Point.
Just deep as Smith can't handle the reset of her paddle off the tape here.
Point.
And a hot start for Irvin and Davillier.
Nice little run.
3-0-1.
Restart in the next game can often have these kind of situations happen quickly.
Second serve.
Saw Smith and Kohler sort of run away with the end of the first game, so it's easy to have a slight letdown after a run like that and maintain that focus.
Point.
I like that drive backhand there. Could be a good play. A little more pace on it from Davillier there.
Point.
And the drive again works, and it is 5 in a row for Irvin and that man, Jay Davillier.
Point. Timeout receiver.
Make it 6.
Right at 6. Well, I'll tell you, when we were young, playing this pickleball as a kid, 7-0 was a skunk. So right at 6, we're looking for that skunk real bad.
So we can make up rules from here, Jan Mike. So
right?
The skunk rule is probably not going to be enforced by our referees, but Tom Tadler and Charlie Mueller, you know, hey, we're calling for it. We play that way as well at home. So
yeah, it makes the game quick. If it's 7-0, there's a little bit of extra pressure when you get to 4, 5, and 6. You're like, uh-oh, this could be over in a hurry. No one wants to get skunked.
So Jan Mike, you grew up. Pickleball is now the official sport of your state, Washington State. And,
absolutely, very proud of that. Very proud of.
So you
what
had
the sport's become.
Tell everybody you had rankings in your neighborhood.
We did. We had neighborhood rankings. We had a court. About I think 11 or 12 years old. We put a pickleball court in our backyard, and boy, it was the best sport growing up that we could have possibly played. All my friends played different sports. You know, me being the tennis player, I had a little bit of an advantage, but we all learned it together.
Time in.
And it was a blast. What a fantastic childhood that was.
So here we go, 6-0 out of the timeout.
Point.
And it is drive and crash to 7. So there's the skunk, but they will continue.
They will indeed. This is the change of strat that we were looking for. Davillier has really just taken over this game so far.
Side out.
And AJ's had enough. So it is 7, and they finally get the ball back.
0-7-1. Second serve.
Hello, Ernie. What a move by Jessie, Irvin right there, and everything working for these two.
0-7-2.
I feel like Jessie's even taking a more offensive type of a look at the way they're playing right now.
Side out.
It's working.
Yeah, and that scoreboard can make you feel a little more comfortable going for it as well.
Absolutely.
So 7-zip. And again, they do not want to switch. So when they're on odd, they left Irvin over on the left side, and that worked just fine right there.
Point.
And the Ernie in the exact same zip code, only on the other side, goes wide from Callie Smith, and it is snowman nothing here, game 2.
Second serve.
You're gonna be happy with that error there from Davillier. It was the right play.
8-0-2.
Caught it perhaps just a little bit late. Make that volley.
What a point. All 4 players got their steps in for the day, and the error pushes it to 9-0.
That's just an incredible exchange. That's the point of the match for me so far.
You're good there. They're on 9.
9-0. Davillier and Irvin. Kohler and Smith can't even get lined up.
9-0-2.
All discombobulated over there.
Side out.
And a big yell from Callie Smith to try and get that intensity you spoke of, Jan Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. She is intense when she's out there, as I've noticed in many of the times that I've watched her play. And there we saw Kohler again with the backhand volley. He has so much control on that side. They've avoided giving him too many in this game.
Point.
And we'll see if getting rid of that ugly 0 can trigger a run of their own. This is a sport of runs. You get the ball, you can keep it for as long as you keep making it. So make it, take it. I've seen stranger things.
Same here.
1-9-1.
See again, Irvin and Davillier will stay with Irvin on the left side. Just don't want to risk any movement on the switch.
Point.
That's the play there for Smith and Kohler, I think. Keep the ball low against Davillier. It limits his ability to hit those really great drives we've been seeing this game.
Side, second server.
Good knifing cut from Irvin there. Gets the error from Kohler.
Point.
Oh, and the dreaded HTP instead of the ATP. Davillier hits the post. Probably wasn't patient enough. They'll let that go just a little wider. I think he had it.
Point.
And a peg off a net cord, and what was 9-1 is now 9-4.
4-9-2.
Sorry, but not too sorry.
No,
Getting
not.
tagged is part of the sport.
No, not sorry at all at 3-9.
Point.
And Irvin in that exact spot, ready to go, ready for all the accolades and the repost on social media, and pushes it deep.
Yeah, she went a little too risky, it seemed, lost control of that. It was the right intention.
And you saw her in the air there, just be solid on top of it.
Exactly.
Oh, and a loose return, and my goodness, we've got a game, and the team that was up 9-1 now forced to call timeout as the comeback is on for Smith and Kohler. We'll see after these messages if they can keep it going.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop right there.
Choo-choo. That is the train going up the mountain, being driven by Smith and that man, A.J. Kohler, down 9-1. It is now 9-6. And they have forced Irvin and Davillier to call a very smart timeout, Jan Mike.
Yeah, that was the perfect time for it. Need to break up that rhythm a little bit. Stop the run, hopefully.
Side out.
And AJ coming with all sorts of visions of grandeur, but not having the net in his vision of that. So the timeout does work, get the ball back.
Second serve.
There is that tension when you're trying to put a game away. You feel your opponent's making that comeback move. Pressure mounts on you. It's weird, but you really feel it out there.
First. It is Irvin who wins the cross-court dink battle, and they have a game point on their paddle to force a third and deciding game here in this quarterfinal.
10-6-2. Side out.
And Callie Smith with not just the Ernie, but the fist pump and the stare down to go with it, the trifecta.
Right in the face.
1, 2, 3. Okay, save the game point. Can they keep their run going?
Second serve. Six, 10-2.
Kohler caught a little bit too far back there on that exchange.
Freebie.
7-10-2.
Devillier. Takes it out on his thigh.
Side out.
Ridiculous get from Davillier with the windshield wiper as Callie Smith had him in jail.
10-7-1.
That's an impressive move there. Great hands.
Game point number 2.
Second serve.
And it's going to take 3.
There's again that backhand volley. Kohler is just deadly with that. Smart here for Davillier. Take a little time, playing overhead. Can't hear anything.
10-7-2.
Stairs.
Us included, Dave.
Indeed.
Side out.
And Davillier finds the net, so 3 game points saved.
7-10-1.
And just a 3-point deficit. That's going to be in.
Second serve.
Oh, well held.
What do you mean by well held there, Jan?
Smith was looking for the ball to go out wide to the forehand side or maybe an angle, so she's going to cover that.
7-10-2.
So Davillier held that ball in his racket till paddle. My bad. Till the last second.
Side out.
Get the ball back, but unable to do something with it. So try number 4 for Irvin and Davillier.
Second serve.
Oh, that was the right idea.
First lob of the match, maybe a little nervy there, throwing it in at that point, and we are at try number 5.
They weren't looking for it. It might have worked.
Yeah.
Point game.
And it is the backhand volley that had been trusted that goes wide, and we will play 3. The 4 and the 5 seed. 2 is not enough. Who will take game 3? We'll have it for you right after this.
tempo pickleball.
The Bubbly Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete, but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Jessie, Irvin, moving, vibing. Jay Davillier looking a little sore on the right side there, just trying to get those kinks out or trying to match the much better moves of his partner. It is game 3. We will switch sides at 6, but great body language from at least 50% of that squad there.
Yeah, Davillier just making sure everything's working right. Your back can get a little tight out there.
0-0-2.
And Jessie, nice focus from her.
Point.
It's been pretty interesting. I feel like Jessie, when she's in control of these dink exchanges, is a big asset for them and allows Davillier to be offensive on his side. That combo worked very well in game 2. There it is again. The nice little combination of the two, which I feel like is the asset of both player, has really worked for them.
Point.
Irvin stares at the heavens, can't believe she missed that because Kohler's definitely leaning a little bit into the middle. Tried to catch him, pushed it deep, but a good start. Get 2 on the first serve here in game 3.
Point. I can't overrule it.
You feel like even that first game, Kohler did a lot of the good damage. He was sort of dominating the court, and they've taken that away from him.
Second serve.
Just the angle of that Irvin volley there was a more difficult ball, but kept it out of Kohler's reach. So smart play by Irvin there.
Side out.
So both ladies have tried to keep the men honest and both missed. Irvin Loong on their side. Callie Smith catches the net there. 2-1, game 3.
Point.
Able to rush the forehand of Kohler there. The forehand not quite as good as the backhand. It is a good shot. I feel like it's almost better from the baseline. He's got some great spin from the baseline. Closer to the net, makes some errors.
Second serve.
That backhand, though, sets up things so nicely for him.
A lot of spin and roll on that very flicky backhand of his. So second serve here for Davillier.
Side out.
Oh, and just didn't even try to do anything with it and pushed it deep. If you're going for it, that's one thing. Hate to have a loose miss in game 3.
Point.
Oof. And Kohler had his hand so far into the cookie jar, he had chocolate on his fingertips and got away with that one.
A couple of mental errors there from Davillier.
Second serve.
Understandable. Been long. Played well in that second game. Played well to start this one.
Yeah, you just don't want that to snowball into 2, 3, 4 misses.
Exactly. It's been 2. Wow.
Tremendous
backhand exchange volley there.
Tremendous defense from Davillier in the middle of this point, and then a clean dink winner.
Oh, you figure that makes up for the couple of errors that he made.
See if he can ride that momentum. That was impressive.
Second serve.
Placement over power right there.
3-2-2.
And there's the Callie Smith yell, fist pump, stare down again. Impressive. You see Irvin was pushed off the line there. Up, third shot lob madness.
Second serve.
Gotta love this angle, Jan Mike.
Yeah, Smith looking for the Ernie here. And what that did was sort of distract her opponents. Easy put away for her partner.
Love the complimentary pickleball with Irvin and Davillier there.
Point.
Little bait there from Kohler. Hey, I'm out wide, and here he comes in the middle and finishes. So tight game 3, 3-3.
Point.
And just being the first to 6 in a match that's this important just can be a big motivating and confidence booster. See who gets there.
Side out.
That exchange was almost too quick to see.
3-4-1.
Kohler got what he wanted, just did not win the exchange. So 3-4.
Second serve.
I just pulled it a little bit wide.
3-4-2. Point.
Oh, and a little stab from Davillier catches the line.
Davillier has impressed me with that backhand volley. Such great reflexes, able to control that one back in the court.
4-4-2.
We were tied at 3, we're tied at 4.
Side out.
Smart finish down from Kohler there, so they will be tied up with the ball. Would love to get 2 and switch with the lead.
4-4-1. Second serve.
Well, that whole exchange really set up cleverly there from Davillier with that forehand dink to the backhand side of Kohler. Wasn't looking for it.
Side out.
Again, those lobs are into the sun, so that makes it a little more difficult, but Davillier up to the task. No harm done for Jessie and Jay. Defense, and we're even now.
Second serve.
And after all that fight to get back to the kitchen line, Callie Smith has the last word. And all of that does not dent the score.
It takes a lot of mental fortitude there from Callie Smith. I'm pretty impressed.
Oh no, and after an unbelievable point, we get a missed return from Kohler. So 5-4 on a 2.
5-4-2. Side out.
And you cannot, wow. I can't believe that that didn't cause a side switch, but it did not. So Smith and Kohler fortunate there, to say the least.
4-5-1. Second serve.
Net continues to be a factor there as that one doesn't crawl over. So second chance to tie it at 5.
Side out.
And look at the two men staring at each other down, standing on the tee.
5-4-1.
But it was Irvin that started that fight.
Second serve.
So the ladies speeding it up at the guys. That's what mixed doubles quarterfinals is all about. And what another crazy point as Davillier screaming to let it go, and Irvin's like, that thing's going to be in. I got to go run this down and hit a 2-y. And if you're going to tell your partner the wrong bit of information, you better hit a winner.
He stepped up.
So Davillier and Irvin have the lead. We'll switch sides and have the end of this great match after this.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Jan Michael Gamble, and we've got everything you think a 4-5 matchup should look like. Lead changes, tight plays, amazing points, and here we go.
What I've really liked how both teams have adapted to the other's game style and strategy we've been seeing. In this third game, it's been about as close as it can get.
6-4-2.
So there's a look at Jessie Irvin. 5 points from moving on to the semifinals.
Point.
Who got him?
And Irvin has been winning these cross-court dinks, giving Davillier a chance to sneak in, and tags Kohler there. He's been hit with vulcanized rubber. He'll be fine.
Side out.
Those hits do leave a satisfying mark for your opponent, though, if you can get them.
Yes, we have all had a pickleball welt. You look at yourself in the shower, you're like, oh my,
4-7-1.
So huge hand battle win there for Callie Smith.
Second serve.
And again on the odd, Davillier and Irvin are comfortable with this
4-7-2.
positioning choice. We'll see if that holds if things get tight.
Nice serve. A little more oomph on that one from Kohler.
Irvin having a little egg hunt over there, off to the side of the court. You know, the serve is a huge factor in singles. Some players, Ben Johns being one of them, we'll see him later, has been going for his serve in doubles as well to get that shorter return. A little off speed from Kohler then.
Yeah, if you have that confidence in your serve, you can hit them deep or with some extra pace, and it can be a major asset. You just can't be missing too many out there. That's too many gifts. Really cost you.
Point.
You got to figure how much can I redline it on the serve.
Yep.
8-5-1.
Nice pressure again. Just the threat of the Frenchman. Kohler had to make his shot just a little too fine and misses it short. So Smith and Kohler call timeout. They're down 3 here in game 3. Welcome back, everybody. Good look at the Welcome Center. We're on the USTA National Campus, and we're on Tennis Channel. Calling pickleball with a former top 15 in the world tennis star, Jan Mike. What a match we're witnessing right here.
It's been awesome. There's been quite a turn of events since that first game. It went pretty quickly, really, for Smith and Kohler.
Point.
Ball's up just a little bit, and Davillier, unlike, as you mentioned, in game 1, it was Kohler taking charge.
Yeah, Kohler really did a lot of good work at the net, close to the net, winning those dink exchanges and putaways.
Point.
And you see a side switch from Smith and Kohler, and we are at match point.
Point game match.
And there's the threat of movement and a miss from Callie Smith. So after an impressive 11-5, game 1 win for Kohler and Smith. And you're thinking, Kohler is Mr. Mixed Doubles, winning the last tournament with Andrea Koop and bringing it over here. Not so fast, say Jessie, Irvin, and Jay Davillier, and they have the goods to push into the semifinals. We will show you where we are at in the bracket here at the PPA Hertz National Championships. 3 of the 4 berths in the semifinals have been punched. We'll have Anna Lee and Ben Johns playing the winners that we just saw, Irvin and Davillier. The 2 seed, Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman, the only team to beat Waters and Johns this year. They've lost once, so they're on the other side of the bracket. Then the next match we're going to have for you is a beauty. We've got Leah Jansen, Thomas Wilson against a very formidable team. I know it's got a 14 next to their name, but do not think for a second they don't have the talent to win. That's James Ignatowich and Jackie Kawamoto. So we'll have that for you guys when we come back.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back, everybody. An impressive 3-game match win for Jessie, Irvin, and Jay Davillier, taking games 2 and 3. To find out what they thought of how they were able to pull that off, let's go to our own Hannah Johns. She is on center court with the winners.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court. I'm here with our winners, Jessie, Irvin, Jay Davillier. Guys, you're on to the semifinals, and you just played a fantastic team and a fantastic match. You've seen them many times before. What needed to come together in this match?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they were playing very well, very aggressive. So after losing the first game, we tried to just play a little bit better. And Jessie didn't miss a ball, so I was just trying to do my job and not missing as well. And things turned out well.
Well, guys, you went up 9-0 in game 2. They brought it back to 7-9. You took a timeout. What did you chat about during that timeout?
I don't actually think we said anything, which is surprising because usually I am talking strategy or saying something. I think, just needed a breather, just, drink of water, kind of reset. I think our game plan was fine, which is probably why I didn't mention anything. It's just executing at that point. Yeah, I felt good. I think we played well and we had great points, and it's just all about execution at that point. We had a good game plan and just followed through with it.
Well, guys, the airplanes that fly overhead are really something special, and pickleball is different from tennis in that a little bit of noise, a little distraction is fairly normal during the game. But how did you personally deal with the distractions like an airplane or fans in the audience talking during the point?
Yeah, I mean, I played college tennis, so people would talk during points and think that I cheer against you while you're serving. So I don't know. The airplane it's distracting a little bit because it's so low, but no, I don't think it affects the play. So.
All right, guys, you're on to the semifinal. We'll see you hopefully in this winner's circle later on today.
Thank you.
Better time to get away with a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You see the players warming up on the court, and I'll sort of run you through who you're looking at. You're back to us on the near side. That's James Ignatowich, just recently signed with Selkirk, got those feet moving. Vanderbilt tennis, very talented, tall player, getting better all the time. Boy, he's doing little hops and skips on one foot there. His partner is Jackie Kawamoto, the righty, plays with her twin sister Jade Kawamoto, the lefty. A lot of doubles, a lot of good stuff there. Dayton Flyer tennis, and there's a good look at Ignatowich right there. Can do so much damage with that reach and length at the kitchen line. On the other side, you will have Thomas Wilson. We just saw his cousin AJ Kohler go down, so he certainly hopes that this is not a bad court for cousins in mixed doubles, but Thomas Wilson, also a very accomplished player. There's a good look at Jackie Kawamoto. This duo as the 14th seed, let me rattle off how they got here. They have really put together and are very capable of doing significant damage, and that's why I said, like, don't think that 14th seed's a problem, because it simply isn't. They actually took out Bobby Oshiro and Brandon Loong, and Oshiro and Loong had the upset of this section of the tournament as they took out the 3 seed Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright. So good job to Oshiro and Loong. That's a big win for them. They won 11-9 in the third against Kovalova and Wright, and then come back and have an insane battle with Kawamoto and Ignatowich, losing 11-13, 12-10, 11-3, so weren't able to stack it after that. So that's how Kawamoto and Ignatowich got here. Jansen and Wilson played a very good team in the round of 16 and got out of there beating Megan Sheehan, Dazan, and Callan Dawson 11-8 in the third. So a lot of pickleball has been played by all players on the court. Thomas Wilson, you see in the top in the white hat, another college tennis guy from the Austin area, played for UT in tennis. And then Leigh Jansen, we had her on the air quite a bit yesterday in her singles run. So quite a matchup ahead for us, Jan Mike, and another one that's, you know, could go 3 again.
Yeah, it's interesting. You look at a seed next to a name or a couple of names there, you sort of have to throw that out the window, except for maybe the strategy you're going to employ out there on the court. You have to forget about all those numbers. They don't really mean anything once you walk out there. And if you let it mean something, that's already a problem. If you're looking across the net at who you're playing, you give them a little too much credit that's not necessarily in your favor. You're going to figure out what you can do best out there and work on that.
See our referees. We'll have AP LeBaron as our lead referee. Sehan Hunter is the second referee. And there's another look, as I mentioned. Yeah, that's the flight path, folks. So when Jay Davillier mentioned those planes seem low, well, guess what they are? They're about to land.
Yeah, they're very close. The airport not too far off. About a 15-minute drive.
So let's see who can get off to a good start here. Big opportunity for one of these teams to move on. 0-0-2. Here's a good look at Jackie Kawamoto. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
Nice finish by the athletic Thomas Wilson there.
0-0-1.
Winner of this again gets the 2 seed of Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman.
Second serve.
A little too flat delivery on that drive there.
Side out.
There is the length and reach and perfect roll there by Ignatowich.
0-0-1. Point.
Oh. Leigh Jansen cannot believe she didn't make that. That's a ball she makes 99 out of 100. Unfortunately for her, that was the one.
Second serve.
Nice footwork. You can see the tennis players, Jan Mike, that are able to contort their body for a tough, deep overhead. Nice job by Wilson.
Point.
Oh, the Ernie was returned. Good hand. It's still good enough. All the offense there.
That's a tremendous job by Kawamoto of filling in the open court and then finishing. So good complimentary pickleball there.
Side out.
Again, quarterfinal action here. It's mixed doubles only today. We'll play through the semis, setting up the 2 teams that will play on Championship Sunday for the title.
Second serve.
In by 4 feet.
Just not well left on that one.
Yeah, just a misread on the amount of roll there. Good job by Ignatowich. That's a couple he slid through the middle on the roll.
Side out.
And it is the long arm of the law of Ignatowich that is dictating early here, and they've got the 2-point lead to show for it.
Point.
Yeah, it's a good forehand. Ignatowich now has made a lot of good plays with that forehand, set up nicely by the little dink backhand.
3-0-1.
Two-hander.
I like the two-y roll there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good shot.
Point.
Yeah, so this is how this is going to go down. You got to keep it away from that forehand of Ignatowich. That's the entire
1 minute.
strategy I think that the opposing team needs to try to acquire if they can.
There's the very steady Jackie Kawamoto. Really nice compliment to Ignatowich. Off and running in game number 1.
The most important.
Great start for the team on the other side, but some positive paddle hand tap there. Saw Thomas Wilson getting a look at that new Selkirk that he's using now. Jackie Kawamoto there just making sure she is the correct server and really like what she's doing. And then Ignatowich has been absolutely everywhere. And they are up 4-0 here in game 1.
Second serve.
Oof, hasn't missed many of those. Had to rush him a little bit to make it happen.
4-0-2. Point.
Tremendous hands by Ignatowich. Took a fastball overhead and just blocked it back.
Just put it low.
Side out.
And I see your hands and raises you, says Leigh Jansen. That ball was coming. That's probably the best solid volley, or one of the best on the women's side. See if they can get on the board.
Point.
That answer is yes. So, can one become many? We shall see.
1-5-1.
There's the routine, as Leigh Jansen is known for before every point.
Point.
And we talked about the fact that Irvin and Davillier did not want to switch and have a player running across. You saw Kawamoto. That's the reason why there, when you're running, you don't get set. Got to hit a better return, and there they hit into that open court as well. But Ignatowich up to the task.
Yeah, it was. It's a lot of hard work to do that sprint over there all game long, all match long. It's a lot of energy spent. So some teams deciding not to do that if you have the confidence to play the space.
And it creates errors as well, as we saw from Kawamoto, because there's pressure on the return.
Side out.
The tricky thing really is the different strategies from playing the different sides of the court, really, and knowing where your opponent's going to be when they're going to make moves. So if you're switching pretty often or not switching, it changes everything.
Point.
And again, Ignatowich that time shakes and bakes his own ball. We've talked about it a lot as partners doing it, but folks, be selfish. You can do it.
6-3-1.
That forehand, I'm loving it from Ignatowich. So much spin he puts on it.
Second serve.
Kawamoto was able to bail out that ball, but not the next one.
Side out.
Probably a ball Ignatowich doesn't have to take with how steady
3-6-1.
Kawamoto is off the bounce. Haven't seen the Wilson forehand, which is a weapon really much at all in this match. We'll see if he can get going.
Second serve.
Yeah, Kawamoto's been quite precise with where she's taking her shots. It's set up her opponent's big forehand more often than not.
3-6-2.
And Jan Mike's going to have to send her a letter of apology.
Yeah, I apologize for that, Jinx. It's
4-6-2.
It happens.
It does.
Point.
And short return is punished by Leigh Jansen. Looks like something she'd do in a singles court, but
5-6-2.
happy to do it here, and they're within one.
Point.
And it is Leigh Jansen bringing it, and she has brought her squad all the way back. We're tied at 6.
You're good. 6-6-2.
Yeah, Jansen all of a sudden playing with a little more offense. It has paid off. Nice run here.
Side out.
And you hate to have a run stopped by the net court, but that's the way this game goes sometimes.
Well, players at this level keep the ball so close to the net that those balls are going to trickle over quite often.
6-6-1.
More and more prevalent. You just count on it. It's not like a rare sighting like a unicorn. It's like a squirrel.
Point.
Yeah, it's hard to have. You have the expectation it's going to come over, that it's going to happen several times in any given game, but it's
7-6-1.
still difficult to adapt to. You have to have some quick hands.
And you only hope it happens at 1-1, not 10-9.
Point.
And there's the big forehand, catches Jansen looking backhand. So after being knotted up at 6, Kawamoto and Ignatowich get the lead back up 8-6. Game 1, quarterfinal winner plays Parenteau and Newman.
Second serve.
Just deep. Kawamoto's third, just a little high, got punished.
8-6-2. Side out.
Well, that's what you play with right there. Little margins, just with that topspin forehand drive.
6-8-1.
Take it a little too close to the net, you can miss it, but it's trying to get that low very quickly.
Point.
Thomas Wilson sneaks in there, and we're at 7-8-1.
Point.
And there is the Wilson forehand. So after watching Ignatowich dictate with the forehand most of the match, a beautiful little flick to keep that in from that spot is hard to do. Wilson does it at crunch time.
Second serve.
Olaf apiece here in Orlando.
8-8-2. Point.
Oh my. Sorry, not sorry on that one as it goes off the end of the Selkirk paddle, catches the tape and catches the line.
Take them when you can get them.
No doubt. And
9-8-2.
suddenly it is this duo with the lead.
Point.
Yeah, Jansen again initiating there.
Yeah, she's winning the cross-court dink battles by getting the first ball that's up. It's that one right there, and then Thomas Wilson happy to get the finish. So, what a turn of events. It was 4-zip Kawamoto and Ignatowich, and they're now calling timeouts. So, let's take a look at who takes care of us to have a great tournament like this one. The Hertz National Championships, of course, are brought to you by Hertz, Chase, Baird Wealth Management, DraftKings, Engage Pickleball, Guaranteed Rate, and Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Appreciate the support of all those great companies. Appreciate the pickleball tournament staff working so hard to get here at the crack of dawn, Jan, Mike, to make sure all those amateurs we were watching out there playing earlier are on the right court and turning over 1,000 amateurs playing in this.
Yeah, running an event like this is no small task. There are courts all over this wonderful campus, and it's pickleball everywhere you can see.
Nothing better than that visual, and for Wilson and Jansen, nothing better than having a comeback and a game point on their paddle.
Point, game.
And
11-8.
wow, we talked about net courts in the middle of that game, and it was one at 8-all and one on game point that go against Kawamoto and Ignatowich. So Wilson and Jansen rally from down 4 and take game number 1.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Welcome back, everybody. There you see the scoreboard. Leigh Jansen and Thomas Wilson down early. James Ignatowich ripping forehand winners all over creation. Then they got that under control, and it is that woman, Leigh Jansen, who was winning the cross-court dink battles with Jade Kawamoto, and we saw Thomas Wilson get the forehand going and a couple of fortunate net courts, and that made it 11-8.
Side out.
The 2-E roll from Ignatowich again.
Yeah, I think it was interesting that first game. I felt like Wilson just stayed solid, started making more and more shots, more more little angles and allowed Jansen to really take control. Jansen, powerful with the forehand delivery, and it, like you said there, David, won a lot of the dink exchanges. They played smart pickleball.
Point.
ATP missing. Felt like early in that one, and we were talking about the Ignatowich forehand. It's quite formidable, but they did find a way to take that weapon away, sort of midway through the first game.
Side out.
So Kawamoto leaves that one in the net. They do get the first point of game 2.
Oh, nice play.
Second serve.
I feel like in this second game, you figure what can you change, what can make a little bit different after Kawamoto and Ignatowich played a good first game, but not good enough.
Side out.
For me, it seems like Kawamoto could play a little more aggressive from time to time. She was allowing Jansen to sort of initiate that offense
1-0-1.
a little bit too many times in the first one.
And a nice little moment there to get the paddle tap in before they serve. Let's see if karma pays off the smiles. Oh, ATP, it sure does. Great foot speed from Kawamoto to get there. Your favorite ATP is one that hits the net because it propels it so wide.
2-0-1.
That's nice from Kawamoto.
Second serve.
Nice angle found there.
2-0-2.
Beautiful finish from Thomas Wilson. Second serve here at 2-zip.
Point.
Oh, and a full pirouette from Jansen. Stunned that caught the net. And
3-0-2.
That's right there exactly what I'm looking for, is if she can sort of rush Jansen a little bit.
oh, more please. What a point. Including some sort of backhand tomahawk overhead in the middle from Ignatowich.
1 minute.
And looky here. Jansen and Wilson calling timeout, down 4-0.
Good time for it.
Feel like I saw that about 25 minutes ago, Jan Mike. We'll take a break ourselves. Good start again for Kawamoto and Ignatowich.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. Ah, there we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
Wind picking up here a little bit in Orlando. Dave Fleming with Jan Michael Gamble, and it was 4-0 Kawamoto and Ignatowich in game 1, and they weren't able to finish. We'll see if they can this time with a 4-point lead.
Side out.
Timeout pays off again.
0-4-1. Point.
And Ignatowich literally pulled his paddle way out of the way there.
1-4-1. That forehand, to me, looked like it was going to go long, but just enough to bring it down.
And we just saw the wind, and that is in the face of the wind, so.
Second serve.
Definitely a factor in that. You see it off the paddle, and you think there's no way that can stay in, but with the wind, maybe held it in there.
Yeah, it definitely helps.
Side out.
And Jansen frustrated with how that ball handcuffed her right at the tootsies there. So
4-1-1.
And they're choosing the no disguise, we're switching version here. So Wilson's got a scamper. Good return to get there.
Point.
That nice little underspin gave him time.
5-1-1.
And tried a very cute volley, and that catches the net.
Point.
Nice job by the Commodore with his, even had the point from tennis of the looking at the ball over his head.
Hey, that
there.
helps. It didn't come from nowhere. Gives you focus on the ball. Took his time though as well. Moved it around nicely.
You
Good
guys
strategy
have,
there.
1.
Okay, so again, let's get the proper
6-1-1.
receiver here. Thomas Wilson is the proper receiver.
Second serve.
Too much on the roll there for Ignatowich. She doesn't want to do that, and if you put too much on it, you're just begging for an ATP to come back.
6-1-2.
Just deep from Ignatowich. He was on that sort of inside out.
Yeah, I feel like he thought he had it there. Had a little bit of extra spin on it, but not quite enough.
Second serve.
Violent finish with the two-y from Ignatowich there.
I feel like Ignatowich on that two-handed drive, it keeps things very simple. Doesn't hit the extra spin that we see off the forehand side. Allows him to be pretty consistent with it. A little strategizing
1-6-2.
here from the opponents.
Just deep from Wilson. Tried sort of a cross body inside out lob. That's a difficult ball to execute. Just missed it deep. So.
Okay, so side out. Side out, sorry. Side out.
Okay, little conversation with AP LeBaron there.
6-1-1.
Everyone's in agreement.
Point.
Just deep on that ball, which is
Timeout
almost in the
receiver.
exact spot as the
7-1-1.
lob, and saw a frustrated swing there from Thomas Wilson. So you get 2 timeouts a game, you do not get to take them home, so they're going to use their second timeout. So Jan Michael, if you've coached many tennis players, you win game 1 and then you're getting wiped in game 2. If you're sitting over there with Jansen and Wilson, what are you telling them?
Well, you figure Jansen and Wilson played solid in that first game. Jansen played a lot of high-level drive points, took control in his exchanges. She hasn't been doing that in this game. So getting back to that offensive sort of routine that worked there, but their opponents have changed it up a little bit, and there's just a little bit of a different feel in this one, and getting beat up on it. They might have to figure out a way to maybe just mitigate it here and figure out how to win the third game if it doesn't go their way. And getting back to that sort of strategy that did work in the first one. They've gotten really far away from that.
So they did rally, as I mentioned, from the exact same early deficit. This feels a little different, though, so we'll see if Kawamoto and Ignatowich can get to the finish line here and force a game 3.
One thing that I felt was maybe Kawamoto could play a little more aggressive in the second game here. She's done exactly that. hasn't been all her partner with the big forehands taking control.
Oh, and you hate to call timeout and then miss a return. So freebie at the holidays, gift wrapped for Ignatowich and Kawamoto.
Second serve. 8-1-2. Side out.
High thirds go to die, and Thomas Wilson was not giving her a chance to play defense on this.
1-8-1.
Nice take from Thomas Wilson, too, not letting that get to his partner. So can they run again?
Second serve.
There's that lethal forehand from Ignatowich.
I mean, it's only 20 feet wide, the court, so if you're already 6 feet 100, you got a lot of court you can cover. And no damage done other than an impressive left-footed kick, which
8-1-1.
all U.S. soccer fans are hoping happens tomorrow morning.
Point.
Oh, left it open. Ignatowich had the answer with that solid backhand.
And didn't do, just blocked it into the open
Put it
court.
over there. No rush.
Second serve.
Yeah, that's when you heard Ignatowich say, my bad. Kawamoto's been much more solid on the dinks in game 2. Doesn't need to jump in front.
You're good.
Other balls will appear.
You're good. 9-1-2. Point.
Another good stab from Ignatowich, and we are at game point to force a third game.
10-1-2. Point, game, 11-1.
And that is exactly what we'll get. 2 miss Leigh Jansen returns after they called timeout, and it is 11-1 boat race for Kawamoto and Ignatowich. So it will take 3. We'll see which team can get their mojo going right after this.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak
the
for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the PPA Tour, Hertz National Championships. We're in Lake Nona, Florida, which is just outside of Orlando, right near the airport. Not that I needed to tell you that after all the flight path that we've pointed out throughout the day, but really interesting match here in that Kawamoto and Ignatowich have jumped way ahead in both games. First one, huge comeback. That one, they just kept the hammer down, Jan Mike.
Yeah, they did. They kept their focus there. Jansen really didn't play as well in that last game, raised her level in the first one, really, and seemed to sort of take over the court a little bit. Wasn't able to in the second game, so that's a bit of a change. We'll see if she can raise that level back up. I think it might be the key.
So there's Jansen to return.
Point.
And misses a third return out of her past 4 returns. So not the start, because then that gets in your head. We'll see if she can throw that away.
Point.
And it's Kawamoto keeping the ball down and Ignatowich reaching in. Look at that reach.
Yeah, it really is this combo that works so well for the team. It's Kawamoto with the good control.
Side out.
And Ignatowich with all that power. And spin, especially off the forehand side.
So,
0-2-1.
Again, up early, just 2 though.
Second serve.
Yeah, this third game is gonna come down to Jansen. She's gonna raise that level back up. A little frustration we're seeing from her, understandably. Played so excellently in the first. Wilson doesn't seem to be able to take over quite as much.
Ball, left foot. You're on the line.
Okay.
Side out.
AP LeBaron says, Thomas Wilson, you're trying to take over. He does not have an earpiece from Jan Mike, but gets the left foot on the kitchen line, and that is called. So
well, that's
side
the other
out.
initiative, isn't it, Dave, that I think that needs to happen here is Wilson try and do exactly that.
Yeah.
Point.
But Kawamoto, so solid and such a great defensive player, able to handle this ball right there.
How'd she do that? Wow.
3-0-1. Second serve.
Oh, Ignatowich wants that one back. That was a beautiful setup. Can't believe it. Deep breath.
Point.
Wow.
Inside out from Kawamoto there.
And she has really not done that the entire match. Nice change of direction. What a time for it.
4-0 in game 1, 4-0 in game 2, 4-0 here in game 3.
Point.
Oh, this one's running away quick.
Yeah. Very dangerous, especially, and we're going to switch at 6. If you're down 6-0, that is a tough mental battle to overcome beyond the scoreboard. They choose not to call timeout.
Side out.
And tremendous angled overhead from Wilson there. So the lead is 5. Can they find that game 1 magic that got them the victory in game 1? It's go time though.
Point.
And Ignatowich gets tagged on a ball that's going to land in the 3rd row, but we'll never see that happen.
Got a little too far out of position there. Trying to control that forehand.
1-5-1. Ball, second server.
Oh my.
Yeah, Jansen having a little conversation with her paddle there. It's always the paddle's fault.
Oh, of course.
Side out.
Got to sweet talk that paddle.
Yes, you do, and a nice handle of a big drive from Wilson of Kawamoto, and just keeps it in a safe place. Doesn't pop it up, doesn't risk the drive and crash. It's such an important ball that goes under looked a lot.
Second serve. 5-1-2.
Just the big Wilson finish.
Side out.
So there's the more aggressive Jansen, throws it at Ignatowich right in front of her, and then able to finish. And that's big, keeping them off 6 here. So can they chip away?
Second serve.
Oh, another missed forehand there, this time from Wilson.
1-5-2.
You like that initiative from Jansen. Even if there's a couple of errors involved, he needs to get back to that first game. What worked?
Great pickup from Kawamoto there.
Point.
But Ignatowich cannot finish.
2-5-2. Side out.
Hello, angle.
Well, side spin on that as well. Tracked away.
Jansen checking the ball, going, how did that thing do that? Well,
5-2-1.
it's a talented young man across the court. So another chance to get that 6 point and switch sides.
Second serve.
And another forehand. So everyone has missed a forehand except
5-2-2.
Kawamoto on the thirds here. I'm not asking her to do that.
Side out.
Unfortunately for her, Ignatowich does it for her. So 2 missed thirds, and this is where you got to go take advantage if you're Wilson and Jansen.
Point.
Did it again there with the forehand side.
Timeout receivers.
Jansen
3-5-1.
catches that right hip of Ignatowich. So who would have thought that Kawamoto and Ignatowich would take the first time out, but it is indeed them. They don't want any sort of rally coming their way. We'll have the rest of game 3 after this.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
There's a look at the USTA Welcome Center on their national campus here outside of Orlando, and we are in another tight game 3, as they have all match long. Kawamoto and Ignatowich jumped out. They were up 5-zip, 3 in a row from Jansen, and Wilson have forced a timeout from the team with the lead. What an angle from Wilson.
That is an impressive disguise from Wilson, taking the ball the other way.
4-5-1.
You want to see
Watch
Phil?
his paddle here.
4-5-1. And they have come all the way back, and we are 5 apiece. We even had a little 2-to-2 battle right there with the gents, and Leia said, I'll take care of this.
5-5-1.
Well, Jansen has gotten rid of those errors.
Point. 6-5-1, change
And you
it.
asked Wilson to crank it up, and that has happened as well. So, shockingly, it is Jansen and Wilson who have gotten to 6 first, and they will switch with the lead. Jan, Mike, when you've had a big lead and you've lost it, how can you find the energy to go, okay, I'm only down 1, but not think of the 5-0 lead you had what feels like 30 seconds ago?
Yeah, you just have to keep putting your next foot forward. You got to forget about it. Next point, absolutely. It's in the past now. As we look at the draw, what's coming up? The winner of this, Parenteau and Newman.
Yeah, so next match on will be these beautiful semifinals coming up, and they will be great. But this topsy-turvy match is unbelievable, and Riley Newman and Catherine Parenteau are like, hey, why don't you guys play 29-27 in the third
Yeah,
here?
keep it going.
Just grind yourself out there. The conditions are great, but hey, every point is another bit away from you being at your highest fitness level. So make them grind is what those two are thinking. As I mentioned, there is our on-deck circle, and that'll be a beauty between the 1 and 4 seeds. So here we go, switching up 6-5.
Second serve.
All right, that's what Kawamoto wants to get back to. That's the strategy that's worked so well for them. Kawamoto with a nice little touch, good feel, and the sneak exchange. And then the big forehand coming across.
Here's the strategy changes. Kawamoto, they don't want to switch on the return there. So for the first time in forever,
5-6-1.
they went with it. They'll quickly get out of it here serving. So down 1.
Second serve.
I left that third ball too high.
You haven't seen a two-handed drive from Kawamoto today. And that one just clobbered by Wilson.
5-6-2. Side out.
That time it's Kawamoto that leaves it up, and Jansen starts off a great series of events for her and Thomas Wilson. They keep the lead. Big yell in the middle of that point. Sometimes you're just engaged, you can't let it go. But it is a skill. It's an important skill in this game.
Yeah, reading the ball that's coming off the opponent's paddle, understanding if it has a chance of making it or not. Split-second decision.
And Kawamoto on the left here.
Side out.
And it pays dividends. So the run came with the reverse of that happening. So they made a tactical change and have held them at 6.
5-6-1.
Can they tie it up here?
Second serve.
That only hit about 4 squares up on that one, so not struck cleanly at all by Ignatowich.
5-6-2.
Pressure of the last moments of matches like this. Get a little tight.
Oh, a roller.
Oh.
And ATP from Jansen, and I thought Ignatowich might have a ridiculous reply. We'll see it right here. Tries for too much angle because he knew Wilson would be sliding.
What an effort to cover that ATP, though. He was over there.
Tried to hit a winner off a winner.
Point.
scream from Jansen. Wilson got that paddle out there. It was the correct coaching.
751.
She can apply for air traffic control here at MCO Airport.
Timeout receivers, 851.
And the body language for Ignatowich is not good as they walk over. They were up 5-0. It is 8 in a row for Jansen and Wilson. What a battle. We'll have the conclusion right after this. Welcome back, everybody. There is Leigh Jansen, and after a rough start to game 3, her level is on the rise. Thomas Wilson, her partner, playing very well. They've won 8 points in a row. We're down 5-0. And Jansen again is the difference maker.
That's this Jansen that we saw in the first game. Really staying tough in the little dink exchanges, being patient, and then finding the right times to drive those forehands.
And the smiles are on that side of the court, as you saw before Jansen served. Oh, Scorpion. Unbelievable defense that is ultimately finished by Leigh Jansen, and they have a match point on their paddle. What a point.
Absolutely incredible
There's
reflexes.
the Scorpion. sort of crazy, but she got it.
A totally different look in the face also of Jansen in this third game.
Second serve.
Just wide, so they'll have to finish on 2. Kawamoto and Ignatowich are out of timeouts if you're wondering why they didn't take one. They cannot. They don't have one to take.
Side out.
So they fend them off. So 5-0 is now 5-10-1. We've seen that before. They need to do it again. Great job there by Ignatowich of finding his spot.
Favorite tactic of this team.
Second serve.
It's a great take by Wilson. You can't just let that flow, even though you know that Jansen has a big two-handed backhand there. You have to call her off.
6-10-2.
Smart pickleball there. Beautiful run and get off that severe angle, and Ignatowich yelling out, let's go.
Yeah, it's nice intuition there to cover that part of the court. Saw it coming.
And here they come, and the Yola paddle of Jansen's on the ground. That's a timeout. So, 2 match points saved at 10-5, and it is now 10-8. More to come. All right, folks, welcome back. Now who's smiling? Look at that. Kawamoto and Ignatowich. Back and forth we go. They've saved 2 match points. They gave up a 5-0 lead. They were down 10-5. Now they're at 8-10-2.
Point.
And Wilson in perfect position, pulls it wide, and we are at 9-10-2.
Well, how painful of a mistake will this be? It's the right move.
9-10-2.
Gets close like this, mistakes happen.
Fault, left foot. You're on the line.
And we have a foot fault call, and we are tied at 10. You can only win points in groups of 5. It was 5-0, and 10-5, and now it's 10 apiece. And Ignatowich finishes, and we've got a match point on the other side. What a battle.
Timeout receivers.
This is why you stay tough. Play 1 point at a time.
Okay, so, Jan, Mike, if you're this duo that we're seeing right here, Kawamoto and Ignatowich, huge lead, 10 in a row, just bludgeoned, saved 2 match points. Now they've crawled all the way up. What do you tell yourself? How do you get that last one? Because you know that heart is pumping now. That heart is going.
Well, they're having a lot of fun with it. You've seen some smiles out there on court, which I think is a really good thing. Take a little pressure off the shoulders, perhaps. There's some good communication. That's ever so important here. What's the tactic? What are you going to do? Probably try to get a nice deep serve in there. Make sure you don't miss it. Don't want to give the 3-point away. And then get in the exchange. What's worked well? Kawamoto keeping the ball down low. And her partner coming across and using the big forehand, trying to initiate some pace, some drives. That's what's worked very well.
So
more of that.
Who will be able to, you know, we're going to get in that cross-court dink and stanch between the ladies. If we get to the kitchen, who will be able to take advantage? Match point. And Jansen yells and finishes, and they were not able to get the ball to bounce. That ball's way too high, and Jansen 5-hole on Ignatowich, so a game point and a match point saved.
Point.
And Wilson tags Ignatowich, and it's going to take at least 13.
That match point serve there from Kawamoto was just way too short to start that whole exchange off.
Here's the switch, and Kawamoto way back, got out of it.
Point.
But never got settled in, and that's the danger of the switch. And now we have a third match point for that woman, Jansen and Colt and Wilson.
Second serve.
And a tag the other way. This is crazy.
12-11-2.
Fourth match point for Jansen and Wilson.
Side out.
And a missed dink from Jansen. So 2 match points at 10-5, 2 match points at 12-10. We play on.
12-1.
Those dink exchanges, when you're tight, you can easily leave that ball a little bit short.
Second serve.
Oh, Ignatowich can't believe it. He's been feasting on those all day.
11-12-2.
We can believe it. He has not missed that very often.
No. Second chance to knot us at 12. And Jansen with the ATP defense winner cross court. What a time for this after that stretch from Ignatowich. Clutch from Jansen. 5th match point. And that goes wide, and after an epic third game battle that required Wilson and Jansen to save a match point, they finish it off. What a match. We can only hope for more of this as this day goes on, but it's this ball coming up from Ignatowich that just sails a little wide. And my goodness, Jansen and Wilson, ugly, ugly start, 0-5, then won 10 in a row, and then suddenly faced a match point down. That's why we love pickleball right there. We'll have more of this great action when we come back.
The Bubbly Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this. Welcome back, everybody. What a tremendous quarterfinal match
Thomas Wilson and Leigh Jansen stare down a match point against and win it 13-11. Hannah Johns is there to talk to the winners.
Well, welcome back to Center Court, everyone. I'm here with Leigh Jansen, Thomas Wilson. Guys, you're headed to the semifinal, and what a game 3 we just witnessed. Down 5-0, brought it back to 10-5. They came back. You came back. How did you pull game 3 off?
I mean, it's just kind of a game of runs, but we were playing our best when I was reaching in, and we were just kind of being aggressive. So we just said at the end, let's just swing away, and Thomas kept on telling me to lean in and encouraging me, so it worked.
Thomas, what was working for you out there, supporting by your partner and obviously coming up with some pretty big shots at the end?
Same thing, just keeping the energy up. And my wife's texting me during changeovers like, get it together. So thank you, Coach Boo Boo, for the support and reminding me to do my thing. So.
Well, guys, up next in your semifinal, you're going to see Parenteau and Newman, a great team, but you guys are playing pretty incredible yourselves. What do you need to do on the court later on today?
Yeah, they're both incredible players, so we really got to be ready and be disciplined and not give them too many freebies, but we're just going to kind of swing and go for it. That's when me and Thomas are at our best.
Well, guys, good luck in that match. Dave?
So, you heard from them, Coach Boo Boo making a difference for Thomas Wilson there. Here's where we are. 3 of the top 4 seeds make it to the semifinals, so we will watch these back-to-back. First up will be the top seed, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, facing off with Jessie, Irvin, and Davillier, and then we'll have the team we just saw playing Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman. Semifinal action right after this.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Jan Michael Gamble, the former top 15 in the world. Like, of all the human beings, this man was top 15 in tennis. He also comes from a pickleball background long before almost everybody who's playing today ever knew about it or played it. There he is on the court. Tell us about this and what kind of paddle were you using back in the day?
Age unknown. That was our court built in our backyard. We didn't have a space for a tennis court. We thought maybe pickleball would be fun, and it certainly was. That's my brother and I think. Looks like it was Easter time. Mom hid the eggs back there somewhere. Yeah, we had so much fun with the court. We put a court there in our house, and we moved quickly after that. Put another pickleball court in our. We moved to a ranch, had a little more space, and we had pickleball there too. What paddle were we using? We started out with the Dillard paddles.
Okay.
Dave, you ever hit with the Dillard paddle?
I have not.
Yeah, they were
I know
wood.
exactly what
You know
I've
what
seen
they
one
are,
of
right?
those, and they weighed 100 pounds.
They weighed
They're
pretty heavy.
Yes.
It was very difficult to have much control with it. And when you tried to hit the ball hard, it didn't really come off the paddle like you wanted it to. Then ProLite came out with some fiberglass paddles. They're pretty good paddles. We used those. They tended to leave the hands of my friends who played other intense sports, so they didn't always get a hold of those. But it was a good paddle. ProLite made some good moves.
All right, semifinal action. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
And love the history there, and what a picture to show to the Tennis Channel audience from up there in Washington State, the home of this great sport.
Point.
And Davillier comes out rocking. First look in a while at Ben and Anna Leigh here. Again, as I've mentioned earlier in the telecast, they've lost but one time all year since the formation of this duo back in January. That was to Riley Newman and Catherine Parenteau.
Point.
There's no real weaknesses from Waters and Johns. And Davillier played very offensive in their last mixed match. Need more of that here. Waters and Johns play pretty offensive themselves. Nice blend, in fact.
Point.
Little no look from Davillier did not fool Ben Johns here at all. That one coming up right there, just ate it.
Point.
And a missed return, so the 2-0 lead is quickly gone. Davillier silver in this tournament, so very comfortable here in Orlando last year.
Point.
And this is the scary part of this top seed. 6-7 points can be on the board in less than a couple minutes.
Point.
Well, like I said there, Dave, no weaknesses whatsoever from Waters and Johns. Both of them have the ability to stay in the dink if they want, or take it right through the court, those drives.
And Ernie time for Anna Leigh Waters. Great read there, as when your opponent puts their head down, that's the time to go, and she timed it perfectly.
Second serve.
Yeah, Anna Leigh has such good intuition for such a young player, young athlete. To have that intuition is very impressive.
There you see Leigh Waters over Ben John's shoulder. We certainly wish her a speedy recovery from her torn ACL. Hated to hear that news, Jan Mike.
That's very unfortunate. I've enjoyed watching Leigh. I love the mother-daughter combination of the doubles that they play.
Point. Timeout receivers. 7-2-2.
And it is all the top seed here. Drop the first 2 points, and then that's 7 in a row in not a lot of time. You mentioned how young Anna Leigh Waters is. Just made Forbes 30 for 30 athletes across every sport. We're talking Joel Embiid and players of that ilk in the NBA. Pickleball, it's here, baby.
That's on the up and up. It's been moving. Lots of new people wanting to take up a paddle, and excited to see these players out at the top of the game, and excited to see so many amateurs as well at this event. Can't see it from this feed right here, but there's courts all over this campus, and they are full.
Full of players loving it, getting to play, and there's a very stressed out Ben Johns.
Yeah, he looks stressed out. It looks a tough day so far for him.
Time in. 7-2-2. Side out.
Big swing from Johns goes deep, so they do get a stop after the timeout call.
2-7-1.
Irvin and Davillier need to settle into their game and see if they can chip away.
Point.
The one thing I noticed about watching Waters and Johns in both their singles and doubles, and you folks at home can kind of follow along as the movement is methodical from the both of them. They never seem to be rushed too much. Yeah, they'll make some errors here and there. It's part of it.
Call.
But both of them so sure-footed.
Yeah, Ben never looks like he's in a hurry, ever.
Really rare. It's very rare. And Annalie really the same.
Side out.
So Davillier got a little more aggressive. They got a couple, but a couple of mistakes there. So 7-4-1. This is the semifinal. Winner is done for the day and will play for the title on Sunday. Completely under siege and then turned defense into offense in 1 second.
That's a tough look from an opponent too, and you see the person you're up against looks so sure-footed and always just seems to be right in the right spot. That makes you do more, miss.
Point.
You feel like you're rushed. I don't think that's talked about enough in pickleball. These two do that to their opponents just by how well they move.
Second serve.
Oh, and the rare indecision as...
Can't believe she missed a backhand.
Well, the only reason she missed that is because the Ben Johns forehand was in the vicinity.
Get out of her way.
Yeah. 9-4-2. Come on, Ben. It's the best two-hander in the women's side. Maybe in all of pickleball.
Timeout receivers.
Yeah, I would say in all of pickleball.
Another timeout call here for Irvin and Davillier. So Waters and Johns, they are rolling towards Sunday. Can they keep it up? We'll see after this.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice. Because that's what we do.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a look at Jay Davillier and Jessie Irvin trying to find some answers, but Leigh Waters and Ben Johns looking very relaxed, very in control, and up 10-4 in game one of this semifinal.
Point, game, 11-4.
And John sneaks in there, gets the mistake, and 11-4. Just a very professional, tidy first game, Jan Mike.
They came out and took control. Lost a couple early points. And it was all Waters and Johns after that.
So will Irvin and Davillier have any answers, or will the march to Sunday continue for Waters and Johns?
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point one means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win $100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win $100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grit for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, buddy.
There you see Leigh Waters and Ben Johns. I'm Dave Fleming here with Jan Michael Gamble, bringing you all the action here. It's mixed doubles Friday, and they're the top seed for a reason. And they looked fantastic in game one. Let's see if Irvin and Davillier have some answers here in game two.
Side out.
And Irvin saw them parting the seas there, but just pushed it deep.
0-0-1.
John's waiting all the way over there to take that forehand.
Second serve.
Big finish from Davillier there.
0-0-2. Side out.
Rare drive miss from Leigh Waters. So
0-0-1.
good hold there, 0-0. Let's see if they can get a lead. They had one very briefly in game number one at 2-0.
Second serve.
Davillier forced to guessed wrong. Has made the behind the back that made SportsCenter's top 10. Not today.
Side out.
Annalie taking that one
0-0-1.
low. Went for the dink. You don't see them often do that. It's very different the way they play.
Second serve.
I like that. This reaction from Davillier. It's interesting. Johns and Waters just force players out of their comfort zone so often. Everything is always on their terms, at least for the most part.
Point.
And there's Ben Johns' term. It is a tattoo for Mr. Davillier.
Yeah, mean forehand.
1-0-2. Point.
Beautiful dipping roll. Great shape on that ball from Leigh Waters there. Forces the error with lurking Ben Johns. Just a frustrating point for Irvin and Davillier. Beautiful ATP defended by Ben Johns and then finished with an Ernie from Leigh Waters.
3-0-2.
I feel like that's a point that they would have won against most opponents. Probably off at ATP.
And then a clean two-handed pass. There is no doubles, Allie, but she hit it.
Created one.
Right down the line as Davillier sitting forehand. You saw just that little
Just look at the placement there,
split
though.
step.
Didn't go for too much with that. That's what makes her so formidable.
Side out.
Stays within her own rules she's created for herself and does it the entire game, entire matches.
Davillier with ATP and then cross-court inside-out winner on the defense. What a point that is.
I feel like he's having to do quite a bit.
That's what it takes to win one rally right there.
Second serve.
Yep, you got to hit 2 shots of the year. And it's 1-4-2.
Point.
More pressure from Davillier makes Allyce look to go behind him and forces the error. And it is the two-handed backhand from Irvin that sets up Davillier, and a nice little run for this 2-0. Long dink exchange, but it is Ben Johns with the final answer.
It's really one of the few that we've had in this entire match. There hasn't been very many dink exchanges at all.
One ball that's up in trouble. Oh my.
Roller.
Second serve.
That stayed on the track like the train around your Christmas tree there, but fell off.
I mean, Allyce had that right in her sights.
And Irvin goes Ernie, and no harm done. And let's see if they can tie this up and put more pressure on the top seed. Just a very calm, casual reach.
Second serve. Three, 4, 2. Side out.
Unfortunate.
Yep, bad luck off the net cord there. So, still at 4-3.
4-3-1. Second serve.
All right.
A little pressure on the dinks, a few errors.
Yeah.
4-3-2.
Well, if the errors are going to happen from Waters, it's usually the forehand side.
Side
Not
out.
that great backhand.
And another side out. So this is the time you got to go. So let's see if Davillier and Irvin can take the lead here, at least tie it up. Big drive, big 5-5, big focus, 4-all.
Second serve. 4-4-2.
If you don't bounce the ball against this team, you're just defending, and it's way too much.
Point.
You bounce the ball and opportunities arise. So beautiful ball and combo from Irvin.
Yeah, Jessie really turning it on here.
and another gorgeous combination. And after what looked like it was going to be a 13-minute match, Leigh Waters is walking off the court calling timeout. No consultation for Ben. Ben's not a timeout caller usually, so impressive comeback from those two. Can they keep it going?
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
Drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, got a mask, who was that, living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tried, tell them all, big dreams, I got big dreams since like baby, I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team, jumping off of buildings.
Welcome back, everybody, and a nice, impressive run being put together here by Jessie, Irvin, and Davillier. They have grabbed the reins of game number 2. Can they continue?
6-4-2.
Like that bouncing around from Waters, it gets rid of some nerves if she has any. Those feet moving.
Side out.
You feel like Dave Waters took that break there, the timeout, as just a strategy. I don't feel like their strategy is incorrect. They've
the rare Ben Johns on the right side sighting because of the switch midpoint.
Point.
And it worked out. Hey, Colin, did you see that?
And the timeout worked to sort of just break the rhythm of Irvine and Davillier, who've played well to get to this moment.
Nice dipping third and quickly tied up. And again, they go to Johns on the right. So I like this.
7-6-1. Second serve.
Just deep from Leigh Waters, and for those of you who've been tuning in all day, this is a positioning choice that we have seen from them earlier today as well. You got to have all choices. So Ben banging away from the right side.
Point.
Held it. Thought he was going to be able to hold it to the last second. Went for too much. ATP.
Just didn't quite shape it in there. Johns was ready. So at 6-4, a timeout was called. It is now Irvin and Davillier staring at a 2-point deficit. They call timeout themselves. We'll be right back.
Thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, got a mask, who was that, living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tried, tell them all, games, I got big dreams since like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off a building.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Jan Michael Gamble, and these two laughing is bad news if you're staring over at this. That is not the look you want to see. They've been pushed here in game 2. In fact, we're down 6-4 and called a timeout and then went for the Ben Johns on the right program. That worked.
Yeah,
now they're 3 points
right now, huh?
from Sunday.
Point.
That dink's just up a little bit from Irvin, and John's able to read it and then get there and finish.
Just seen such great composure as well from Waters out there. Never gets too flustered, just refocuses.
Some ridiculous digs from Leigh Waters, but Davillier keeps the pressure down. Nice job of slicing that ATP back in there and finishes that one. They got to go now.
Oh, nice play. They taking some time away. Good movement.
Same play.
Exactly the same play, trying to rush his opponents. 2 in a row, excellent stuff.
And a ball clips the net, and 9-all, and 50% of the team calls timeout. That would be Leigh Waters again, but that's 100% team commitment.
She's out of there quick.
So 9-9 game 2. What a battle. We'll see who finishes with a W.
Gotta aim for the top like, hold up, yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles. Said I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well, a penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Step the pace as long as you finish, you super strong to win.
15 seconds.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 9 apiece. It was 6-4, Irvin and Davillier. Then 9-6, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, and now we're tied at 9 on the 1 here.
Second serve.
Davillier snuck in there but could not get the ball down, and Irvin, that's tough. You're almost in an I formation there. And it is Jay Davillier firing up the crowd, and he has pushed himself and Jessie Irvin to a game point here in game 2. What a job at that kitchen line.
Davillier up to the task.
And that will do it. An impressive rally for the 4 seed. And they are fired up. Those are heavy French fist bumps right there. And there is a look of determination. Watch this last finish again for Davillier. Okay.
Davillier really performing well right under the fire.
We will play 3 again, folks, and we'll have that for you when we come back.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody. There you see Leigh Waters in the background, probably more upset about not being able to help her daughter other than coach her up here. And we certainly, again, as we mentioned earlier, wish her the best in her recovery from an unfortunate torn ACL. So now she's cheerleader and coach, and she just saw her daughter and Ben Johns drop game 2, so we will play 3.
We saw Leigh giving her a little encouragement, and with a look at her mom. Nice little interaction there. They have a great relationship.
Point.
And a fiery forehand drive from Ben Johns gets them on the board first. Beautiful point, and that was all started by Irvin sneaking the ball down the line behind Ben Johns right there.
Yeah, I really feel like this third game is going to be on Jessie Irvin.
Second serve.
How well can she play? As Davillier really took over alongside Irvin being solid. I think they're going to test her out. That's what's going to happen here, in my opinion. Be surprised if they don't.
Side out.
Left that up, and Davillier knew he was in trouble there. So no scoreboard denting for Irvin and Davillier on their first try.
Point.
Can Davillier keep up that high level that we saw from him in the second game?
Point.
Another drive and another mistake, and 3 all off missed fourth balls.
Second serve.
And Leigh late on the swing there. Again, first of 2 semifinals to play on Sunday. And insane coverage in the middle of the court, not just to get there, but hits a clean winner behind Davillier. Irvin thought she'd hit a winner. She'd actually set up a winner on the other side. Got to hit 7 winners in these high-level battles.
Yeah, it takes a while to get through that wall.
Second serve.
Really a handcuff there. See if they can get on the board here.
Side out.
Again, backhand combo, and Davillier consistently trying these circus behind the back swings like this one right there. Tough place to make a living.
Yeah, John's just nice and unpredictable with where he's taking the ball.
Second serve.
Again, game 3 will switch sides at 6.
Side out.
It's a big quick hold for Irvin and Davillier.
0-4-1. Second serve.
Got to make your thirds on the comeback trail.
Yeah, needed that forehand to land. Bit of a downer, but
0-4-2.
opportunity here.
Side out.
And it has been Johns all over the kitchen.
4-0-1.
Forehand, one-handed backhand, two-handed backhand finish.
Second serve.
Davillier has been successful when he's sped things up.
4-0-2.
Still having some success with that.
Point.
He got absolute candy just sitting there, but unfortunately did not make it. 5-zip.
Side out.
Good stuff from Jessie there, taking the initiative on that drive.
0-5-1.
So they rallied in game 2. Need to get going here. Midpoint switch.
Second serve.
And as the plane roars overhead, Ben John's forehand roars to the finish of this point.
0-5-2. Hit it. Side out.
Good call by Jay Davillier. Good sportsmanship. It did go over, but it went off his body, then went over.
Side
called himself.
Yeah, you appreciate that sportsmanship. They're calling their own lines out there as well. Sports all around, for the most part.
Point, timeout, in change.
And that's sped up right into the no-go zone of Ben Johnson after dropping game 2. They take 6 straight points and will switch with that lead. We'll have that when we return. So big rally in game 2. Irvin and Davillier, Jan Mike, were fired up. Took game 2, and now they're staring at a 6-0 hole.
Yeah, you have
Time in.
What do you change? What tactic do you change? Because they figured it out in the second game there. Davillier playing just an outstanding offensive pickleball.
Point.
That's the thing about playing against Waters and Johns is they're so solid the entire time they're out there. They haven't really adapted the way they've played, shown some different looks from the strategies and where in the court they're playing. That's about it.
Point.
For me, it wasn't about Waters and Johns playing worse in the second game than they did in the first. It was Irvine and Davillier really stepping it up. It's hard to keep that level up.
Point.
Oh my, and everything is falling apart, unfortunately, for Irvin and Davillier after a beautiful point by Irvin. Gets a absolute sitter and pushes it deep, and we're 2 points from this being over.
Second serve.
They get 1 stop. Can they get another?
9-0-2. Side out.
They can indeed. So we have seen comebacks all day long,
0-9-1.
but they must start now.
Second serve.
It's another skill that the best players have. Just let it go. You still win. You still win the round.
Yeah, and Lee called him off that as well. A little help. The partner never hurts.
Point.
So there's the drive to Allyce. Jay slide middle, take the next ball. That was a big part of the comeback. See if he can continue.
The devastating two-hander setting stuff up for her partner.
And just a smart return, too. Return to Davillier to keep him off the net.
9-1-1.
Again, this team has not switched, so Irvin will stay on the left.
Second serve.
Solid depth.
9-1-2. Point.
You heard Irvin say "my bad" as she slid and left the ball up, and this is match point Championship Sunday point for Waters and Johns.
Point, game and match.
And that comes up short. So after a riveting game 2, it is all the top seed in game 3. Leigh Waters, Ben Johns, they are going to Sunday. They will play for another title. The question is, who will they play against? That'll be the next match we have, but we'll talk to the winners when we come back.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Semi-final #1 is in the books, and Ben Johns and Leigh Waters were pushed in game 2 and then roared to the finish line in game 3. Hannah Johns standing by with a chat with the winners.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, everyone. Leigh Waters, Ben Johns are headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, that was an incredibly close game 2. They managed to pull it out. How did you come back firing in game 2? 3.
Yeah, I think game 2 was a little, I think we got too relaxed. You know, that can happen. I think we were both playing well the first game. We kind of had to lead the second game. And, you know, it's always, we always say it's a game of runs, and it definitely was. I think they scored 6 points in one run and then 5 in the next run. So when you're giving up that many points in one side out, you know, that's definitely momentum-based. And I think momentum mostly comes down to focus. So we pulled it together in the third game, made sure we didn't make any unforced errors, and that's what really made the difference.
Well, one of the common questions from new watchers is, why does the man take over so much of the court? But another great question is, where in what other sport do you see the men and women competing side by side so fantastically? What is your answer to some of those questions?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in mixed doubles, a lot of times you see the guy taking over most of the court. Today, Ben, I was like, I want to play some left. So I, like, pushed him over to the right side. I was, like, sneaking behind him. No, but for sure, pickleball is an amazing sport where men and women can compete together. And I don't think I can think of another sport where the women and the men can compete at such a high level. And the fans seem to really love mixed doubles. So, you know, hopefully the competition keeps going and we keep having some really good matches.
Well, guys, we're coming off of the Thanksgiving break. It was much needed after a lot of pickleball this year. Any fun family traditions?
Fun family traditions? Yeah, well, we had a football game at Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, our team lost, but it was a tight game, kind of like that last match. That loss definitely hurt, and I'm going to carry that into next year and make sure it gets better.
How about you, Leigh?
Eating a lot of food, that's what I would say, especially with me. So my family tradition, just stuff yourself, go for a walk, have dessert, boom, 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 done.
That sounds like a great Thanksgiving. Guys, congrats. We'll see you on Championship Sunday. Dave.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Thrilled to have you watching, and the Hertz National Championships are brought to you by, of course, Hertz. And also Chase. Baird Wealth Management. DraftKings. Engage Pickleball. Guaranteed Rate. And Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. So the players are warming up. Last match of the day for our coverage here on Tennis Channel. Thrilled you're with us, and we will have Leigh Jansen and Thomas Wilson playing the 2 seed, Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman. And Jan, Mike, you and I called that insane Leigh Jansen Thomas Wilson match against Kawamoto and Ignatowich. What can you take from that when you stared down a match point down, saved it, and snuck through, and now you're into a semifinal?
I think most importantly, a little breath of fresh air and a little break after that tough encounter, and some confidence as well. Getting through a match like that it gives you that huge amount of confidence. They'll need it against the number 2 seeds, who are extremely difficult to play against.
Yeah, so you're going to have that pancake grip of Riley Newman all over the place. That's Riley Newman with the white hat.
Time in.
To your back, Catherine Parenteau to serve. There she is. Let's play pickleball.
Football. Left foot.
Oh, and a left-footed foot fault for Thomas Wilson early. Just snuck forward there a little bit. One was called in game 3 and didn't get him off kilter of that quarterfinal matchup. And
first example of that, can we call it unorthodox backhand, the grip from Newman?
Yes.
But it makes him very difficult to read.
Point.
Newman able to put very different kinds of spin quite easily on that backhand side. Formidable weapon. One of my favorite to watch, in fact.
Side out.
And Catherine Parenteau tries the look away fade, trying to keep Thomas Wilson honest, but quick 3 for Parenteau and Newman.
Second serve.
Saw Parenteau able to get that paddle up
0-3-2.
Scorpion style and hit down. The ball's down, get your paddle up, folks.
Side out.
Jansen tries the same, but the ball's too low for that trajectory.
Well, we saw 2 different versions of Jansen in her last match. It was a frustrated one that made some unforced errors. the focused one, who really was the hero of that match.
Second serve.
Good
That
pressure.
Forehand as well. She's a formidable weapon.
3-0-2. Point.
Just wide. Love the idea from Jansen because Newman is going to be just sliding more
4-0-2.
and more into the center. Just pushed it wide though. Got to leave a little margin.
Point. Timeout receivers.
Oh, well
5-0-2.
left.
That ball hadn't even landed and Leigh Jansen had called timeout. So
Good eye.
5-zip for Parenteau and Newman, just dominating right out the gate. No errors, clean pickleball. So we've seen them rally all day long. Can they do it again? We'll see. Welcome back, everybody.
15 seconds.
Leigh Jansen and Thomas Wilson, I don't think they're doing this on purpose, Jan Mike, but they've been down at least 4 in the last 4 games they played. The 3 in the quarters, and now they're down 5 here in the semis. They got through last time. Do they have rallies in their paddles again? We'll see.
Side up.
Yeah, I don't think it's on purpose.
No, I'm quite certain.
Newman and
0-5-1.
Parenteau, they were ready to go from the start.
Sorry. Second serve.
That was weird. I think Wilson was worried about where Jansen was and just pulled off that and then took a hack at the last second.
Side up.
Quick side out, you heard Thomas Wilson say it's all good, so keeping that partner pumped up.
Second serve.
They had enough of that. Finally an opportunity to put it away.
Yeah, nice speed up at the body of Newman and then a big finish.
5-0-2. Point.
Big swat splits the uprights from Newman, and it's 6-zip.
Yeah, Newman can be so aggressive. Difficult to slow him down.
Yep, push off.
And
Point.
a second football call here in game 1 on Thomas Wilson. That's Don Morgan and Ed Johnson keeping an eye on all of that. And you got Leigh Jansen's hands on her hips. Thomas is walking slowly and methodically. They got to find some energy.
7-0-2.
Yeah, well, Wilson had the energy there. I feel like that's what he's sort of having to do, is play a little out of his comfort zone. Oof.
Oh, and that's
Close
a ball Riley loves and usually makes. He was there in plenty of time, just didn't make it.
This other team here, just much like Waters and Johns, doesn't have any real weaknesses. Parenteau doesn't miss shots she shouldn't miss very often.
Second serve.
So he gets a second chance at the ATP. That one he makes
awesome.
and requests some love from the crowd.
How
Got
long
enough
he
left
held
hand.
that shot.
Enough left hand on that, and then gets tagged off the net cord, and Jansen and Wilson are finally on the board.
1-7-2. Point.
No transitive properties of the
2-7-2.
Newman willpower, which would get that ball over. Catches the tape off Parenteau's paddle, so they get 2. Jansen's been driving the ball here at Parenteau over the last couple
7-2-1.
points. Got them 2.
Second serve.
Ooh, almost trickled over.
Good first volley.
7-2-2.
Can't get it to bounce, but still fighting. And then Newman sneaks in and finishes. What a point.
Nice, just solid pickleball there from Parenteau. She's always just all business. She walks out on the court.
8-2-2.
Mask of concentration on that face.
Side out.
A lot of awkward defensive postures there, and Wilson says enough.
Parenteau still digging in, put a couple back.
2-8-1.
Beautiful finish by Thomas Wilson. You heard him on that two-handed dink say, watch it. So Jansen knew that an ATP could be coming.
3-8-1.
Much better point construction here for Jansen and Wilson.
Second serve.
Well, perseverance paying off there.
3-8-2. Side out. Timeout receivers.
Okay, so
8-3-1.
timeout called as the ball heads back over to Parenteau and Newman. So can they stop the 2 seed, or will they roll into game 2? We'll find out after this.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop right there.
right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Jim, Michael, Gamble. There's a good look at the Canadian. Catherine Parenteau now lives here in the state of Florida, down in the Naples area. She is paired up with Riley Newman, originally from the state of Washington, throughout the first pitch at a Mariners game earlier this year.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Very excited.
We have that in common.
Point.
That's
Naples, one
deep.
of those pickleball hotbeds.
Yes,
sir.
indeed.
8-3-1.
Home of so many players.
Second serve.
So did you throw a strike, Jan, Mike?
I got it to the plate. It was a little high.
A little high?
A little high.
Okay.
Not bad.
You didn't bounce it, though.
No. I was nervous I would.
Oh, and the Riley Newman antics on the net cord we play on.
Point.
Oh, and Jansen goes down for the scorpion, and then the net cord just flips it over, and she's stuck in just the most frustrating position. And that creates a game point.
Point game. 11-3.
Beautiful finish from Newman, and very, very clean, very, very focused, and 11-3 tells you all you need to know about that. Here's a good look at the final point of game number 1, and Riley Newman knows where you're going before you do. Come back to me and finish.
He's always looking to take control there. Newman and Parenteau, just such a solid team. Newman with ability to put the ball away pretty much anywhere as well.
So we're going to put this match away just for a second. We'll come back with game 2 right after this.
New People Pickleball.
The Bubbly Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a good look at Don Morgan and Ed Johnson, our referees. And coming up in a couple weeks' time is going to be a lot of fun. The Bubbly Team Championships at Mandalay Bay. They will be live on Tennis Channel on the 16th and 17th, Friday and Saturday. And going to be some tremendous team pickleball. A lot of the stars you're watching right now will be playing in a team format. It'll be a lot of fun to see who takes the title there, some special guests, but amateurs, you can sign up as well for this, so go to teampickleballevent.com and play on the strip just before Santa arrives. What could be a better gift than that, Jan Mike?
Fun city to spend some time in, of course, Vegas, and like the style of that event. The team events can be fantastic.
All right, let's see if Jansen and Wilson have an answer here in game number 2.
Side out.
Oh, splitting the difference down the boulevard there.
And just really nice by Newman, recognizing I don't got to do a lot with this. Don't miss it.
0-0-1. Point.
And a lot of kicking of the ball here from Thomas Wilson. A little frustrated with that miss.
Bounce twice. Second
Drop
serve.
shot.
If they're all the way back, and they were all the way back,
1-0-2.
drop it.
Something you see a little bit more in singles than the doubles. A successful drop shot. Well placed.
Side out.
Nice footwork from Wilson there. So
0-1-1.
let's see if this team can find that energy that got them here in that so fun quarterfinal they had with Ignatowich and Kawamoto.
Point. One. Second serve.
It's not set in the transition area. That comes up short.
1-1-2.
Gotta have that strong base underneath.
Side out.
We put one on the board, but still a pretty quick side out.
1-1-1.
Lefty save.
Second serve.
Yeah, not the first time I've seen that.
No.
It certainly won't be the last. He's a
1-1-2.
talented guy. See him go lefty. He's in trouble.
He'll even go lefty overhead.
Side out.
Nice stuff.
Thomas Wilson dictating.
1-1-1.
He's encouraged to do more by his lovely wife watching at home. Let's see if he can do that again here. He certainly cranked it up in the quarters.
1-1-2. Point.
Parenteau so solid, but too much offense. Nice finish here from Wilson.
Yeah, that's hard to keep that in and have an angle there. That's well done by Thomas.
2-1-2. Point.
Okay, Scorpion Leia, nice. That paddle up
3-1-2.
wasn't the cleanest thing I've ever seen, but doesn't matter.
Hey, if it goes back over.
Side out.
So they get 3, which is a perfect match to their first score, but not the desired number at the end. Let's see if they can get a stop and add back to this lead.
Second serve.
Parenteau and Newman play as fast as any duo in pickleball.
Point.
Jansen missed a few returns in the quarters.
2-3-2.
Sails that one a bit deep.
Point.
Well left.
Yeah,
Jansen chewing gum out there.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
3-3-2.
It's I thought I noticed it. Oh, I'd be worried I was going to swallow that gum.
It's Parenteau that's the gum chewer.
I thought I caught.
And yeah, we got
Jansen as well.
Yes.
Oh, dissipate some energy.
4-3-2.
Suppose it could work.
Yes, and Jansen is a diabetic as well, so has to monitor all sorts of things going on. I haven't seen the gum or chewing necessarily, and I'm not going to start playing doctor right now, but you see the patch on her arm that helps control everything. So another quick run for Parenteau and Newman. We'll run the commercial and be right back.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Jan Michael Gamble. We are in our second semifinal of the day. Jansen and Wilson actually had a lead. They were up here, but
yeah, 3-1.
Parenteau and Newman have come back here, and timeout was called. So
Time in. 5-3-2.
winner gets Johnson and Leigh Waters in the final on Sunday.
Point.
Oh, nice placement there from Parenteau right into the body. Tough for Wilson to deal with it.
6-3-2. Point.
And there's that tricky two-y from Riley Newman. He just holds you there, and you don't know
Virtually
where it's
impossible to read that.
7-3-2.
It's such a unique shot.
Side out.
Yeah, nice play. Good depth.
It's go time for Jansen and Wilson.
Point.
Big forehand can be the
4-7-1.
catalyst for a comeback. We'll see. What absolute chaos.
So I'm assuming that shot from Wilson there at the end landed in.
I didn't hear a call out.
Yeah, hey, we lost it there in the camera.
So as chaotic as the point was, the finish was equally as chaotic, and it did catch the line.
Wow.
So 5-7.
Second serve.
A little tiny run here.
5-7-2.
On the board. Hard work.
Side out.
Just catches the line on the return. Got to get that loft if you're going to switch. So probably doesn't want to cut it that close every time, but Catherine will take it. So see if they can add to their lead here.
Second serve.
Yeah, that third ball left a little too high. Nice Nice job, Wilson, there for it.
See, the sun is setting here, so the lights are up on center.
Point.
Yeah, and there's that ball where it's kind of coming near you if you're Thomas Wilson, but
8-5.
Leigh is behind it, ready to just absolutely clobber a two-hander.
Side out.
Yeah, nice stuff.
Parenteau smacks her thigh after leaving that one up.
Yeah. Point.
There's that big forehand, so brings it across the body of Parenteau. Hard for her to block that back. See if they let him swing away again or not. The answer is no.
Second serve.
So they're trying to drive and crash at Parenteau here.
6-8-2.
Oh my, oh, and Wilson had a chance. Unbelievable scamper from Jansen.
The fact that Wilson was able to get the first overhead back
8-6-1.
Vastly impressive.
You got to hit 11 winners. That's just the way the sport works now.
Point. Timeout receivers, 9-6-1.
Couple away.
Leigh Jansen heading to the player box area. Calls timeout. 2 points from Sunday is that duo, and a date with the top seed. They got to finish. Will they do so? Welcome back, everybody. The 2 seed are 2 points from moving on to Sunday. Of course, best 2 out of 3 in the rounds leading to the final. The final will be best 3 out of 5. Can they close it out here?
Point.
Another lefty save from Newman, and we are at match point.
Such great control, Newman.
10-6-1.
Somehow kept that low.
Point, game, match, 11-6.
And that will do it. The Parenteau drive up the line can't be handled from Wilson. And there you see Riley Newman paddle in the air, clapping that paddle. And the 1 seed will play the 2 seed on Sunday. Very impressive for Parenteau and Newman. We'll talk to the winners with Hannah Johns when we come back.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. and we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we can have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddletech, let's go again.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for watching the Hertz Nationals. And the 1 seed and the 2 seed, they're seeded for a reason, and they will clash on Sunday in what's sure to be an epic best 3 out of 5 final on Sunday. We'll have a chat with them here as we've got them gathered next to Hannah Johns. So, Hannah Johns, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, one last time to Championship Court, where these 2 players are headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, congratulations. You played really clean, high-percentage pickleball in this one. How are you feeling going into Sunday?
Oh, I'm super excited. Riley's been a beast next to me all day, and we had great chemistry, great energy, so I hope we can bring that same energy on Sunday and see what we can make happen.
Well, Riley, you're one of the most mobile players in doubles. You're all over the court. How important is it to maintain the pressure on your opponent throughout the match?
Yeah, it's critical. I mean, putting pressure, one more ball back, it's something I love to do. I love scrambling. I love playing defense, especially in slow, humid conditions in Florida. I love it. I don't know if I'm ready to live in Florida, but I like Arizona. But no, it's ideal conditions for myself. And Catherine played well today. And Leigh and Thomas, kudos to them. They played well as well. So happy to move on.
Well, you guys have spent much of the year playing together, and this is the last tournament of the year that has ranking points attached to it. How are you feeling moving into the next year, and are you ready for a break?
Yes, I think we can finish strong. We would love to. And yes, we're pretty excited for a little break. I think we're right back at it in January, 2nd weekend maybe. So we're super excited for a little break.
All right, guys, good luck in that final on Sunday. Thank you. Dave, take us away.
All right, to Hannah Johns. Well, impressive, the 2 seed. We saw Leigh Waters and Ben Johns put it in neutral. They even, in their interview, said like maybe we got a little too cash with what happened and they got run over. So let's tell you what's going on. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., men's and women's doubles. Me and Jan Mike have the morning shift tomorrow, so we will have that for you. And then on Sunday on Tennis Channel, we will have the 5 gold medal matches. All the doubles are best 3 out of 5. The 2 singles matches will be best 2 out of 3. So who will play from the men's and women's doubles side? You're going to have to tune in tomorrow. For Jan Michael, Gamble, and Hannah Johns, I'm Dave Fleming. Thanks so much for watching. right, hello, pickleball fans. Thanks for staying with us. Quick update, Dave Fleming here. We are going to have a game to 15, and then we're going to have a very festive pro-am. We got a couple of the Gronkowski brothers. We got Danny Duncan. That will follow. We'll have some of our pros out there. There's sure to be a lot of fun and laughs during that. So one back draw match to 15. It looks like Jessie, Irvin, and Davillier will be a part of that from what I'm seeing on center court right now. Then some fun pro-am style pickleball. We've had a lot of fun with that all the way back to when we had Larry Fitzgerald and Michael Phelps on center court. So stay with us. We'll have more pickleball in the next 5 minutes. And I'm just told in my ear that we will have Ignatowich and Kawamoto out here to battle Davillier and Irvin. So that will be a good one. That'll be a race to 15. And then, as I mentioned, Pro-Am pickleball. So stay tuned. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
What a way to end it. Family matters in Orlando.
Pickleball to me is a lot of things. I mean, I've been so up and down with my emotions through pickleball through my whole career.
Annalie is sometimes my coach, I'm sometimes Annalie's coach, but we always have that common goal of winning.
I feel like pickleball is helping people with mental health because it's a way for them just to like not think about anything and just go out and have fun.
You know, helping each other emotionally, and we're a true team. We don't argue, we don't fight, and I think that's why we've been so successful.
Singles and doubles champion Leigh Waters. Her mother, Leigh Waters. Brilliant, brilliant pickleball from the mother-daughter combo.
That is as good as it gets. I'm so happy I was here to call it
I guess I'm sort of unique in how I was introduced to the sport because I was sort of watching from the sidelines for years as my brother was ascending to the top of the sport.
Pickleball was kind of funny and then it crept up on me in terms of what it was to me. So I started playing in early 2016, and in that time there were a couple professional tournaments. I didn't have any plans with it. I just thought it was fun. I played the US Open for the heck of it.
Ben and I are both competitive. We like to win all the time. And of course, in a gold medal match, there's more on the line, so you want to win those.
Ben John's having a moment. It was all John's brothers in control from the start. They had their foot on the gas pedal and did not let up.
If you're the target, that means you're in a good position, but it's where other people want to be. So I definitely don't underestimate or undervalue that. Really, it's about trying to stay on top. You know, I mean, people say you don't have upwards to go, and that's never exactly true. It's a constant fight still, and that's really what it's more about, is the grinding, the fight.
My number one reason and why I continue to play pickleball is the fact that I get to spend time on court with my little brother. It's just really cool that we found a sport that we can compete in and play together, let alone actually be at the top of the sport. So pickleball really did, in many ways, come out of nowhere. It's very sociable, so when you go to play, you might have a billionaire, a janitor, and and just your average housewife on the same court and wanting to win, wanting to play well, and enjoying themselves. Out of nowhere might be the title right now, but years from now it's going to be something very different.
Time in, 0-0-2.
All right, folks, welcome back. Let's play pickleball. Here we go, game to 15.
Point.
Hello, Jackie Kawamoto. Nice finish. Dave Fleming here with Jan Michael Gamble, and it's hard to reset after you've been thrown to the backdraw, but still a lot of important play, points, bronze medal still there, prize money difference.
Point.
Got to find your best.
Yeah, there's more opportunities. It's like you said, bronze medal on the line, some cash could be in the hands of the winners, and got to refocus. It's
2-0-2.
something different about pro pickleball certainly than professional tennis is there's no backdraw in professional tennis, so an opportunity here to improve, an opportunity to continue to hone those skills that could take you to the next level and maybe win the next event. You never know.
Side out.
And this is not the bronze medal
0-2-1.
match, just for those of you tuning in. It's a step towards it.
Wow.
And a brilliant ATP from the best on the women's side at that particular skill,
1-2-1.
Jessie Irvin.
Point.
Yeah, I think that growing up, I had to play some consolation matches and events that I played in junior tennis, and
2-2-1.
difficult prospect to kind of swallow your pride, play again, but it builds character.
Point.
And the Jessie Irvin highlight reel is on absolute fire. Three winners.
I really feel like Jessie's been playing very high level today.
Yeah, they got a game off the top seed and then ran into a buzzsaw in game number 4 when Leigh Waters and Ben Johns just really got it dialed in.
Second serve.
Got him.
Got him good with the
4-2-2.
Tui there from Ignatowich. Again, we'll switch sides when one team reaches 8.
Side out.
And obviously, Kawamoto and Ignatowich are
2-4-1.
still thinking about that incredible opportunity they had in their quarterfinal
Point.
when they were down, up,
3-4-1.
saving match points, had one of their own, but couldn't get there.
Yeah, so many opportunities that they had. Nicely earned opportunities. I like the team up they have. Good combination of skills. Kawamoto with good feel, keeping the ball low, dinking, excellent precision.
Second serve.
Good lead from Davillier there. As Kawamoto tries to catch him.
4-4-2.
I feel like if these two in our forecourt here stay together, I think they're going to have
Side
some
out.
great results. Shape up next year for themselves nicely. It's good, like I said, very good
4-4-1.
combination.
And
Precision and power.
Second serve.
as unlike tennis, where singles is the spotlight
4-4-2.
of that sport, in pickleball it's doubles, and finding those partnerships
Side out.
are critical. And you got to want to play together. Your
4-4-1.
games have to complement each other. You know, some of the time the best players playing together isn't the best thing. We have seen in mixed, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns have beautifully dialed that in and have but one loss on the campaign.
That really comes down to the personalities. Can you get along with that individual for an entire year of play? Can you get along with that individual for even a week? And the pickleball tour, you're playing singles, doubles, and mixed doubles. It's a lot of time on court. You better like that person.
5-4-2.
And you also have to figure out who's going to be the dominant force in these encounters as well. A lot of planning, I think, and strategy goes into that.
Yeah, and it's
Point.
very interesting with the transition tomorrow to men's and women's doubles, where you'll see in
6-4-2.
Leigh Waters and some of the other ladies who've been playing right side more complementary to be the takeover in that gender doubles, and just having to make that transition. Singles, then the way you need to play with mixed,
Side
then
out.
you need to way and we'll see it with the men as well. You'll see
Very true.
men that are playing right side, setting up their partner, flipping from what they've been doing all day in mix. So you got to have a full bag of tricks, or you will not be advancing in all three of the divisions.
A little mental reset,
Second
too.
serve.
Yeah.
Change it up.
4-6-2.
Again, if you're just jumping in, this is a back draw on the way to the bronze medal match battle between Jackie Kawamoto. She's the righty, Jade's the lefty. And James
6-4-1.
Ignatowich. They're on the left of your screen, or closest to us here with their backs to
Second
us.
serve.
With Jessie, Irvin, and Jay Davillier on the far side.
6-4-2.
We're at the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida, just outside of Orlando, right next to the airport.
Side out.
Huge finish from Jessie Irvin there. Must have changed the flight patterns, because we haven't had a jet
4-6-1.
flyover for a little while here, Jan, Mike.
Yeah, I'm surprised. A little lull.
Point.
There's that backhand volley. Davillier's major assets are those good quick hands.
Now, U.S. Open, of course, is in the flight
5-6-1.
path of LaGuardia up in New York. Do you ever have that issue, or you just play through it?
You have to play through it if it's during a point. You don't really have a chance. Of course, tennis, a few more breaks. And of course, a little bit more break in between play. So if it's bothering you as you're trying to serve, you can take some time. I've seen players today do that very thing here as well. The plane's awful close here. They aren't quite as close in New York at the Open.
Point.
tight game continues here as
7-6-2.
Davillier and Irvin hoping to win this point and switch with the lead.
Point, timeout, 8-6-2.
And look at
Switch
that
ends.
little dribbler. Hits the net and just right on cue, as I will never try to step over a net like Mr. Davillier did, but the roar of the engine you hear. So I guess you got to talk about it to make things happen. It is the land of magic.
Commentary curse.
Yes.
You brought that plane in.
I did. I just wanted to land very safely. So 8-6, here we are. Jan, Mike, a lot of pickleball background. Are you surprised to see where we are today, coming from that picture we showed earlier in that backyard court of yours?
I am a little surprised. I'm surprised that it's come so far so fast, and I love seeing it. I'm very proud of Washington State for creating this wonderful game, this wonderful sport. But here it is. Here it is on a national level, on a world level, and just continuing to grow and grow. And it's just been amazing to see this sport that I played all my life as a kid, and here it is. I didn't think we'd be talking about it on TV so soon, but it is one of the best social sports out there. Everybody can play. You see men and women playing together. It's just fantastic in that way, and it's very inviting and including for everyone. The amateurs playing at this very event alongside the pros. So much good, all positive in my mind.
Side out.
Nice ball from Kawamoto there, stays in. Yeah, the 23 schedules are all still being put together, but folks, when this tour comes to town, you can play and then go watch these great players. I mean, it's there's a lot of how long will that be the case? I hope a long time, because that's some of the great nuance and joy of this sport, as Jessie Irvin again shows off that obscene ATP skill set she has.
Yeah, I think as long as the venues have enough courts to put the players out there, amateurs and pros alike, there's no reason it should change.
Side out.
Yeah, and the good news on that fact is more larger venues are coming, because the growth of the sport requires more courts for all of the recreational players.
Second serve.
Of course, there's been a lot of unification lately, the
Side out.
PPA and Major League Pickleball, so that's the team tour coming together. So that is going to be absolutely epic next year. Got the founder of Major League Pickleball now as a chairman role with the players. That's Steve Kuhn, who is so passionate about pickleball. So just everyone driving this forward, and who knows where it'll land. But the arrow is way up.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing. I think more focused together is going to be better. A lot of big players in it. As far as people who are willing to promote it, be a part of it.
Wow, what a bounce on that. An unbelievable get from Kawamoto. And they're going to ask about the ball. And
Oh, it's fine. Let's get a new ball. Don't. And you're taking it back, so.
So a little debate. I mean, there was a ball that literally bounced left in the middle of that point, which you can put spin on it, but you can't be doing no right angles. No.
I figured you could.
I mean,
no?
I can get 65 degrees.
6-8-2.
All right, so we're gonna play on here. 6-8-2.
Side out.
And after all that and
that was a bit of a downer.
Right angle.
8-6-1.
Miss serve. It's hard to get just you really have to find it in these games to 15. The back draw, the crowd has thinned out significantly. Self-motivation here. Obviously, these are all high-level tennis players who played a lot of singles, and there's no one else out there with you when you're playing singles tennis, obviously.
Yeah. That was that for me disappeared in the juniors, and we didn't have it in the pro tour. No consolation. I guess the only time that can happen is the Olympics, where you might play for that same exact bronze medal if you lose in the semifinals there. So could happen, but you know there's pride on the line, and this is the way that the draws are in pickleball. So you know it is what it is. You got to get back out there after you've had a loss. Most players, you know, lose in a given week. Unless you're the Leigh Waters and Ben Johns of the world, you're losing often. So you have to figure out a way to deal with that. Maybe playing another extra match or two can be an asset. I like to be positive whenever possible.
Yep.
Point.
Oh, dear. Oh, boy.
He's got to be joking.
Oh, no. And
the ouch.
What a job by our scoreboard operator there.
Oh, it did get him.
Oh, it got him. Yeah. Oh, boy. Jay Davillier. And we're checking the pickleball now after that unfortunate contact. We're going to get a new ball again after that. I can tell you one person that's happy there's a delay, and that's Jay Davillier.
Exactly.
Choose one.
Wow. Folks, coming up after this match, we're going to have a fun celebrity event. A couple of the Gronkowski brothers, famous YouTuber Danny Duncan, who's got millions of followers, will be out here. Some of the PPA pros, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So we'll have a 30 to 40-minute exhibition and a lot of fun with those folks. See what they got on the pickleball court.
Second serve.
Retribution for Mr. Davillier.
7-8-2. Side out.
Oh, that's that forehand he loves. Can't be missing that.
8-7-1.
So 8-7-1 here again. 1 game to 15, win by 2.
Second serve.
And it is that construction that is typically mixed. You get the women dinking cross court, and who's going to leave it up or go for something. And speaking of going for something, Davillier goes for a big forehand, catches the doubles alley. Unfortunately, there isn't one.
The invisible doubles alley.
7-8-1.
Yeah. Little impatient there, Davillier.
Second serve.
Oh, the little lob serve did not pay off.
I like the idea of mixing up the pace because a lot of these folks like to really step into it. The players love to get like that, get your momentum going forward. Lob it, they have to generate all the pace.
Point.
Hello, Jackie. Beautiful point from Kawamoto.
8-2. Side out.
Yeah, Davillier saw that little opportunity, redirecting that forehand volley nicely. Inside out.
Then that big lever reach of Irvin to finish.
Jessie.
So if you're going to throw up a lob, you got to not retreat. Stand in there. If you're going to hit an offensive lob, stand in there and be ready to volley it back. And Irvin did stand her ground.
She did.
And I realize I'm asking you to be brave out there. You can do it.
Second serve.
And Davillier frustrated because Irvin played a solid point.
9-8-2.
He was unable to finish the ball that was up, just got jammed up just a little bit. Irvin tries to slide one past Ignatowich. That does not work, and he gets to go two-handed backhand and then forehand finish.
8-9-1.
Tweener. Oh, he goes more reversal because there is advertising right there, the video board, so he had to make a decision. I don't think he had room for the tweener.
What a well-disguised lob that
was. Beautiful, because it wasn't high at all.
No, offensive.
Point.
Kawamoto stepping up.
Yep. And again, Irvin and Davillier, when they are in this formation, have chosen to keep Jessie on the left. Now they don't like it, so you see her slide all the way over. There's no secret what they're doing.
Point. Timeout receivers.
And
11-9-1.
Ignatowich just owning the kitchen line. So we've seen spurts of that all day long, with Ignatowich just being a dominant force at the kitchen line. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this race to number.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
All right, folks, welcome back. Hertz National Championships here.
11-9-1.
Kawamoto and Ignatowich have snuck in front.
Point.
And Davillier. Hands in the air. Obviously, they changed that, so Irvin slides over to the right. 3 points from a win are Ignatowich and Kawamoto.
Yes. Point.
Oh, Kawamoto just continuing to control the narrative out here. Really moving the ball around so well. Exacting precision.
Back to no switch.
Point.
Oh, not well left.
And that hits the line from Kawamoto, and a frustrated Irvin and Davillier, who are as disconnected as you'll ever see right now. They're usually really tight and in sync, are staring at a match point down.
Point game match.
And that will do it. So nip and tuck all the way to like 9-8 or 8-all, and then Kawamoto, Precision, Ignatowich, Thunder, and they will move on. That's a good win for the 14th seed. I told you, when you see that number, respect the players, not that number, Jan Mike.
Well, I figure that number is going to continue to move up. We'll probably take that 14 away pretty soon. They keep this up, top 10 soon enough.
So well played by Ignatowich and Kawamoto, and folks, we're gonna have some chicanery out here now. We're gonna have Gronk ball, pros, bros. We'll have more details on that here coming up in just a second. So we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, all sorts of fun action on that center court right after this.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grit for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, buddy.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
New People Pickleball.
The Bubbly Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go. What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
All right, everybody. Greetings and welcome. Dave Fleming, Jan Michael Gamble, still talking about pickleball. And we've got, as I mentioned, we've got some Gronkowski brothers about to play. And that will include Rob Gronkowski, who's been playing a little bit of, we got some dancing going on here.
That'll get the feet moving. How about that?
I mean,
Is that what you do before you play?
I have not done that exact move, but if these guys win, I got to mix it in.
If it works for them, you might have to adapt that.
Because as I broadcast, and I've had this conversation with a lot of people, it has made me a better player because of the specificity of watching what the players do. So if the pre-game routine of the dancing, maybe I should be watching that.
We might have to adapt that for our show tomorrow.
Yes.
You know, before the pickleball, we'll try that out.
There's a good idea. We'll get here at 9. So, folks, if you're coming out to watch, if you're in the Central Florida area, come say hi to us, and we'll be going through our pregame dancing routine. Apparently now.
We need to work on it a little bit.
It'll be very impressive. Well, I can tell you, I see Yana Bright and Tyler Loong on center court. I cannot tell you much more than that. So let's talk about I know you're still connected with tennis, work on the tennis channel. It's nice to see the adaptation here. For a while, they were sort of not friends, not foes, but you know, there's a little bit of angst, and now, you know, I don't know lots of pro tennis players, but the ones I know are saying, you know, I play a little, or I see it. What's your take on all this tennis and pickleball stuff?
Well, my take's been the same from the start. I've played pickleball my whole life. I've played pickleball longer than anybody out here, you know, since I was a kid. So it's an easy thing for me to get behind. I'm very proud of Washington State and the fact that this has grown to the huge heights that it now enjoys. You know, not everybody in tennis is super happy that they're losing some courts here and there, or that it's on Tennis Channel. It's you know, take your pick. But I'm happy because, you know, you're filling some spaces that you're just probably seeing some replays. I think it's a fantastic opportunity to grow this wonderful sport. I think it's found a place for itself. And I think some venues are going to start popping up that are going to certainly support adding more courts, more fantastic venues. People want to play. It's probably the most social sport out there. We thought we were going to have a celebrity match. It seems like that has taken a turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, our bronze medal match this evening features Ignatowich and Jessie Kawamoto, and they will be facing off against Loong and Yana Bright. Folks, come on down, grab your seats. Our bronze medal match up next.
Okay, so things are rapidly changing, and we're getting a lot of updates in our ears here, folks. So let me tell you what is going to happen. These are pro players who are going to play for the bronze medal now. So the fact that Yana Bright and Tyler Loong were out there is why they're out there. You can see it on the scoreboard back there. So the bronze medal match is best 2 out of 3. So it's going to be Ignatowich and Kawamoto against Bright and Loong. And we will bring you that once the players are all set. Obviously, Ignatowich and Kawamoto just got off the court, having defeated Davillier and Irvin. So this is the last pro match of the day, and then I guess we're gathering up Gronkowski's all alongside the court, and we'll have them ready when this match is over. So I believe I see Don Stanley over there to referee it. I will be providing the score for you, so we will be listening closely to his voice. And a warning to all, including Jan Michael here, if Don Stanley catches someone in the kitchen, it's like an alarm going off. Don't be startled. You have been forewarned. It is.
I think I've heard it.
It is a very loud. I recommend everybody, if you're worried about getting up for the big job interview or meeting or whatever, record Don Stanley's "You're in the Kitchen" yell, and you'll never miss another key appointment in your life.
Or don't get caught in the kitchen.
period.
Other
Yes.
word of advice.
Yeah, just stay out unless it bounces. then head in, and then get the heck out of there. I know a lot of people spent a lot of time in the kitchen the last weekend. I certainly did with the holidays, and here we are in December. It's so fun, the number of questions I get about what's the best pickleball gift to get, folks. So go to Pickleball Central, lots of ideas there. Jump into that and make a loved one or introduce them to the sport if they're new.
I don't recommend buying a paddle for someone because there are so many different options out there.
Game one, Tommy,
You're
0-2.
going to try that out yourself.
All right, we're going to play a bronze medal match. Let's play pickleball. Come on.
Yes, let's go. Point. One, 0-2.
This is Jackie Kawamoto standing next to James Ignatowich, Anna Bright, and the lefty Tyler Loong on the far side.
Side out. Zero, 1-1. Second serve. Zero, 1-2. Side out.
Putting the lefty in the right court there as expected. A little bit of a different changeup than we've seen in some of these, pretty much all of these
1-0-1
matchups.
Yeah, and that's what the southpaw does to the entire court. It changes who dinks with who. You'll see the ladies straight up. You'll see the guys straight up. And
point.
Makes for an interesting strategic decision as neither of the guys want to switch where they're at. So they're going to play heads up for the most part. Anna Bright, who you see there, returning to Ignatowich. This is an interesting battle for those two.
Point.
There's that forehand. We've been seeing it all day.
So sometimes you got to take what's going on off court and throw it away because there they are across the net. So here we go.
Second serve.
Oh, there's the Ernie King. Saw Ignatowich's head go down, and Loong is so athletic, he's able to get easy and just slaps that lefty forehand. Those never come back. Oh, and a Bright yells out, and he's like, no, I'm up in the Ernie count here.
Yeah.
Come on.
0-3-1. Point.
Right, putting that away. Right for her on the overhead.
1-3-1.
Wicked two-hander from Anna Bright. You know, I'm a card-carrying member of the Broadcasters Union here for pickleball, and Anna Bright was in this booth yesterday, so I don't cheer, but I like to see good shots from those that join us in the booth.
Second serve.
Anna Bright, for me, another one of those players that I don't think she has any weaknesses, really. She does everything well off both sides.
Yeah, her weakness is she's only played for a year.
Yeah.
That's what's scary for the rest of the ladies is, you know, some of these ladies have played 3-4 years and they've figured out some things. She's got ridiculous upside, but what a Jackie Kawamoto with another beautiful
That's not the first
Top
excellent
spin.
lob that we've seen.
I mean, to get a clean winner in pickleball off the lob, fantastic. Yana Bright played her college tennis at Cal. She's a Cal Bear.
4-2-1. Point.
Bit of a surprise. He chose to drive that backhand. Often just uses it as a placing shot. Good tactic.
Second serve.
Couple of those with the slide and reach in, just Ignatowich.
5-2-2.
Just got to get a little more comfortable in that, and that again is reps.
Point.
Kawamoto ready again, and she is
6-2-2.
She's almost playing better each match
Yes.
that we watch. Really impressed.
Oh my, the two-way cross-court exchange is epic right there. Now down the line. Fantastic rally.
Point.
Oh, and
I feel
Kawamoto takes a
timeout
big
coming
swing.
soon here.
Yes, ma'am. 7-2-2.
Maybe not.
So 7-2-2 for Kawamoto and Ignatowich.
Set up.
Yeah, there's the choices when Ignatowich goes and when he doesn't. We'll just keep getting dialed in. But Kawamoto's ability to take balls in the
2-7-1.
transition area and put them in safe places is so impressive, and has done it all year. Just keeps getting better and better.
Second serve.
Ignatowich keeping it deep.
2-7-2.
The opponents back off the line. It's good enough.
Set up.
Nothing going for Loong and Bright there. Again, 2 out of 3. And Ignatowich steps away for the
7-2-1.
big old jet airliner. Don't carry me too far away.
Second serve.
So that's a ball he just doesn't need to get involved in, and then he's scrambling out of position.
Yeah, it's a little too far over there. I like the initiative,
7-2-2.
like the idea,
Yes.
probably not strategically the best choice.
Set up.
Probably as well, because
2-7-1.
Kawamoto, I think, probably has the best dink on the court out here.
Certainly forehand over to Tyler Loong's backhand. She's going to be just fine because Loong can't hurt her on the backhand off the bounce. The two-e's cross court with
Point.
Ignatowich and Bright are fun to watch.
As well.
Little love off the net. So you can see Bright
Timeout
pacing
receiving team,
around.
3-7-1.
She is a intense team, and interesting timeout there. Up 7-3. Kawamoto and Ignatowich take a timeout. So we'll take one as well. We'll be back. It's bronze medal match.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop right there.
One timeout, two timeouts.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming, Jan Michael Gamble, Hertz National Championship bronze medal match mixed doubles day. And it is Kawamoto and Ignatowich who have the lead and just took a timeout just to not let this get away from them.
3-7-2.
It was tactical. It was quick. They lost serve, but they were like not having it.
Side out.
I heard Anna Bright say, my bad. She screamed out, but that ball did hook in. So side out on that. Perfect amount of spin from Mr. Ignatowich there.
Second serve.
Bright at the line. Kawamoto giving ground. That usually favors the person on the line.
Point.
Little help there. The net tape.
8-3-2.
People panic a lot when it goes off there because your paddle's in the wrong place for where the ball's going to end up. Nice job by Kawamoto.
Bright
and Loong get away with unwinding the stack on that last one. Bright might have been in trouble, but just an odd miss there.
Bit of extra spin on that.
4-1.
Which is not allowed on the PPA tour, so just something happened.
Point.
All right, that time the call worked.
Yes.
Jinx.
5-8-1.
Jinx indeed.
Second serve.
A little infusion of pace there.
Yes. Kawamoto can finish as well.
5-8-2. Side out.
Great reach. That's the difference. If you're going side to side, backhand to backhand, it's
8-5-1.
the reach of Ignatowich takes that angle away.
Point.
And a little shake of the head there from Ignatowich, like I'm in control here. Anna Bright's hands on the hips there.
9-5-1.
She's as fiery and as competitive as anybody, so
Second serve.
Oh, nice hands there from Bright to keep it going. Drawing the error. Shot Ignatowich probably should make.
Yeah, that looked like we were heading to game point for sure.
Point.
Again, Kawamoto keeps those dinks and drops so shallow to the net.
10-5-2.
And we are at 10-5-2.
Side out.
So they save one game point here.
5-10-1. Second serve.
cross-court return to the backhand. Loong is a lot less dangerous on that side than whipping the forehand.
Point.
Oof. Yeah.
6-10-2.
It's not going to miss that. Not a lot of pace on that two-y from Loong.
Point.
Oh my, again, Kawamoto with a perfect lob and had a sitter.
That lob is so well disguised.
17-2.
Looks like she's going to throw the dink over the net, but it's a lob that comes in there.
Set out.
All right, so they get the ball back. A few more points of damage, but comfortable.
Sorry.
As comfortable as 10-7 can be.
10-7-1. Point game, switch ins.
And that's just wide, so it is Ignatowich and Kawamoto which take game number 1 of this bronze medal match. We will have game number 2 for you right after this.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
All right, folks, welcome back. Again, bronze medal match. This will be followed by a bros and pros. We got all these Gronkowskis, Gronk, Spike. Rob Gronkowski will be participating. For those of you who want to see the tight end from the Bucks and Patriots play pickleball, that will be happening after this. But this is an important battle here, and it is Ignatowich again, trying to control that kitchen line.
Point.
He does, but he pushes that first point of game number 2 wide.
1-0-2. Point.
Too much roll on that one from Ignatowich, and 2 quick ones from Loong and Bright.
Point.
Ooh, close.
Just deep on that one. Wind has definitely died down earlier today. I would have said, you know, wind could have played a role in that, but not much going on with the wind right now.
Set up.
So good start for Bright and Loong. 3
0-3-1.
quick ones.
Point.
Wow, great exchange there.
Yes, off the tape from Bright. So it is Ignatowich.
The quick hands and that backhand volley.
Kawamoto on the board here.
Point.
Nice job of Ignatowich of taking a
2-3-1.
step back and ripping into balls.
Point.
Wow.
And look at that crafty Kawamoto again. Has so many different styles, and she holds all of that from the same spot to start with.
Which is she going to choose next? The lobs, great dinks, redirects. Been very impressive all day long.
Second serve.
Ignatowich straight up on Bright. That has a lot of conversation
3-3-2.
starters. So, and Bright wins that exchange and wins the exchange with the bug in front of her face.
Set up.
Just get out of here. Just get out, says Tyler Loong. The best finisher on balls that are up, just absolutely demolishes them. You heard Bright
3-3-1.
urging Loong on there.
Point.
Goodbye again.
Flamingo pose, I'm allowed to say that, as Dave Fleming goes up and just absolutely one hand and one arm and one foot just kills it.
That's a lot of ones there.
It is.
I like the paddle acceleration we see. He's able to create some spinner speed so easily.
4-3-1.
Floor is lava.
Point.
And now Bright and Loong have the upper
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
We've seen this with Kawamoto and
5-3-1.
Ignatowich. Behind, get a lead.
Point. Timeout receiving team 6-3-1.
Dave, you mentioned Anna Bright's intensity that she plays with, and I feel like she stepped it up nicely in the second game. She's taking command here a little bit. Set her partner up quite often.
Yeah, she's as feisty as it gets coming out on the court, and I don't mean feisty in a bad way, in a focused, determined way, and brings that intensity and that desire, and you know, she's a lot to deal with. So probably not thrilled with how they played in game number 1, but I'm telling you, it was Jackie Kawamoto and Ignatowich playing very well. They earned the game 1, and now your level either rises or you go home.
Right, or you figure out a strategy that didn't work so well in game 1. What was happening to you that you could change? Is there anything you can change? And she's done a good job of taking the initiative, I think. A few more drives from her. Changed up the pace a little bit, the rhythm in this second game, different from the first.
I just love when I see teams as Loong and Bright were right there. What are we going to do? Talking very engaged in each other's thoughts on what they want to do there. Now let's see if they can put it in play. So timeout called. 6-3-1, Loong and Bright. And backhand Ernie from Tyler Loong, and all the fun. And I said Ernie, and that is clearly an ATP. My apologies, everybody. But what a shot by Tyler Loong from the Ernie King. He can go ATP as well.
Point.
Ridiculous get from Anna Bright behind her body. That's what a two-way can give you sometimes. You have enough of that power of the left hand.
Nice stability there. Just use the pace coming your way. Block it back.
Point.
And that's the danger of the two-handed roll dink right there, Jan Mike.
Yeah, got a little too far out there. And even though he saw it coming, not much he could do with that. Rocket ship coming his way on that ATP.
And 9-3 for Bright and Loong. Anna Bright wants a game 3.
I feel like she's going to get it. Level from Bright. Clearly different from the first game.
Team 10-3-1.
Another timeout here from Ignatowich and Kawamoto. So they called one when they were down 6-3. Now they're calling one when they're down 10-3. We'll take a quick break. See if Bright and Loong can force a game number 3.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. Ah, there we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
We are back. Anna Bright and Tyler Loong have flipped the script and are staring at a game point to force a third and deciding game here in this bronze medal match. And Tyler Loong inside out forehand. Anna Bright jumping up and down and yelling. And that's an impressive, very tidy, quick 11-3 their way after dropping game 1, 11-7. So, Jan Mike, you played, I'm sure, a bunch of 3-setters. What's the difference in mentality if you won the first and dropped the second versus the other way around?
I think just the different kind of strategies you need to adapt to win the match. It shouldn't be too much of a difference, really. You should be as in the moment as possible. But you know, if you win a first set in tennis too quickly, is not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes you can have that lull, a little bit of a down. If your opponent starts to play a little bit better, or opponents in doubles, it can throw you for a loop, and you feel like you're not playing as well when you might be playing the same. They're just playing a little bit better. So you have to be ready to have that mental reset. Very similar in pickleball. In the games, one game, opponent or opponents can dominate, and then that may not happen in the second. So you have to be willing to make those different kind of corrections to your strategy, or just keep your energy up. Try to stay as in the moment as possible and sort of forget about the score. Easier said than done, but the best do it better than the others.
Yeah, that's why when you see the 3-game and in tennis, the 5-set records, it's not surprising that the best players have the best records in 5-setters, because
certainly, or have the ability to say, well, I didn't play that great in the set, but they might play 3 better than their opponent plays 2, or a little more consistent.
So here we go. This is first rally from game number 3. Bronze medal match will switch sides when one team hits 6.
Point.
And that's a heck of a first rally right there. And Kawamoto and Ignatowich off to a good start after really getting clean pretty well, 11-3 in game number 2.
Side out.
Well, Kawamoto really dictated it in the first game. Was able to really kind of move the ball around, kind of controlled the momentum. That did not happen. It was Wright who stepped up, and Loong alongside.
Fantastic point here. And it is Tyler Loong with the last swat. He even went tomahawk in the middle of that point, but it was fended off by Kawamoto.
1-1-1.
Yeah, I was wondering what you were going to give a name to the shot that I saw. I was like, I don't have a name for that one. Tomahawk's fitting.
Point.
And the speed ups from that position, these two are going to be ready for it. So Ignatowich got to pick his spots carefully, as Bright and Loong are feeling it. And Loong again finishes. That was a weird angle off the edge of that Vulcan paddle of Tyler Loong's. Looked like it caught, and if you're not sure, you got to play it in.
Absolutely. The sportsmanship in pickleball, very high level, so can't see it out. It's in.
3-1-1. Second serve.
That's Loong's favorite shot right there. Loves to come in and blast that forehand on the run around. Just caught the net.
Side out.
Kawamoto gets enough roll and topspin, yet kept it shallow, so it wasn't an ATP danger. So 3 for Bright and Loong. They've got the lead, and we're going to take a moment and think about how much we love
1-3-1.
And now we'll play pickleball.
Point.
That's the one you don't want to give him.
Yeah, nice middle dink there. They've been pushing Loong out wide and then put it in the middle.
2-3-1. Point.
And Loong, like he just cussed in church, covered his mouth.
You couldn't
there.
believe that.
No.
Have a good look at that.
Second serve.
High third gets crushed by Bright, so.
Yeah, Yana with a chance to reinitiate herself there. Hasn't been able to the last couple of rallies.
Again, we'll wait. Ignatowich actually
3-3-2.
showing the full tennis player in him. Towels off.
Side out.
And that's a ball Ignatowich needs to be on right there. They've
3-3-1.
changed their strategy with some middle dinks there that have been effective. So tied at 3, game 3.
Point.
Caught it late. Couldn't control the pace
4-3-1.
from Loong there.
Point.
Oof, it's a big forehand.
Yeah, well, way too short on the return
Time out
there. You're
receiving
just
team,
asking for
5-3-1.
trouble, especially when you're unwinding the stack. So it is Bright and Loong battling here to get to that 6 point and switch sides. And this is one of those where, hey, it looks like Anna Bright's in charge. Hey, Loong's hopping in there. Ignatowich's forehand. So we've seen each of the 4 players on the court have their moment.
We have, and right now I feel like it's kind of between Bright and Loong, it's kind of even. They're both dictating nicely, and they're both getting into the dink exchanges with some nice initiative to create some space, to create some opportunities to put the ball, drive the ball, put the ball away. They're playing nicely as a team right now. It's looking like they have the momentum, but of course that can change very quickly.
Yeah, you heard earlier today during the semifinal that Ben and Leigh Waters, and we were talking about the runs in that match against Davillier and Irvin. A run of 6 on one service and a run of 5 on another is how they lost that second game in their match. And that's what can happen, you know, just that spark ignites and you look up and you're like, weren't we just up 5 and now we're down a couple? How'd that happen?
Yeah, it can be over quickly, and you make a couple of unforced errors, your opponents play well, or blink and it's done.
Point, switch ends.
And a lot of fist pumping action from Anna Bright there, a lot of intensity, and they're going to switch with the lead. So we will stay right here with you guys and see if they can finish this off. So you see the lefty from Utah. If you got questions about cameras and computers, Tyler Loong loves stuff like that. So if you come out to a tournament, want to nerd out, Tyler Loong's your man for all things like that. Has a lot of unique interests. A lot of these players have some very, you got to have something more in pickleball in your life to sort of, you know, offset,
You
just get a
certainly
break.
do. Especially with all the travel, all the time, the downtime, you got to figure out what that's going to be. Some of the players maybe going out partying a little bit, but you can't keep that up for too long. It is fun when you're traveling around to go to the great different restaurants and sites and things like that, but stay focused on the actual sport.
Our #1 partier made it through, though, yesterday in singles. The Share Bear, Ryan Sherry, talked about, you know, if he parties for 72 hours, that's too much. But
Saw that he said he's 71, he can do it.
Fine.
He's fine with the 71. He said he felt fine on that. I watched the interview myself. He felt fine on Thursday.
Yeah, so, you know, he worked through that just well, and let's let the referees and Mr. Stanley know that we are ready to play pickleball.
6-3-1. Second serve.
Oh, and big yell from Anna Bright as she got exactly what she wanted.
6-3-2.
She's done a nice job at taking the pace from Ignatowich and throwing it right at Kawamoto.
Point.
And A wicked two-handed backhand from Anna Bright. I'm sure she has extra joy in winning those exchanges cross court here with Ignatowich, and they inch closer to a medal.
Point.
And Loong goes inside out.
It truly is devastating with that forehand.
And they are playing fast. We don't even have a chance to talk about it. I can tell you the score, and then it's over. Little look there by Ignatowich to see where they were.
Let's go. Side out.
Kawamoto ready that time, so the deficit is 5.
3-8-1. Point.
Let's go. There it is.
Okay, a little there it is from Ignatowich on the
4-8-1.
Two-hander speed up, so he chose to hit it with some pace instead of dropping it cross court.
Second serve.
See all those little tiny steps Ignatowich is taking during the rallies. He really keeps those feet moving. For me, it's almost too much.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's definitely a tennis habit of his.
It's not a habit I would encourage in tennis. It's something I would get out of his system. It's too much nervous energy.
Yeah, and a lot of wear and tear.
Yeah.
8-4-1.
Split step's one thing, but not
the
split
split.
stepping
You want the
whole
split.
time.
You want to be on your toes, certainly, but that's just a lot of extra.
Point.
But hey, if it works for him.
Ooh, and a big sigh of relief from Bright, as that was in a very dangerous spot for her and Tyler Loong, but they are now just 2 points away, and he's not on a pogo stick, folks.
Point.
Double inside out from Tyler Loong, and they are at bronze medal point.
That forehand is really hard to read from Loong, where he's going to take it and hit it inside out as easily as he can take it the other way.
And again, they want to make sure that only the fans in the stands have a view of the championship point. If you're flying over, you only get to see us holding the ball. Here we go. Match point.
Second serve.
Got jammed a little bit there, and Bright was crossing. Bright had visions of a beautiful drop and crash finish.
10-4-2.
Second match point.
Let's go.
Side out.
And the ball off the tape. Loong can't handle, so 2 saved. We've seen comebacks all day long.
Second serve.
Again, Bright has switched her philosophy and has been speeding it up at Kawamoto whenever she gets a ball she likes, and that's setting up Loong. It's working well.
Point.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually made the difference in this entire match. Really, and it is changing that pace up. She wasn't winning those dink exchanges necessarily. Kawamoto's excellent at that type of play.
Another good long battle goes to Ignatowich and Kawamoto.
Yes, sir. 6-10-2.
Wright yapping away at herself there.
Set up.
And gets a freebie on a not real aggressive return. Missed third from Ignatowich. Match point number 3.
Second serve.
And that sails deep.
That would have been a nice way to win it. You can reflex a lob in there.
Have that kiss the baseline on the way over. Up, get the paddle tap. Match point 4.
10-6-2.
Don't get this one, then things start to creep in your mind that you just don't want in there. And that will do it. So Tyler Loong and Anna Bright take out James Ignatowich and Jackie Kawamoto, and they will be our bronze medalists here at the Hertz National Championships. Lose game 1, 11-7, but then come roaring back, and impressive display. Loong and Bright. Good day for Ignatowich and Kawamoto. Some really good play. So we will be back with Gronk Spike after this.
It's all up to me. No.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming, Jan, Michael Gamble. Top 15 player in tennis of every human being. We counted them all up. This man, I think you got to 14. Let's give you the full. Let's give you full credit.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
It was hard getting there. I always thought I could get a little higher, but take it now.
Yeah, for sure. So there you see a variety of Gronkowskis, and Rob Gronkowski there, not wearing 87, but wearing 5. So we are going to have a series of pickleball activities here. I know that Ryan Sherry is a part of this madness as well. So lots of people getting pictures with the Gronk brothers there. And Rob obviously had the most storied career of these guys, but Gordy was a college baseball player drafted by the LA Angels. Chris played fullback for the Cowboys, Colts, and Broncos. So the athletic genes, Jan, Mike, are significant within that Gronkowski bloodstream.
Absolutely. Look at the size of those guys as well. Not surprising they played some fantastic high-level sports. Of course, the football.
There you see Ryan Sherry, who put on quite a show in singles yesterday and put on quite a show in his post-match interview as well, and that's what we come to expect. He will play Ben Johns in the singles final. That'll be a best 2 out of 3 on Sunday, so he can still go out tonight. There you see Rob Gronkowski easily stepping, just showing us how well he can step over the pickleball net. I see AJ Kohler over there shaking hands. So we're going to play one game to 11 once everybody's ready to go here. So I expect some fun craziness here, Jan, Mike.
It's always fun to me to see different athletes play racket sports, or specifically pickleball. You know, growing up, my friends are basketball players, football players, a lot of them. We all played pickleball together. See Gronk out there, so wristy on his delivery. He's such a big guy. It's kind of an interesting combo. It's funny.
Yeah, you know, some of these guys.
Good hand-eye though, clearly.
Yeah, some of these guys that maybe have some ping pong in them, they'll bring some of that wristy stuff to it.
It can work.
Here are MC Chris Carson introducing the players. So we got 2 Gronkowskis, a Cher Bear, and a hockey guy turned pickleball and AJ Kohler that you see in front of you. So they'll be getting started here shortly, and each of these celeb matches will be 1 game to 11. I think as you referenced there, Jan, Mike, the fun part of pickleball, I had the pleasure of being in the booth with Tony Romo, and we had Dirk Nowitzki out there, we had Scotty Scheffler, we had Jordan Spieth, we had John Isner, who, like yourself, you bring the racket skills there, but just having all of those guys being able to play something pretty competitively, and it's fun to see how they can take their athleticism to our 44 by 20.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing. Really fun thing about pickleball is how social it is, how everybody can get together, play together, change it up, change partners, and it's just a lot of fun. Games don't last that long. Certainly the games to 11 don't necessarily last that long, so everybody can kind of get involved. It's fun to watch, especially in the sidelines at these events.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good one. We've got Gronk brothers staring each other down across the court.
Our competitors will play 1 game to 11. Win by 2. Once again, it's Brian Sherry and Rob Gronkowski taking on AJ Kohler and Chris Gronkowski, ladies and gentlemen. Who's here for Rob Gronkowski?
Okay.
Who's here for Chris Gronkowski? Give it up, folks. Come on. We're underway.
That dude has a missed arm day.
Let's go.
What's that? No, he is not. Yeah, Chris getting some support out there.
Yeah, I like it.
0-2. Oh, I got it. Here we go.
All right. Rob Gronkowski to serve. Let's play pickleball.
Got it in there.
Generous call already in the back there.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh. Look at this first rally. Are you kidding me? What is happening? Oh, a tweener from AJ Kohler misses, but
clearly the Gronkowskis play a little bit of pickleball. It's pretty good control there. They're sandbagging the warm-up a little bit.
All right, Rob Gronkowski with more dance moves that we can mix into our pre-game routine.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure that's working now.
We saw Jessie Irvin dancing a little bit earlier. I might prefer that.
Yeah, I think Jessie Irvin's moves were much preferred to whatever that was that Rob Gronkowski had going on there. This is Chris Gronkowski to serve here.
Couldn't handle that right at his feet. Now he's getting the dance treatment. It's rough.
So we elongated the court on the far side, but the near side they're going to call tight lines. Oh, and Kohler.
Kohler missed the easy forehand. Had a chance to take Gronk out.
I mean, you don't want to see him coming across the middle, certainly, but that's an opportunity right there.
A big guy going right at him might work.
Oh,
ooh,
how's that call?
That looked like it caught the line.
The brother's not going to give him anything. AJ Kohler's just hanging out on the side of the court here. He hasn't moved in 3 minutes.
I'm way too ADD for this, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's still 1-1-2. Am I right?
Kohler exerts a little energy there and hits a winner. Oh, and there's the classic third shot lob from Kohler. Oh, Chris Gronkowski.
Yes.
We're playing
like the
I
initiative.
formation.
Get there.
What a point.
These reflexes.
Oh my. Oh no, and Ryan Sherry, after all that fun.
A little too cute with the angle.
Yes. Chris Gronkowski was a Arizona Pride of Tucson football player. Played fullback for the Cowboys, the Colts, and the Broncos.
Crushed that.
Destroyed that.
I have no
Can't
idea
handle
what the
that
score
one
is,
from
ladies and
Sherry.
gentlemen. Someone help me out. What are we at? One?
I'm trying to figure out what the score is. Do you know it?
I am not in charge of the score here, Jan Mike. I'm just in charge of talking about Gronkowski.
Right.
One?
It's still 1-1-1.
All right, whatever, AJ.
How is it
1, 3,
possibly?
3-1-1.
Okay, we're making up the score as we go here. Why not? Okay. Oh, and Sherry.
Come on, son. All right.
Teams are getting one serve at a time. It's chaotic out here, Jan Mike.
See ya.
Way to go, Chris.
Oh, and we're going to see that one again.
Not really.
No, we're just going to see what happened right before it.
Just a little rewind.
Oh, Kohler rips that little backhand roll at the feet of Gronkowski, and despite winning a point on that round, poach.
Second serve.
But the share bear is there.
That's you, Chris. Here we go. 3, 1, 2.
So we got Gronk to Gronk serve. Two-hander comes up short for Rob Gronkowski.
Push it into the net. Gotta bend those knees.
There's the Gronk spike, but Kohler handles it.
Side out.
Mean. That was rather mean there from Sherry. Found the spot.
Yeah, because you see Chris Gronkowski step in there, and the Florida Gator tennis player, Ryan Sherry, takes care of that one.
Second server, let's
Very
go.
cash earning there.
That was a
from
cash
AJ
earning.
Kohler.
Most cash earning we've seen all day.
Things getting serious in here, ladies and gentlemen. I heard that these
watch the
brothers
spin.
have a good rivalry going on between the two of them. Hey, side out.
Chris has that shot unlocked. Actually got quite a nice overhead.
You leave it up to him.
Overhead not much different than throwing a football.
Let's go.
It's true. Yes. Speak more to that for the pickleball folks at home that can throw a good spiral but don't have the best overhead.
Yeah, well, I
Explain
think
the
it really is a similar motion. That serve in tennis, the overhead in tennis, the overhead in this sport. Throwing a football is a great way to warm up the serve, warm up the arm before tennis matches. Players I've coached have had to throw footballs before. It kind of gets the arm loose, gets that wrist snapping a little bit. So it starts with all that. Good turn of the shoulders to initiate that whole motion. It's pretty similar. Put away this overhead smashes in this sport.
Yeah, that trunk rotation people forget about because you got to rotate that body to finish through there.
Yeah.
7, you're right. That's right.
Of course, you put a paddle or a racket in your hands, a little bit different, some different things going on, different heights that you're going to make contact at. If you can get that down, figure it out.
Wow. Come on, Chris. You might consider
Baseball
playing in the
pitch
PPA.
on a ball, pretty similar. Using that whole body, starting with the legs, the core, finishing with that good wrist snap.
911. Somebody call 911, ladies and gentlemen. It's an emergency.
Well, Dave, you got to call 911.
Well, I don't think the emergency. Oh my, and that stays in.
Good looking forehand.
Gronk on Gronk crime right there. Watch this with a little help from the tape, but Chris is going to be sending clips of this to Rob for, I'm going to say ever.
Had the spot nonetheless.
Yeah.
It was the right play.
We might be at match point,
ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And there it
match point.
is.
And Chris Gronkowski. What are we playing to? Okay,
I don't know
11
match
isn't
point
enough.
for, but
we're going to 15 now. Kohler and Chris Gronkowski are up 11-1.
Give these boys a run. That was out.
I'll tell
And
you
he
what,
does it again.
Growing up, I never allowed anybody to play games to 11. It was always 1 to 15. We didn't do the 2 out of 3, but it was always to 15.
And look at this. Chris Gronkowski has burned Rob twice down the line. Yeah, nice call. Ryan Cherry says that was happening. We won't comment on the strike position of Chris Gronkowski's serve.
Tight end in Rob coming out there. He caught it. You're not supposed to touch it, Rob.
It might be 13-1, too. It might not be, folks. Oh my goodness.
Fade away block angle.
Side out. Let's call it
That's one of those that hit the paddle. And Rob and Ryan Cherry have all of 1 point. Does it stay on the back of these jerseys? Steal something. You know, me from Pittsburgh love something that says steal. The Steel squad needs to get going. Oh.
Holy moly.
Look at Gronkowski's spike.
Hey, Chris is pretty good.
That's a good finish from Rob right there.
Nice little defense there, but the bigger Gronk with the crush.
Just like he loved to Gronk spike the football after one of his touchdowns, he gets to do it on this live stream in pickleball. Okay, Ryan Cherry.
11-1. Cherry's getting confident. Look at that swagger, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Hey, point!
Should perhaps warn Orlando that Ryan Cherry is in town.
11-1, folks. Here they come. Watch out, Chris.
Apparently, all the points that Chris and AJ scored after they got to 11 have been subtracted from their score sheet. Oh, drop volley. Look at Ryan Cherry get there.
Speed demon.
Uh-oh, off the top of the paddle, and that misses.
He's coming back. 5-11-1.
One of the first overheads Chris has actually missed.
Yes.
That was a little tougher, moving backward.
There's the speed of Ryan Cherry and comes flying back across. Don't switch. Don't switch. I'll get all the way back. Oh, wide again, and the comeback is on.
What's going on here, AJ? Let's go. Ryan Cherry, Rob Gronkowski on the comeback.
Little push two-y from Rob Gronkowski, a nice little drop. Not in a hurry to get all the way to the kitchen.
7 points, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is coming in, and two-handed flick at his brother, who bailed for really no reason.
Look at that double-handed backhand from Rob Gronkowski. The brothers are taking it on. Oh my goodness, what a shot! Rob Gronkowski.
And Rob Gronkowski has flipped the Gronkowski script here.
Really has stepped it up. Level of play. Got warmed up.
A couple of balls ripped past him by his brother. Did not sit well. Oh, and AJ Kohler chicanery. Oh, another. Oh, Ryan Sherry is there again.
Get him! Come on, Sherry! Come on!
He's there too.
Oh, it's all up to you,
He's going to run all the way around the court. Oh, now a nice pro-am participant would have lobbed the ball to let him get back there, but these are bro on bro.
You can only be so nice.
Yeah, it's bro on bro. Yep, here goes the beginning of the 5K. Starts right here. And please stay all the way on the edges of the court, Mr. Sherry.
1 game to 11, win by 2, folks. 1 game to 15, excuse me. Game to 15, win by 2, excuse me. There we go.
Rules get you
the rules
changing.
11, what?
Okay, they're up to 8 now.
Oh, no,
so
are you still in points? You're counting by 2s, AJ. Come on. We'll call it 12, whatever.
I mean, AJ
and
Chris
sides,
were at
ladies and
least
gentlemen, but
13,
on,
if not 14. But
let's go, Sherry!
maybe this is like Uno, where you can have
Could
to.
be.
Yeah.
The -2 card.
Yeah.
They pulled that.
Point! 9!
Oh, right into the body.
9, 12, 2, come on!
They got the ball at 112, and it is now 9-12.
They took it. Starting over there in the left court.
And Ryan Sherry brings the full
10, 12, 2, folks, and we've got
Max truck forehand.
That's a point, ladies and gentlemen. 11, 12, 2. Look at the game.
I can assure you, Chris Gronkowski does not want to lose this match, and the lead is 1.
For now.
For now, yes.
You can add to their score again. That wild card.
And he tries the drop shot.
Drop shot from above the head, right in front of his body. That's a toughie.
12, 2. Give it up, folks. Come on, get loud. Let them know.
Yeah, they might get that wild draw 4 here.
It's the 1-to-1.
Pickleball in the world. I mean, kinda. Yeah, it's the best pickleball in the world, folks. This is the PPA Tour. Give it up for Rob Gronkowski and Ryan Sherry, Chris Gronkowski, and AJ Kohler. Time in. Let's go. 15 seconds. Come on. Oh, what's this, folks? Looks like we got some ice shakers, folks. Who needs them and who wants them?
Okay, so now we're doing product plugs in the middle here as Chris Gronkowski has a product, and while I'm here, I'm going to just play along. This is...
What is it?
He's the president of Ice Shaker,
What
which
is that?
is the best double-walled bottle that you could ever have. It'll keep your drinks hot or cold for hours, was seen on Shark Tank.
Wow. Well,
So,
that sounds like something I'd want.
Little business to take place here, but they need a side out.
I don't think that Ryan Sherry wants to give it to him.
And that ball looked maybe out.
No call.
Okay, AJ doesn't put it away. Look at Rob Gronkowski battle.
Oh, he had an answer.
Oh, Sherry's there again.
Sherry's like a little Energizer bunny.
Yeah. Orlando, you're in trouble. This kid's got energy.
You can't lob
That lob's not going to get it done.
Oh, what's the call back there?
Good hustle, boys. Come on. 12, 12,
So,
1, side out.
an 11-point run for Rob and Ryan Sherry has knotted this at 12. Great hops, but not a great
12,
spike.
1. Come on, Chris. Here we go.
Yep, perfectly legal serve, folks.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about it. Oh, look at that little pickup.
Ryan
Oh, Sherry's on the ground.
That's pretty
here
impressive.
Comes the
God,
chest bump.
Sherry's going to get hurt.
Ryan Sherry will not be able to participate on Sunday.
He still have a singles final to play.
I mean, what is this guy doing? This is insane. Let's drop our paddle and, Rob might have taken it, sort of turned a little, took it easy on him.
That was smart.
Yeah, because they still got a match to win here, but Ryan Sherbear don't care. Yeah, Orlando, you are in deep trouble. You've been warned.
Get loud, ladies and gentlemen, let's go!
Oh my, Chris steps in and takes a big swat, and that goes deep.
He was head hunting with that.
Sherbear finding some air there after, I mean, he has put some steps in a pro-am.
Give it up, 12, 12, 1.
Oh no, and a paddle clank.
That was a point, ladies and gentlemen. It's 13, 12, 1.
Yeah, I like the two-hander from Rob. Oh no, and a miss from Chris. And what was once a 12-1 lead for Chris Gronkowski and AJ Kohler is now match point once they change it to a game to 15.
Right.
Sidebar.
They could change it to 21.
Yeah, that's true. So
know.
this may be match point.
Yeah.
I need to preface my words. Rob Gronkowski just...
No, he duffed it.
Are they changing it? Wild draw 4?
There's no getting out of that.
No, that will do it. So they were down huge, and it is Rob Gronkowski, and, you know, being from Pittsburgh, any Steel squad that wins is good by me. So the Steel squad takes it, and good for them. All right, so the Steel squad. We didn't know we had the Steel squad in the house, Jan Mike,
We
but
didn't,
we did.
but it was fun to watch, and both Gronkowski's quite high level.
Yeah, so
that was fun.
A lot of fun. That's why we love pickleball. So our day is done, folks. We will be back with men's and women's doubles tomorrow. Jan, Mike, and I will start the day 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern time on Tennis Channel and all your favorite PPA and Tennis Channel streaming. So it's going to be a great day, men's and women's doubles. But what a day of mix today. Any final thoughts, Jan, Mike?
Just there's such great competitive exchanges, and can anybody take out Johns and Leigh?
We'll see. There's only one team that's got a shot, and they're the only team that's done it. They've done it once. So, folks, thanks so much for staying with us all day. We'll see you at 10 a.m. in the morning. Have a great Friday night in Orlando. You've been warned.
I guess I don't need to know.